on, UEL fam? How we doing? We're back.
We are back. We are back. We are back home. Ryan's bright today.
I'm shining.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Yeah, it's great to be back, man. I'm very excited that we're back in house. We've been putting in so much work. Shout out to everyone that has participated in all of the extra work that goes into building an arena. And if you have participated, thank you. And and now
you so much.
now you understand how much work goes into it, because it was a lot.
Yeah, they're gonna see a little today. You're gonna get, you've been getting some little taste of it, but you're gonna get to see what all this work has been doing, like we've been putting in. You're gonna see the efforts of this full team and how great we really have came together through all the adversity. And I'm just so happy to be back. I'm ready to see this first game.
Yeah, man, I'm excited too. So we'll probably get this wheel spin soon. It's been that long, but we got the Ravens and Trollz. Both teams going for the playoff run.
This is it. This is for the playoff run right here.
Hey,
you got 5v7 today
first.
too.
It's MK11 first. We have Chicken Tech on the Ravens. Do you think the Trollz will let them see it?
No.
Yeah, I wouldn't
give them that.
Yeah, there's no way I would do that. If I'm them, I am 100% letting this game go and not giving him the satisfaction.
No, they're not going to let it happen. You're not going to start off with game one with that kind of momentum with the Ravens. We can already hear them out there screaming.
Yeah.
So the Trollz won't let that happen.
Yeah, as soon as it came up, it was clear, like, everybody's excited about it. You got the music playing, you got the club scene out there, and everybody's feeling good. Then they see their game come up. It's curtains.
Done. Who would they put in, though? Who do you think the Trollz would put in for that?
QWERTY is probably their best Mortal Kombat player. Probably QWERTY and then Pizza Man. But Pizza Man's not in, so that's it. This is tough.
So who do they give up for this first round?
I'd run Arbiter. I mean, you're running a 5-man. I'd put in Arbiter and I'd say Arbiter and Low-Key.
Okay.
Because I
don't think the Ravens put Chicken in.
Honestly, they don't need him.
No. So I mean,
and they're gonna expect a forfeit.
Yeah,
they're
I'm
not
interested to see.
Yeah. Oh, Courtney's back.
Yeah, she said today may be her last game.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I doubt
I didn't spoil anything, but
yeah, I doubt it.
Exactly.
But
she said last game for 2 seasons.
Yeah. Just keeps coming back. But no, it's good to see her back in the lineup. They've got a brand new team this season, and they've been still holding their own. I think we can expect to see them in the playoffs, especially if they beat the Trollz. I think that pretty much secures their playoff run. And then it comes down to the Gorillas.
So then who do the Gorillas play, though, for that spot?
So right now, Ravens are in second. Eclipse is in first. And then Gorillas are in third. But you have... Actually, I think Bucks are in third.
Yeah, I think Bucks are in third.
Yeah, I think Bucks are in third and tied with the Gorillas. And then, like, this game matters because if the Ravens lose this, it puts the Gorillas in a much better position. If the Ravens win, then now the Gorillas have to win the rest of their games.
Well, that makes sense.
To secure a second.
So I think we've seen a lot of growth at a faster pace with some of these expansion teams this time.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, the dedication, the commitment from the expansion teams came out on fire.
Yeah.
And you're going to see that, as we move forward in the season. So.
Yeah, and I'd say this season was the first season where the expansion teams didn't lose every game. Because when we did the last expansion, and even the one prior, so when the Reapers came in, they lost every game. Then when the Trollz and Gorillas came, they lost every game, except when they played each other.
Yeah.
And then now you have Bucks, Cobra, Phantom, and Wolves, and all those teams.
I was gonna say have the Wolves.
Phantoms and Wolves have still lost every game. I think. Yeah.
But that's still better than last time.
Oh yeah, they definitely would beat the old Gorillas and the old Trolls.
Yeah, and I feel like you can see a lot from the Trolls and the Gorillas. They've also advanced exponentially as well.
Yeah.
Like from being an expansion team to now a seasoned team or the beginning of a seasoned team.
Right.
I've definitely seen the growth. Like those teams aren't something to just buck at.
No. And their mindsets are very different coming in too, because they know what they're getting themselves into. A lot of the teams prior or the players prior after getting drafted didn't really know what to expect, didn't know what they were walking into, because we didn't have so much proof, right? Like we didn't have so many games for them to look back at and say, oh, okay, this is how it works. So they didn't know what to expect. And this is not an easy thing to do.
No.
And
you're right. They did have the footage to go back and review, and a lot of them do that, and they take a lot of their time to commit to that. I know on these two teams we see today, though, so we have Jesse GMing the Trolls, correct?
Yeah.
And so that's something that's not new, but still pretty new. But then you have the veterans over there on the Ravens.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of interested to see how they approach this as far as from the coaching standpoint.
Yeah,
especially 5v7 right out the gate. We're looking at a very different idea.
And playing Wonku is kind of a statement because she is a veteran. She is one of the better players on the Ravens. So you can expect that she's going to want to show her skills today.
Yeah, for sure. I think we're definitely going to see that today.
All right, so we're seeing Arbiter and Herb. Okay. Yeah, and Wonku. So they're not going with Chicken Tech, which was kind of what we expected. I mean, everybody's going to expect to see Chicken Tech. If they go Arbiter, it looks like AV forgot the camera was we got the director walking in front of the camera. Trying to make Ryan less bright, I'm guessing.
I'm going to catch a tan after this.
Yeah, for sure. He'll come out of here a little darker. Oh, there we go. That's a slight bet.
Yeah, half of me has a tan. We're looking good.
Yeah, you could probably get the other one off on that same light too, and it'll probably. There we go. That's perfect. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's all good.
Oh, you're good. Appreciate you.
Yeah. So there's a party out there. I don't know if you guys are hearing all that, but it's definitely a party out there.
I know. I'm holding back, bouncing the whole time.
I know.
It's loud enough in here for sure.
It's a vibe. All right, we got MK. We know. Actually, they're running Wonku first. She runs Jade.
And no forfeit.
No, I guess not.
Playing this out. Let's go.
I mean, they can get through it fairly quickly, so it might make sense if they're trying to get lucky here and get a good wheel spin. Then they're gonna want to drag the games out as long as possible.
Well, yeah, the first game will be your shortest game too, unless you call a timeout or something, because that setup timer doesn't affect when the game starts.
Yeah, the setup time has no impact, so it makes sense that you run this and play it. You don't have to waste that. Oh, it looks like Herb is. If they run Jax, it's Herb going first. If it's Jade, then it would be Wonku.
So who do you think plays first then?
If I'm coaching, I would probably run Wonku first to see where her skill is at, because I know that this is one of the games that she's been training on. If I'm the Trolls, I'm running Arbiter first, but I still don't see him really pulling off anything because he doesn't play. He doesn't do any cheese. So he tries to play the game the way everyone else plays it, and the problem with that is you're not going to catch up to the players that are really, really good.
The Herbs.
Exactly. And so it's like you could try to catch up, but they're still getting better as you're trying to catch up. So it makes it tough, and because you're not only playing that game, it becomes even tougher.
Yeah, and you should try to catch up. But
Yeah.
the decision
Those
being made in
arms
the game,
working
you
out
gotta
for
take
you?
that into
Yeah,
consideration.
you gotta have a game plan while catching up. You know what I mean? Like, all right, let's see what we got. We got Herb. He's gonna hit. He's definitely boom, 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 boom. Yep, and that's coming again. Boom. Oh, he figured it out with the grab though. Boom. Yeah, low and boom, boom, boom. Yeah, and that's gonna continue low, low. Oh, yeah. So she didn't catch that. That actually will hit. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, he extended it.
All right, looks like we
That's a
got
good
third
extension.
anarchist that's gonna come jump on the mic.
Thank you, Brian.
Fight.
All right, so Herb is just gonna continue to bully from long distance, which he can do with Jack. So third wood is up, my guy.
What is up? What is up? Sorry for the delay, but your boy is here, and I heard y'all as I was coming in. This is a huge game for both teams, but looking at the Ravens lineup, with Wonku being back, that moves two games
Yeah. So I think it was a good play, and I expect to see a lot more of her playing. Oh, it's just gonna continue. Here it comes again. Low, and then oh, he could have continued that.
Shoutouts to Black Diamond for ruining everybody's chances in the division by picking up Chicken Tech.
Yeah, that was pretty solid. That was a pretty solid move.
And then Herb just being the quintessential consistent Herb.
Yeah.
I mean, Wonku's back. You have Zoro who's been practicing. I've been practicing with the Ravens on players on and off, including Chicken Tech. That team has just expanded their coverage and their skill and gameplay immensely over the break.
Interesting. Yeah, I haven't seen them play at all, and I don't get to see them practice. So, okay, so it looks like first was Arbiter. He did okay round 2, but just as expected, like if you're not going to combat with a game plan or cheese, you're gonna get pieced up by Herb every time. Like you have to have something else in your bag, because if you miss one combo, it's over for you.
Yeah, Herb, Chicken Tech, Scarlet, a lot of these fighters in this league have so much knowledge of these games. Dropping anything or not having, like you said, a solid game plan, you
Yep.
get punished immediately, and there's no easy comeback.
Yeah, and you see, he can't drop that. It's like impossible, right? And they can't even figure out how to stop it. And so he could just continue this forever. He doesn't have to.
Herb.
He didn't have to memorize any combos. He didn't have to memorize he's pressing 2 buttons max, and he can do that all game.
There we go. Wake up with some buttons, figure it out. And
Yep, it's back at it. He hasn't figured it out yet, so Herb is not going to stop. I can guarantee you that.
and Herb's already up
Boom,
a life.
boom,
so
boom,
there's a
boom.
grab, and that's what reset spacing.
Extend,
And
and
here
then
comes
boom,
again.
right back at
Yep.
it. If he doesn't figure it out, he's not going to stop. He's going to continue that same thing until it is figured out. And
Yeah,
they
there
didn't
it
do in
is,
time.
just like that.
Yep. And that's the problem. Like, if the other team understands the cheese, they're going to run it consistently.
You ain't had to do him like that, Herb. You ain't had to do him like that, bro.
Yeah, he did him like that. That was expected. So WWE next, and he's got to be closer. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, third is in the office. Here we go.
Gang, gang.
So I expect so low key would have been a good fit for WWE, but now that he's not in, I think this could be a good one.
Yeah, we have Rafiki Prodigy, who's an actual WWE fan, and then the Warner Twins on the Trollz available. But you have Zack Attack, him, and KJ available.
Yeah.
This is one of those situations because the way Zoro plays a lot of games and Chicken Tech is there. I send in KJ, him, and Zack Attack and leave Chicken Tech and Zoro.
Yep.
She adjusts and takes instructions really well, and Chicken Tech does have they've already have really good synergy with talking and coaching. So I think the two of them being left out will be the more optimal plan for them.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's going to be an interesting twist about halfway through this game, because I was told, and as the commissioner, I'm not going to anyways, but I was told by one of the players on the Ravens that they had to leave halfway through the game. And I was like, Interesting. So you haven't read the rules. Because I think, do you know what happens if someone leaves?
You would have been better off not showing up.
Yes.
Because now you're a dead person in every rotation, and if a
Yep.
1v1 comes up and
gotta
you're
go in.
available, you go in.
Yep.
And don't let it be yours. Actually, no, setup doesn't matter, but still. Oh.
Yeah.
So
I didn't say anything because it's not my job. But it looks like the Ravens haven't really read that rule. And we'll see if it plays out that way.
I
But
mean, if Black Diamond's here, he should know.
again, if you're never faced with the situation and you never read the rules, then you wouldn't know. Or they do know and they're like, we're going to be winning by 50, so it doesn't matter.
True, because we all know about when a player shows up late, they have to come in as soon as the next rotation happens. But I
Right.
think that's a different side of the problem.
Yeah. Yeah. So with WWE, I do expect that the Trolls, I think the Trolls can win this.
Oh, yeah, 100% I agree.
Yeah. And I think if they could have had Loki instead of Rafiki, it would have been a little bit better of a situation. But I think either way, Rafiki can hold his own.
Yeah, like I said, WWE's weird because you can either do a cheese strat, which honestly can get you immediately punished, or you can play it straight up. Chicken Tech is probably one of the best Irish rippers in the league. So if you get in and he gets to you, there's a strong chance you go right back out because the reaction for the counter is like maybe 3 or 4 frames. It's if you get grabbed, you have to respond.
Okay. So then I have never seen Chicken Tech play this game, so I wonder if they're going to play him.
He might have taught that because the last time we played the Ghost before he left the team, I came in and I was getting ready to help out, but Chicken Tech grabbed me and whipped me right out of the ring, which pretty much stopped any momentum my team had a chance of getting back into it. So,
Dang. Okay. Well, and this should be good. I think then we'll probably see I think we'll see KJ, him, and Zack Attack or Zoro. I just don't think they play Chicken Tech here. I don't think they do because I think so Zack Attack, him, KJ or Zoro.
I would like to go with KJ. Yeah.
Yep, that's what I figured. Yeah, I just don't I think wait, is WWE 4s? I thought it was 3s.
It's 3.
Oh, okay, so they're bots. Okay.
Hi.
Yeah, so I think so now again based on the rules, if they actually sent 4 in, then the other team gets to decide who
The
they
actual
pull.
third is.
Yep.
The problem is, actually, no, you'd pick a Zoro. But the
To come
problem
back
is,
out?
or no, you pick a Zoro to go in.
Yeah. Who do you pull out though?
There's no good answer, honestly. Because Zack Attack, him, and KJ all play shooters. And since they're the larger team, Chicken Tech paired with any one of them and then a reset for a large man shooter is just not a good situation.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think then in that case, I'm probably pulling. I think I'm pulling KJ. If I'm the Trolls, I'm pulling KJ.
Yeah, because KJ does have a stronger background in sports, right?
Yeah, but yeah, I feel like he'd be the best at this game. I'm just not sure. Have you played him at all in this?
I have not played a lot of WWE with the other teams.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like if there's anybody that's good, like really good at this, it's gonna be either him or KJ.
Yeah.
I don't think it's Zack Attack. He's more of a strategist. He doesn't really play sports games. I doubt they're putting him on sports games. It looks like KJ got pulled. Yep, KJ got pulled.
Yep, smart decision. Because in the event that one of the, well, still got a lot of options available, but gotta pay attention to that. Because the funny thing is, looking at the lineups on the paper for the Ravens, they should win this game. But if a lot of clerical issues like this happen, they could easily lose it.
Yeah, they could, and that's kind of the issue is oversight of the rules will cost you
Oh, 100%.
dearly. And it's kind of just really all you got to do is read through them once, and you'll be like, oh, okay, I didn't realize that. You're gonna see something that you didn't think was there, right? Because the whole point in going through all this, and the reason we put those rules together, is to make sure that every scenario that we could think of is covered, and we know what we're supposed to be doing.
I didn't think
with
of
the other
everything. I'm
team.
gonna tell you that right here, right now.
Huh?
Y'all did not.
Oh
think
no,
of everything.
no, of course. But that's part of like an evolving sport. You know what I mean? You find things that are like, oh, like last time in the playoffs with Halo. Did you see that match where
Also, we got a timeout on the Ravens right now. WWE setup's kind of temperamental, if you will.
Yeah. So the bots we had in Halo that you could pick any map. So the bots picked like a UFC cage in Halo, and it was so small that all of the players, like, you could basically just melee each other over and over because you couldn't shoot because they were so close, and then you could just be tossing grenades. And so they were playing, I want to say they were playing Karma. It was Karma at that time. It was Eclipse now, but they were playing them. They picked that map. Everybody loads in, and there's probably like 5 minutes of just panic where the other team is like, yo, like, what is going on? Is this legal? Like, what the heck? And the bots are just beating the dog crap out of them. But eventually the other team was like, whatever, we're playing. And then they ended up winning by like 10 or 15 or something like that. But it was a semi-smart play that could have worked out had the Ghost got too far in there. I think it was the Ghost, actually. Had they got too far in their head and been like, oh, you shouldn't be able to do this the whole time, instead of just focusing and playing and making sure you win that game.
Your plans never, what's the saying? Always have two plans, because your first one never survives first contact.
Yep.
So if you load in the game and things are weird, go. Like,
Yep.
You ain't got time.
Tyson said everybody has a strategy till you get punched in the mouth. Yep. And that is reality.
Yeah, and I feel that saying so bad.
Yes, man. It's just the way it works. Like, everyone is thinking of hopefully every team is thinking of a different way to play the game. That is UEL. It isn't that like linear style of gameplay. I never liked linear games where there's no options. You literally have to play it the way that it was designed.
Oh, speaking of options, there's a new game that just came out you should probably check out. It's Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
I heard,
Tons of
yeah.
options. Tons of options.
Yeah. I haven't gotten a chance to play it, but 300 has been nonstop talking about it.
He's bad, by the way.
Yeah, I imagine. 300's not good at very many video games.
He's like, Third, how you already know that much? I've been watching streams. He's like, what? I'm like, yeah, go up here, look left, look right, wait for the sound, go over there, you'll find him. Man, Third up. Oh, he's here.
Yeah.
But speaking of here, 4 minutes into the timeout, WWE coming up. We haven't seen who won RPS, and with WWE, we do rock, paper, scissors to either decide gender or order. Or first pick for order.
And an order has a big penalty if you don't understand how the order works.
And then on top of that, gender makes a huge difference too.
Yep.
Because the women are more consistent in their scoring for like the top 10 to 15 women in WWE, whereas men, after the top 10, you have like a 9-point fall off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the thing is, the Trollz have been burned so many times on order. I hope they've learned their lesson, because I've seen them the other team picked number 10, and then they picked number 9. The other team picked number 1. And then they picked number 8. And then the other team picked number 2, and they picked number 3. So it was like, so you guys are going to go third. You're going to get double teamed, thrown out, and then all 3 of them are going to be there waiting for you when the final. It was.
But with the addition of Jesse to the team and his analytical skills, I see a strong chance that the teams adjust to their strategies and learn how to approach that turnstile.
Yeah, I would hope so. Because if they get burned again, I don't know why. We just pray for them because I don't know. If they get burned again, then it's gonna hurt.
But the Trollz did win RPS, and they
Okay.
chose females. So that
Okay.
means we're going to see a more consistent stat roster.
Okay.
But now the Ravens have the choice of that pick order.
Yep.
And if, like you said, if the Ravens played the timing game and the Trollz don't pick up on it,
Could go bad. I mean, the thing is, as soon as they pick their first pick, you know what direction they're going. Do they want to all go first or all go last? And you can't let them get to a point where it's not ever like a 1v1. A 2v1 is kind of acceptable because it's gonna happen at some point, but a 3v1, yeah, you might as well
you
hang
ain't
it up.
winning that.
Yeah, you can just jump right out, go in and jump right out.
Or just try and roll under the bottom rope and just figure things out from there.
Yeah, just hide on that.
Nope.
Yeah, because without the thing is, with this game, you can use the CPU characters to your advantage if you understand them. You understand how to stay away from them and stay out of their. I'm probably giving away too much, but stay out of their grasp. Then the CPU will automatically start looking for the people that are closer or that are paying attention to something else.
You're not giving out too much. If you actually pay attention to gameplay, you see it.
Right, but
Because the PC will come in, and then
they'll
whoever
figure-
hits
yep.
that threshold immediately locks on and runs towards
Yep.
them. So, got to pay attention.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's not the strong suit yet, but we'll get there.
Eventually. See, 2 minutes and 50 seconds left in the timeout. We're waiting for characters to get locked in now. And like we said earlier, the Ravens accidentally submitted 4 players. So the Trollz got to pick the player that stays in. And they chose to keep in Orzoro. So KJ is out, which could have been a huge staple for the Ravens.
Yeah, on top of the fact that they then lost timeout. So it's a double whammy on one game. You never want to be in that situation where you're losing this much in the beginning.
Yeah, I think that was a huge tempo swing, especially for the fact that the Trollz actually played out Mortal Kombat. Like, I don't blame him for playing it out because Chicken Tech didn't go in. So,
Yeah.
hey, if he's not in, you got to play it.
Yeah. And the thing is, though, Herb is just as dangerous as Chicken Tech.
Oh, and no disrespect to Herb,
Yeah.
but Herb is more human when it comes to Mortal Kombat than Chicken Tech is.
Yeah.
Chicken Tech has a lot less gameplay issues when it comes to playing. And I think the last time he's even lost or got embarrassed in Mortal Kombat was back when he played against Cat.
Yep, the first game.
Excuses
Yep.
aside, that's the last time we've actively seen him be lost or extremely challenged in the game.
Yeah.
So-
And even then, he came back and beat the Cat the second time around. So,
So,
yeah. And he beat him pretty bad, too. He just switched his character, and then that was it.
and then him, TLG, a couple of other, I'd say, like, not middle in the pack in a bad way, but the ones that are just close to hitting that tier 1 fighting status in the league have that issue.
Yeah.
Where it's like, I'm going to play this game. I'm going to pick this character. And then they
Yep.
lose, and it's like, should have played my main. It's like,
Yep.
bro,
Yep.
we taking lunch money, not giving it.
Yeah.
Go hard immediately.
You have to run your best character every single time.
Exactly.
Every time. You cannot go in it with, like, it's like going into the NBA game wearing some New Balances that are, like, walking shoes.
It's like, the Grill Master 5000.
Yeah, with the
Show up those,
Velcro.
no, my man,
and then be like,
that's
oh,
the
I should have
Grill.
worn my best shoes. I decided on my Crocs today. Like, nah, put on the right shoes.
Actually, if a dude in the NBA played in Crocs and did not, just performed,
You just put them in sport
normal,
mode. And
like, I'd be impressed. Like, yo, my man, you average like 38 a game and you put up 20. That's bad. But
That's a
in
huge
Crocs,
sponsorship. He's going to get a huge deal after that game.
But 15 seconds left, so under an NBA shot clock left in on the timeout.
Do you think they end up getting another timeout called here?
At that point, I would just forfeit. I'd rather not burn both my timeouts in the first half within the first hour and some change.
No, not on a WWE game.
Absolutely not, because it's already wasted the timeout. It's already going to be minimum 10 minutes. Like, we just give up the point. Because the Mortal Kombat whooping was sound.
Yeah.
So a technical win in WWE isn't going to be as motivating for the Trollz.
Yeah.
especially with the Wonder Twins going in. They're loud and they want to play and they want to earn their dub. So if you give it to them, yeah, we got the point, but it's not like, yeah, we got the point.
Yeah, if they win, they're going to be in a good mood.
Exactly.
Until the next loss, really, they're going to be in a great mood, and that's going to push them to be able to compete better. I agree.
And I think the big focal point of this game is going to be Rafiki keeping everybody positive.
Yeah.
That dude will smile through a car crash. Like, he's focused. He focused on each individual game, and I think that was something the Trollz really needed for their mentality for this season and going forward. Just somebody who's always focused on the now.
Yeah, they need somebody that is going to, like you said, push them to be positive, even if they're down. Because the teams that go down and then can still work their way back are the best teams in the league. Whereas the teams that they get down by 3 points and they think, oh, we're never coming back, they're the worst teams in the league. They give up, and then they're losing their games and the games that
the setup was messed up.
Right.
Man, the game master changed their mind like 6 times. Man, my controls aren't working. And
not sending in lineup, not setting up your stuff, not having your controller. Oh, my headset didn't have the sound. Like, we've heard it all.
Bro, I'm going to tell y'all now, if you're playing in the game and your audio's not working and y'all call a timeout, call the GM. They are allowed to help once you burn that time out. You have 10 whole minutes. Hey, 300. Oh, hey, spring roll. Something's not working right here. We got 10 minutes left on the clock. I need a hand real quick. Utilize your stuff, because if you're able to keep yourself just 1 inch away from tilting, you're infinitely better off going forward.
Yeah. Keep yourself in the right headspace the whole game, and you'll be fine. You start getting out of that headspace and getting into a bad one, the whole team goes with you too. And that's really like, that's what the Trollz have struggled with. Yeah.
And we've seen an familiar face in the building again from the Trollz, but once again, from that situation now, that player's absence has shown growth in the Trollz and mentality and gameplay. So happy to dude's back, but bro, you costed us a lot. But now that you're gone, we're doing better. So
and he's got to come back with a good attitude.
100%.
Oh, and it looks like we got lockdown in the building.
Got the taco meat out and everything. Let's get it.
Dream Team's here.
But we got QWERTY on Asuka, Bosif on Trish Stratus, Rafiki on Ronda Rousey, him on Becky Lynch, Zack Attack on Shayna Baszler, and it looks like Orzoro is on Nia Vax.
All right.
A little Twitter joke for y'all. But Lockdown, my man, welcome back,
What's up, baby? What's going on? Back in full effect, We're back to the league. Things are raring up. I'm excited, man.
Yeah, man. Trollz, Ravens, a lot on the line for both of these teams. And with that lineup mess up, having Orzoro in, it's going to be interesting to see how the Ravens perform this. But it is... Go ahead, buddy.
No, good.
But it is a console game, and Orzoro does have a console, but not a PC, so there's a good chance for her to show her practice.
Yeah, but I think they've been working a lot, and I actually like this lineup for the Ravens. I think adding Chicken Tech was obviously a good play, but entrances weren't turned off. Anyway, but since we're doing WWE, I got to bring it up. Rest in peace to Bray Wyatt.
This past week has been rough for me, just with the other things going on, and then Bray going. He's got the whole world in his hands now.
That's tough, man, because I'm a huge Bray Wyatt fan. Like, I really am. And he was 1 year younger than me, man. That's
He's
crazy.
the same age as me.
Yeah,
so
it's just heartbreaking, man.
All right, so right now we got QWERTY and Zack Attack in there. Let's see what we got. Lock up, counter.
This is one of those games that a lot of people, like, they practice it a little bit, but they don't put too much time into it because you only really need to know the fundamentals of this game, and then you can just move on to the next one.
And we got Roll Champs coming up next with KJ Chicken Tech. Oh, yeah, I've seen that too. Practice as a team. They're going to be doing just fine for that. And then Loki, Britton Arbor going in, so it's going to be interesting there. But Becky Lynch coming in next, which is him giving the advantage to
The Ravens.
the Ravens, yeah.
The only thing is,
ooh.
like, it's very hard not to interfere with your teammate in this game, and it's something you definitely got to keep in mind and be mindful of because with this, you can definitely mess up your teammate instead of helping them in a lot of situations if you're not paying attention.
Exactly. It looks like Qwerty got the counters, getting back in the ring. Ooh, nice right. Another right. Oh, hitting your teammate. Trish Stratus coming in, so both of his in. Both the Wonder Twins are in the ring.
Absolutely. So let's see what they can get going on right here. It immediately goes for a lock. Becky Lynch and Trish Stratus. That's current rivalry going on in the wrestling world right now.
Unfortunately, the rivalry in this video game right now is better than what's happening in WWE because they pulled the plug and messed up the timing on that. And Trish and Becky are great wrestlers, so that's unfortunate.
Yeah, Trish is a legend as well. She's definitely the one of those wrestlers that I enjoyed watching when I was a kid. Nice moves right there. Looks like some good showing by the Trollz right now. I hear a lot of hype out there, a lot of energy going out there for this matchup.
And then the number advantage is Roland Orzoro now with Nia Jax, one of the heavier women on the roster, so she's not going to be easy to get over to the top rope.
Yeah, definitely a good choice, I would say, for the women's division because there's not a lot of very large women besides Nia Jax and Tamina, really. And so it's a very good call as a choice, I would say. Because
And I think the only other option would be China, right?
Yeah, but is China in the game currently?
I'm not sure.
I don't know. She might be a legend in the game, but I don't know if she is. I haven't seen her yet. All right, somebody on the ropes here. Got Trish on the ropes. Becky Lynch pushing down. Is she going to be able to get this going out? Let's see. Becky Lynch is him trying to push out.
Ember Moon coming in. Nice.
See right there.
She's in. All right, counter on Asuka. Orzoro teaming
Nice
up.
counter.
Now, this is where things get complicated for players because now all these NPCs are showing. Oh, Ember Moon's already out, so it doesn't even matter.
Fastest NPC throw out.
Yeah.
History.
All right, Asuka is out. There goes Qwerty. Orzoro with the elimination of the first player.
See, right there, Orzoro. You know, that's one of those things that, like, you can't count out those newer players because you don't know what they're good at and what they've been working on. And she's a player that has put a lot of time into practice, actually.
Like I said, if it's on console, she will play it and she will ask questions. And that hard work, it already showing up.
3-on-1 advantage right now for the Ravens. This is going to be tough for the Trollz to finish this one out.
Oh, did Trish? Oh, Trish just got eliminated. Yeah.
Eliminated by Shayna Baszler, who is Zack Attack. So now it is just Rafiki on his own.
Oh.
If he can stay alive long enough for the NPCs to kind of throw in there, mix it up, and cause some problems, he could still pull it out. It can't happen.
Yeah, he's got to play the counter game as much as possible. Here comes Dakota Kai, so we'll see who she goes after.
This is where the teamwork comes into play right here. You see all of the Ravens trying to attack at the same time. Wrong move. You have the numbers edge, but if you're all attacking at the same time, you're going to hit each other and mess each other.
And then Dakota Kai
You need to
right
one
back
at
out.
a time go at that person, and the second they start countering, then you
jump
and
in.
strike. That's how you play the numbers advantage the effective way in WWE.
All right, so Ronda rolls back, and Rafiki binds some more time to the next NPC. And it looks like their coaching is kicking in, like you said. They're starting to space out and let them handle the one-on-ones. Now the counter happens. It countered again.
Oh. Uh-oh. Did somebody pause?
That would be really unfortunate if that was a Ravens pause, because that was a guaranteed
It might have
win.
been a forfeit by the Trollz as possible. What's up, everybody? How you doing? Lockdown back in the place.
Hey.
We're here for another exciting match. The UEL is back, baby. How y'all doing? How you feeling? I'm feeling good, man.
It's supposed to be a hot one out today, too.
It was pretty hot. I mean, I was already out working this morning. So yes, pretty hot so far. But I'm enjoying it. You know, summertime. You got to enjoy the weather. You know.
Yes, sir.
Let's see what happened here. I think that's officially over since it's back to us. We'll find out and get a word here soon. But the next game, Roller Champions.
Roller Champions, I have witnessed the Ravens playing and practicing this. This is where me and Titus were talking about this. Who do you swap out for WWE? And I told him, I'm like, you kind of don't want KJ in, but you don't want him out. And then between Zack Attack and him, Like there was no good choice. It was put it over Zoro, hope you can take advantage, and pray to God things work out in the next game.
Yeah.
Chicken Check and KJ have already been playing roller champions together, and they're a very effective team.
Now, I will say, when it comes to roller champions, that is one of those games that when you first glance look at it, you're like, oh, best teamwork's going to win. But we have seen players, if you're good enough, you can win solo.
Ricky, I pass
believe,
the ball, rock him.
Yeah, and I think wasn't it? I think also Painful Boar, I believe, was the other one. I think that was like literally was trying to like score 5 points in his first goal by himself, like he was going crazy. Like so, like that is one thing I've noticed that like I think that you definitely have like teamwork plays a part. But if you're good enough at this game, teamwork don't matter.
All right.
We've seen it happen.
Agreed, but just an update for WWE, forfeit Ravens because they submitted 4 people. Did they have 4 active people, or did they just submitted 4 and what's what caused the forfeit? They had 4 people actively playing in
3 people playing. So it was a missed call on the rotation right there. They messed up. So they basically had the victory and lost it due to a technicality. But that's, you know what? That's why the rules are here. That's why they're in place. A lot of people focus so much on the games, they sometimes forget about the basics, which is the rotations, the rules, the game setups. In my opinion, those are harder than the games in a lot of situations. 100%. And that's why this is so unique. Like what we do here at the UEL.
Like setting up F1 after another console game, man, it's rough because you got rules. You alone, just to get the game started, have 6 pages of settings to change. And then you have to adjust your driver's settings, and then the other team has to set it up. And if you don't give them enough time, that's on you. So, whew.
Yeah. Not to mention games like F1 where the amount of players that forget that you have to do the rules for player 1 and player 2 separately.
Yeah.
And so the amount of players that forget that, and then they go to their character choice and they're like, oh, okay, he already did the rules. We're good. And they go in and then boom, you have lanes. And you have this. You have assists. You lose.
And then the crazy thing is, too, the host team can set it up perfectly, but then the second player can mess up their own setup and you can get a free win that way too. So it's interesting, the duality of setup on that game in particular. But yeah, man, you gotta read those rules and you gotta take your time.
You know what I'm really excited for in the second half of the season here? The new addition of all killers available for Dead by Daylight. I think that's gonna make it way more exciting to watch because we also know there's certain killers that if they come up, you kind of already know what's going to happen.
Yep. Yep.
I'm excited to see what kind of strategies are going to come out of that with a lot of the teams. On a side note, Texas Chainsaw Massacre came out. I don't know. You never know. We might see a future mix of that, but I've been seeing that a lot streaming, which is pretty exciting. It's in that genre, which could throw a little bit of something different in the future. I don't know. We'll see.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre is definitely interesting. I'm not going to call it a bad game. I think the problem is right now is the community from Dead by Daylight has gone on the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and they're already ruining it.
I know. Yeah.
And it's just like
but that's every game. Within the first couple weeks, they find glitches, hacks, loopholes, like broken things in the game. And it happens quickly. So it looks like after review, the Ravens are not going to get a forfeit for that.
Okay. So, good. So
I guess their rotation is just going to be affected by it?
No, because the way we submit lineups, as you already know, everything goes into the list. And if anything is edited, it is annotated. There's no way to say, there's nothing blank. So if they only sent in 3 and everybody thought it was 4, but there's no deletes, no edits, then it's all good.
See, I'm seeing that they on the screen is accurate. But I don't know who they sent in for, because on the screen is accurate because the MK is 2-player, right?
Correct. So I
think
the
screen is accurate.
So I think what happened was there's a slight miscommunication between the game, the GM runner, and then the guys in the back. So it just caused a slight issue on that. Fortunately, the game master did the review. Everybody checked everything out. Everything's on the up and up. So we're gonna get back into the game in the previous situation. And fortunately for Rafiki, that gives him a chance to kind of collect himself and figure out how he's gonna try to proceed through this.
Yeah. Not to mention, sometimes when you're mashing buttons on the controller for the counters, things like that, it gives your hands a minute to.
Yeah, let your hands cool
You know,
down.
for us old men, you know, we gotta go.
Us.
Whatever, man. You're younger than me. All right, we're back to the game.
No, and Rafiki
Oh.
right back over the top again.
Yeah, real
Fight back.
quick,
Oh,
move
and
up,
that's
and
game.
it's over. So, another win for the Ravens. Here's what I'm already noticing right now. So, given the situation, there is China. So China isn't in the game. So here's what I'm noticing right now. I wasn't here for the first game, but I basically can tell exactly what happened. They saw Herb going in, and the Trolls knew they weren't going to win it, so they put in Arbiter and Low Key and just kind of threw it away. I'm assuming.
No, because Chicken Tech wasn't on it. Herb is still one of the best fighter
That's what I
players
mean.
in the league.
But they knew basically against the Ravens, no matter who they send, they're probably not going to win.
I think in that matchup with
Because
Herb,
if they did think they were going to win, Cordy would have went in for Mortal Kombat. I'm telling you, he would have. So I think their mindset was, oh, this is a risky one. Like, let's go ahead and just kind of send in and get ready for the next game. But in rotation, now they have Arbiter and Low Key for roller champions, and I think they'd much rather have Cordy Bosif and Arbiter.
it should be a full reset.
I could be wrong.
It should be a full reset since they did the WWE because Arbiter, Brent, and then
Nope, Arbiter and Brent have to go in for this. Because
'Cause-
third game.
1, 2, 3 reset.
Mm-hmm.
So it should be all 5 available right now for the third game.
No, so Arbiter and
Arbiter, Brent.
are going to go in, and then the third person is all 5 available.
I thought it. All right.
Because they put them 2 in
Yeah,
for
so
the first
2.
game, and then 3 for WWE. That's
So
5.
that's a reset.
So that's a reset.
So all 5 should be available right now.
Wait. Oh, you're right.
Yeah, they should have all 5. I had to count on my
It's been a
fingers.
while, ladies and gentlemen.
That's why I counted on my fingers. I'm like, I'm not gonna just do this. I'm gonna make sure.
Yeah. Okay. So they did go with the Wonder Twins, and Wonder Twin power activate. But they got the most chemistry in the game. Obviously,
100%.
I think they got most chemistry on the Trolls. Period.
Yes,
You know what I mean? Because they play together every day, like literally every day. So
Literally.
But I have seen a lot of progression from the Trolls, which is good. I'm excited to see this Ravens team, though, the second half of the season. Because when they first came out this season with him and Zack Attack and KJ, who was technically not a rookie because he's been around before.
Yeah, I'm
It's
tired.
been a long
KJ
time.
is not a rookie. If he plays in the sophomore or freshman game, he's on sophomore or higher. He's not a freshman. He's
Yeah,
not a
so
rookie.
seeing this Ravens team, I think they have a lot of potential. And then the trade adding Chicken, I think really gives them an edge the second half of the season. I mean, obviously it doesn't guarantee nothing.
Yeah.
We know how the league goes. You could be a great team, and if you don't have proper chemistry, it means nothing.
Exactly.
But I think they have a good chance to really show out the second half of the season.
Yeah, because the Ravens coming in the season with making those trades they did, I'm not going to say they look bad, but they look like a more beatable team. Like, on a general average, instead of like a 60-40 matchup, it felt more like a true 50-50.
I'm
Now?
100% with the trades and the moves they made. Because here's my thought. I have nothing to do with them, obviously. But my thought from watching from the outside for the last 2 seasons is I felt like the Ravens, even though they all got along great and they're friends and they got along with each other, I just felt like as a team, when it came to the matches, they had clear struggles when it come to crunch time. And so I always thought for the last 2 seasons, I've even brought it up on the podcast once or twice. The podcast, find it on YouTube. And so I always thought they needed to make some moves to change it. And now seeing them finally making the moves, I think it's working for them.
Yeah, because sometimes stagnant blood just sits and you get complacent, and sometimes some situations don't work out. It's like, all right, cool. We used to do this all the time. We got this. It's like,
Yeah.
but that was back then. We're in the now. We need to do it now. And, well, I used to do this. I should be good. I should be.
Yeah. Well, that's also like a lot of the teams and the players, they take things personally. And I think what it comes down to is what they need to do is think of it from a business professional standpoint is doesn't mean you're a bad player a lot of times. It's just, to me, if you want to win, you have to find the chemistry of a team. And if that means you got to get rid of a good player for maybe a player who's not as
Unproven.
good as that player, but you're getting like an equivalent exchange. You know what I'm saying?
You
Like,
get you're trading
equivalent exchange.
you're
You know what I
trading
mean?
you're trading lineage for potential.
Yep.
That's what you're doing.
But it's also, I think it's a chemistry thing too. And if you could have a player who's 5 games that they're beating everybody in the league, but if you have another player who's can beat most of the league in 20 games, I'm taking the 20 game
Oh, yeah,
player
100%.
over the 5. You know what I'm saying? And I think a lot of teams have holes in a certain area to where they're like, oh, let's say they have a star player, they got a jury, and I mean, like, oh, you know what? Well, we don't need another jury on the team. Let's get somebody who has a little different skill set to fill the last spot. You know what I mean?
Yes,
And
sir.
I think a lot of teams need to pay attention to that more, and I think it's happening more this past season and a half, to where a lot more moves are happening, and I think it's a good thing for the league as a whole as well.
Yeah.
So up next here, roller champions coming through. Going to see what happens with the RPS. Who's going to get what? I don't think the RPS matters too much in roller champions.
It kind of does, because you do have standard roller champs and hot potato, and nobody's ever played hot potato, so
This is like the only game on the wheel I haven't played.
it's actually really fun.
Yeah, it seems fun. I
Like,
just never had a reason to play it, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'm excited to see how this comes out. So it looks like we're gonna get from the screen Chicken Tech, KJ, and him versus
Oh, boy.
the Wonder Twins and Rafiki. So
and that's probably one of the Ravens' better lineups for roller champs. And then the Warner Twins and Rafiki, I think it's a great fit. So
you know what I think would be an exciting game to watch today? NHL. And here's why. Ravens are good at NHL.
oh yeah, and Wonku's
so-
back. So
Yeah, so it's
Wonku,
like if
Herb-
we get Wonku, Herb, and him in NHL versus Bosif, QWERTY, and low-key Brent, I think it's going to be very competitive.
That's going to be a
NHL.
game.
All right, we got it right. Moving up here, we'll find out which team is which by the colors and the gamer tags.
All right, balls getting ready to drop. Fun fact, did you know there's numbers on a lot of the corners, if you will, or portions of the track that actually track where the ball drops for each point? I don't think you have it on this one, but some of the original heart, there it is. You just roll past the floor. And let's see, that's 2 gates down. Next gate should open the hoop.
All right, so orange
Oh,
started with the
trip
ball,
and
went
a
for a
steal.
while, finally
Reset.
gets taken.
And they're playing the gate, not the lap. And stole it right back. Self pass, nice.
Nice move here. He's got to watch the coming down. He's rolling around. Throws it to himself.
Self pass and the uppercut for the extra
Nice
speed.
jump over the other two. Moving around. He's hit another gate. Let's see if he's going to go around and finally score. Throwing to himself. He's got to watch when he's coming down from those high pull-ups like that, because that could really... Oh, they're going for more points. Lap 1 complete. They're going to keep going.
I mean, they're not getting contested, so end the game as quick as possible if you can.
Yeah. I feel like this is the Ravens we're watching here on the orange team.
It could be QWERTY and Borsiv,
It's hard to say.
but whoever it is, they play roller.
Looks like we got a reset. Something happened with a setup. I'm trying to see the names here of who's on orange up there. It's a long name. I can't make out what it is. All right, we'll find out. We'll find out who is who in a second, hopefully shortly. But it looks like they're resetting the game. They're just gonna, restart it because it's early. I'm assuming maybe accidental setup. Maybe I don't know.
Probably a connection thing, because roll champs does tend to be a little finicky. As simple as the game is, the connection's kind of...
That could make sense because what we were watching, it looked like it was one person playing. You know what I mean? So, okay, so it looks like it looks like it's a game setup issue with the Trollz.
Ooh.
Ooh, they did not send their lineup.
And I don't know why the Trollz of all teams are having lineup issues in this match, because
Come on,
they've
Jesse.
They've already played at the TOL. They already have broken that stagnation from the downtime.
Yeah.
So, like you said, like even Jesse of all people having lineup issues, that's weird.
Yeah, I mean, things happen here and there. You get distracted. You're so worried about. Could have been that the game setup was having issues. Could have been updates. Could have been PC things that they're trying to get going. They're just distracted and not thinking about that. That's why usually, as well, if you have two coaches, you'd have one coach that I would say you designate. Hey, you set in this lineup. And here's the thing: doesn't even have to be a coach. Doesn't even have to be somebody coaching in the match. You can have a designated person be the lineup person that sends it.
I mean,
as long as they're a member of the team.
And me and Juki split those responsibilities too. So yeah, got to take advantage of that. Excuse me.
I've been noticing. So we had a couple of matches going on recently, and we're getting a lot of those newer games in on the wheel coming up real early and quickly, like Roller Champs and Fall Guys, and all. Like we're getting a lot of those.
Yeah,
rolling fast and early in a lot of games lately. It seems like.
And it's interesting because a lot of these games at the beginning of the season, nobody really took seriously. So then you have certain teams like the Cobras, for instance, Trollz. A lot of these teams pick those games up really quickly because, like you said, some people don't want to play, so it's free points.
Yeah. Yeah, that's like, if you're a newer player and you're kind of thinking like, okay, I'm a new player. How do I make an immediate impact on my team? Fall Guys, Roller Champions. And honestly, I would say Dead by Daylight, if you have experience in that, that really is like, will have you stand out
There's like,
among other players.
There's like, I'll say 10 amazing killers, then about 6 good killers, and then everybody else is kind of just like plug and play bots.
So judging by what I'm seeing, I think the orange team was the Ravens because it looks like the Trollz are all on the PCs accounts and the Ravens have some personal accounts. So it looks like, so it looks like from what I'm seeing, that the orange team was the Ravens. So that was something of the Ravens going kind of crazy right there. If I had to guess, maybe Chicken Tech.
Strong possibility, but I think it might have been him and KJ because I watched them practice like 2-3 weeks ago, and I think Stars is in there, and then another player from another team, and then over Zorro, and they were just running laps on each other. So,
in your opinion, looking at the way this is going, 2-0 Ravens right now. If the Ravens take another game, it's 3-0. What do you think the Trollz need to roll next to get back into it? I would say NHL usually, but I think this is one of those situations where it might not necessarily be the play. I will say, we were watching Chicken Tech, so it was Chicken Tech we were watching. Even though I think the Ravens are pretty decent, I think maybe 2K, although they would prefer to have probably Cordy Bosi for Fiki and Low Key for that, but I think 2K could be a good one because we've seen how Cordy can go crazy in 2K. But I still feel like the Ravens, like, people sleep on the Ravens in sports. And the Ravens are good at sports.
I agree with that sentiment with 2K being their best bet because the Ravens are not bad.
Yeah.
But it could be just one of those situations where it's just one player makes the difference.
All right, so it looks like the blue has the ball right now. We're watching Chicken Tech right now, rolling threes, trying to catch up, get the ball. He's got the ball. Oh, gets taken out, and the ball gets swiped right back. So it looks like, okay, so actually the Ravens are blue now. They're not orange this time. They're blue.
And we got a long-range pass going down to 2 Trollz players by themselves.
So judging by what we're seeing here.
Oh, and a block from the front of the goal. Good time jump. So that steal is huge. Now let's see if they actually rotate back around. All right, so the pass around the gate, getting some speed boost going. This time there's actually a good tackle.
Nice tackle right there coming through. Almost got the first lap complete. Lap 1 complete.
There
and
goes
a goal
goal.
right
Trollz
there
up
for the
1.
Trollz. So that's showing you right there, clearly whatever the issue was that they had to restart the game was a real issue because look at the drastic difference in gameplay
Uniting difference
from that to this. Where it's like not like, I messed up. Like it's like literally. It's
something's not right here. We need to get this.
See, we got next. We got Left 4 Dead next. Left 4 Dead. Let's go.
4 Dead.
I love Left 4 Dead. That's a game that'll be interesting to see with the addition of Chicken Tech, what kind of strategy the Ravens might have for that one.
Yeah, it's definitely in there for sure because I think having vocal leaders and Herb and Chicken Tech now, you can see a little bit more dictation and correction of mistakes as things happen on the fly.
All right, good pass right there. Chicken Tech has the ball. He's got somebody right on him, though. Yeah, he wasn't able to get escape. That's not good. Passes it around.
Oh, wow. That is an ego play if I ever saw one. Self-pass, turn around, mushed them, and then grabbed all, and then lost it.
Nice boost, but he just happened to miss it. He didn't quite get there, get the proper positioning. Nice pass right there. He's got it. He's moving around.
Yeah, good speed boost around the defender.
Good speed. He's got a good gap right now, but he's got to watch the players coming around. Nice dodge right there. Throws it to himself, goes up in the air. Nice movement now. See, once he gets the ball, he's got it. He's just got to get the ball and get some speed going. And Chicken Tech's definitely a hard person to stop. We can see. He's just once he gets that speed, it's hard to keep up.
Ooh,
and he gets a
got
goal.
them all to jump at the front and then quick turnaround for the easy one.
Smart play right there by Chicken.
Yup. Look at him. Look at him. Jump.
Because like me watching this, I don't play this too much. My brain doesn't tell me, oh wait, you can shoot from the back of the goal.
Yeah, exactly.
I wouldn't have known that. That's a good call right there.
And just like in 2K, if you get them off their feet, you got the shot.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And
Here,
ball
so
rolls through.
Chicken's got the ball. Not good for the Trolls. He's moving around. Nice moves. Jump. He's got somebody right on him. He spins around, goes right around, throws it in the air to himself.
Okay, Chicken's
playing, having fun with them right here.
Yep.
And then he
Yoink.
gets hit and it gets stolen.
Pit pocket.
Defensively, it doesn't look like he's doing too well defensively, but when he gets the ball, he's a threat.
And that's one of the cool things about roller champs. You could either be a heavily defensive influence player or offensive player, and you still contribute.
Ooh, stolen back by the Ravens. He's probably going to pass it to Chicken. Yep, he's asking for it. He's got the ball again. He's got the speed boost. He's about to start rolling.
All right,
and he ducks.
All right, that's a good call in my opinion, going back for the gate, because then that forces them to come back and then allows your team to spread out going around on the curve. Because if he beats these two Trolls, then he has full reign in the backside of that stretch.
So he's getting a lot of movement right here and hitting reverses to throw him off so they can't hit him. Also, he does a little pass to himself as well. I think is that to get another speed boost?
Yeah, because you do the self pass
in case he's getting hit.
You do the self pass, it rolls up and you jump, so you catch it mid jump, so you can land and coast and get the speed up.
He misses the shot right there, and so they gotta get it back, and he gets denied. Now they lose all the time. Unfortunate, but he missed the shot. It hit the barrier around. So it is what it is, and you lose all that progress.
It's interesting to see how the Trolls are staying in this because every time Chicken Tech gets the ball, he runs away with it. But they just seem to be maintaining that defensive edge going into a lot of these.
He's got the ball again. So the biggest thing they got to focus on right now is just not letting him get the ball.
Yes, not letting them get the ball at all because the Ravens clearly just have things set up. Oh.
So
you gotta make those.
Here's what I'm thinking if I'm the Trolls right now. When he gets the ball, I think they need to catch him when he's coming down from the real high rise on the turns. He goes real high and comes straight down. That's the one time that he's not dipping and dodging and moving around a lot. So I think when he goes up high, they need to try to time it and catch him when he's coming down.
That's definitely the thing. But the weird part is that they leave their feet to jump then tackle. They lose some of their tracking on that. So it's a really finite timing. But I do agree.
Man, the Trolls just lost all their progress right there, but they got the ball back and they're moving. And right back and forth, back and forth.
Now, the question is, at this point, do you lead the game tied, so you go into overtime to go for the score for the win, or do you try to get ahead? Because
I think you always score. In my opinion, I think you always score. Never play the odds. Always score.
True, but it is looking increasingly harder and harder for the Trolls to maintain any sort of momentum right now.
Good pass, but they got to get some progress.
All right, so they got to get past these two, and just like that.
Right, and he's going to say, give me the ball.
And then 60 seconds remaining. This could be a time where we see the Ravens start moving the ball.
Yep, they lost the progress. Now the Trolls have it again.
And I believe that was a spare, so I think the Trolls actually keep the gate progress for that.
They're almost out. Oh, and a swipe right there by Chicken. Comes right through. Nice jump right there. goes around. He's going to be able to get the progress now. He's got to do it quickly because the time running out of time. He's got 30 seconds remaining to get enough to score.
He should get the last gate for a score right now, and they just got to play the back. He's
going to go for the back again.
Yep,
He hits
and
it.
20 seconds to score for the Trollz. As long as they do not lose possession of the ball, they have a chance to shoot and score.
They have time. They're going to have, but the best case scenario is tie and go to overtime.
Or,
Well, I mean, I guess they get a good speed boost and they're able to swing it around, but that's a lot of laps. It's a lot of gates.
Impossible? No. Hard? Very. All right, so Trollz get the ball. Let's see what happens. 15 seconds left. Chickens gets tackled. Pass ahead through a gate. Trollz grab it back. And then Chicken Tech steals it. That's game. He's got to hold on it for 3 seconds. 1 second. And there it is. Ravens win 2-1.
Good, strong finish right there for the Ravens. They're going to go up 3-0 right there. Man, 3-0. That's a good start for them. The Trollz definitely have to get back into it. The only thing I can think is, like I said, they got to think of what games to come up. I think they can take Left 4 Dead because they, like, when I played with the Ravens 2 seasons, or with the Trollz 2 seasons ago, they already knew every map in Left 4 Dead. And the main 3 that know it are Arbiter and the Wonder Twins, Bosif and Cordy. So I think Left 4 Dead is a strong possibility they could take this one.
Yep, and then that means they'll just anchor Rafiki for this or for the next game, and I think that works out.
Then
for
it'll
them.
be Arbiter and Loki and Rafiki available, which is interesting 3 based on rotations of what games come up. It's hard to say, man. It's hard to say because, I mean, like, they do have a good thing with the 5 to where they have pretty good coverage. But, I mean, it's so hard to say. The wheel is unforgiving, so we'll have to see how it plays out.
Ridiculously unforgiving.
But I think this is a very important game for the Trollz to switch the momentum here because this is a game they could clearly win. It's just going to come down, I think, to RPS.
Yeah, because if the Ravens get a chance to be comfortable on a decision, it might be harder to beat them than the Trollz being in the driver's seat. But like you said, they do know all the maps. So that might be the one redeeming factor where they know how to counter strategy the Ravens might try.
Yeah. A lot of people play the bridge map over and over and over. That's why I have a clear strategy in this game. Don't pick that map or No Mercy. Pick one of the maps that the other teams don't know because people aren't playing them. And then if you also get the option, I would always go Survivor second. Here's why. If they don't know the map, you just give it away if you go Survivor first.
Yeah, because they can follow
the
your
direction
route.
of the map. They can follow your route. And they get to explore the map with the infected. So I feel like the edge always goes to whoever takes Survivor second. No matter the map. I think they always get the edge. That's just my opinion. I think if it was me, I'd always try to choose Survivor second. I mean,
I can definitely see the thought process on that. But once again, like you said, that's where that map decision comes in. Are you more comfortable giving up map control, or are you more comfortable going second?
yeah.
Because, like you said, if the Trollz know all the maps, I think that's one of those situations where you always go second.
Yeah, they let them choose whatever map they want as long as you go second because then you know what to do.
Exactly.
But then again, if they get their map, I mean, a lot of teams, it doesn't matter if they go second if they get their map. So it's kind of like, in a way, you're kind of just hoping for the luck of them like letting you get map and then they choose zombie or they choose Survivor first. You know what I mean? So it's kind of more of a stroke of luck for that happening. But if it does, it's like very good for you, in my opinion. I mean, everybody has their own strategies, but I think that's not even a strategy. I think that's just basic knowledge. If you know all the maps, you want to get a map they don't play, and you want to go second. And I think that would come into play in a lot of games, not just Left 4 Dead.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a clear strategy. Sometimes people go too much into strategies and kind of forget, not too much, but they kind of forget about the basics of strategy, which is this may be our best map, but if they don't know this map and we do, why wouldn't you choose that one?
Exactly.
It's common sense. Same thing with like shooters. If you're playing a shooter like Halo, for instance, it's not on the wheel right now, but if you're playing Halo, nobody chose the big maps. It's like, why don't you just choose a big map that they don't know? You get vehicles, you get rockets, you get a lot more options, and people would pick the same maps over and over. It's like, what are you doing?
Well, also, you also have that nightmare chance of getting sniped from across the map because somebody gets lucky.
But if you know the map and all the spawn locations of the weapons, instant advantage in a game like that because it's a one like score. Once you reach the score, it's done. So why wouldn't you want to choose a different map they don't know and you do?
I think also a lot of people.
Same with Valorant. Same with Rainbow. It comes into play in every shooter.
Rainbow's a little bit different, in my opinion, because you're working in isolated spaces and the attackers have to come to you. But I do agree with their sentiment with all the other maps.
Yeah, but if you know the maps, then strategy-wise, it's like an instant advantage because if you choose a map they don't know, they're going to get lost just trying to find the bomb. And then you have an instant edge on time as a defender. So when you think about it, like, why wouldn't you, like, always want to choose a map that's different from what people play? I would every single shooter. Every single shooter. I would have my team be like, look, my main focus would be let's go in here and let's learn every map in the shooters that's available on rotation. Because some games you might not have all maps available. I would learn every map that's available. First thing I'd learn before I'd talk strategy or anything in a shooter. I'd say learn all the maps and the weapon locations. That's number one. Then you go from there. That's what I would say. So I think a lot of times, a lot of those shooters in those games could be determined a lot faster if you go about knowing more than the other team as your first strategy.
Yeah. Like you said, knowledge and information is key in a lot of these games.
Yeah.
And if I'm able to just know 30 to 40% more, if not everything on the map more than you do, the time you take to adjust, I've already enacted my gameplay, and now you're on the back foot from knowledge and then the score.
Yeah. And then, like, even some games that doesn't even count with, like F1, the amount of times everybody plays the same exact track, and it's actually a challenging track if you're a new player. So why would you let them pick it or you pick it? Like, there's easy tracks you can pick on F1, and people that aren't good at the game decide, no, let's choose this and try to wreck them. So you're basically trying to wreck the person when you have a very little knowledge of the game. So what does that mean? You're basically counting on a 5% chance of winning?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like,
It's not zero, though.
Because if you're counting on a wreck, you might as well pick a track you can try to at least compete, because counting on them to wreck before you, if you have no knowledge, that's a rare thing, man.
I mean, Ozero took out, who was it? Ozero just like cruising.
But I bet you it was on the map that has the tight walls, Miami or whatever that they play.
I noticed that the race started, there was a tight, tight 90 right, and Ozero just went over the track, through the grass, and hit Buddy like a tomahawk missile and won.
Okay, so it looks like Trollz are infected first and the Ravens are survivors. We don't know what the map is yet. They haven't put that. I'm interested to see, who won RPS for this one.
The Bears.
Speaking of Bears, we got football back, ladies and gentlemen. Football is back.
Let's go.
Oh, I'm excited. Big trade. Trey Lance getting traded to the Cowboys. What a waste of all the moves that the 49ers made to get Trey Lance. I think they traded like multiple first rounds or something.
3 first-round picks.
Yeah, to get him. And then they ended up, trading him for like a third?
Fourth.
Jeez.
Yeah, mid-4th round pick, too.
I mean, I'm sure Cowboys fans are happy with it. Because even though they like Dak, it's like half their fans like him and the other half hate him.
I think Dak will be better on another team. I just think whatever's going on with Jerry Jones and that team, they're just not going to be successful. But next thing coming up, sports game? No. Titanfall 2 and...
Nice, a shooter.
Is Titanfall 4 or 5? It's 4. That's unfortunate because the Trollz' best lineup for Titanfall would be QWERTY, Bosif, Rafiki, and then the Arbiter, with Low Creek playing anchor.
Is Rafiki the only one not available?
Yes.
Oh,
And like Rafiki, Titanfall is Rafiki's game.
I know. So he's upset about that.
He is
big med right
But you know
now.
what? They got to focus on this game right now. Let's see what strategy they go with. Of course, they bridge map again, so Ravens won the RPS, in my opinion, but we'll see. But everybody has a different strategy as infected at this beginning part, so I want to see what theirs is.
Oh,
Ooh,
and
nice.
a good boomer getting all 4 people covered in bile. Problem is, those zombies haven't spawned in yet. There we go.
And there it is. Go left until you get to the end of the buses, and then, everybody's got the same strat on this map. That's another thing. It's like, if you haven't learned the strats on this map yet, you got to practice.
And we're watching Herb's view right now. And that hunter, unfortunately, didn't pounce because they were separated enough that they could have gotten more damage on Herb. So not using your pounce properly is what wasted that special. And they got about 9 seconds left on a hunter, about 6 now on the jockey. Early pipe bomb. I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, that was a weird move. Not to mention, he almost backed himself off the bridge. So that was a weird move. I don't know if I agree with that one. He's got to watch that team fire, too. He keeps hitting his teammates. Which
And
is
then-
something that people kind of forget about. Is like, yeah, it doesn't do like a crazy amount, but you're still damaging. Oh, we got a player down.
All right, 1 player down.
He's hanging off the edge. They're going
All
to
right,
leave him.
so, leave him behind. Try and get as many people past. We should be seeing tank spawn in about 20 seconds or so. So, nobody's grabbing pain pills. Nobody grabbed a propane tank, and we should have tank spawn.
How do you
now.
feel about when they leave a player behind and just go for distance? What do you feel about that strategy? I'm not a fan of it personally. Oh, nice.
Yo, good
move by the-
charger.
Knocks one back and grabs the other one. Then the hunter comes in behind to get in there.
The hunter
and
needs
create
to
the-
pounce.
Nice. So now they got 3 down, 4
Yep,
down.
there it
so
goes.
455. Is it 55 or 85?
455. And remember I was talking about that tank spawn?
Yep.
That charger, if the hunter had pounced, fortunately they got everybody down, but if that hunter had pounced, they would have locked them up for an extra, 6 or 7 points, but we'll see how it breaks down.
Well,
now.
they're still able to take him out without them getting any more distance, so that's still good. But another thing with the charger too, if you time it right, since they're running down that left path, you can just yeet them right off the bridge.
Yeah,
and
there's
instant out.
right after the beginning where you pass
The
the
bus
buses.
line ends.
Yep, you can actually set up a charger to hit that corner, and you can get a person on. You can leave a person hanging, take one with you, and if you get it just right, put 2 people on the ledge and take one with you. And that's huge.
We've seen it done. I forget who it was. It might have been the Bandits, I think, that we were watching in one match. And right at the end of the buses, he just charged the second
I think
they
it
passed
was.
the buses, and he just yeeted them right off the bridge.
I think it was because it was hilarious.
Yeah, I think that was the Bandits match that happened. It might have been, yeah, it was Bandits, I believe. But what is happening? Did one of them walk off the bridge by accident? We already lost and infected.
Yep,
Or maybe he wanted to get a respawn and get a different one. Maybe since it hasn't started yet.
See, we have a hunter, boomer, charger, and I don't know what the first one was. And if that was their spitter,
Did he get a charger right off the jump?
yep.
That's lucky. He's waiting at the buses. Here it comes. Oh, and he missed. He had the strat in mind, but they stopped at the end. Did you see?
Yeah, I think the zombie surge
Pushed
at
them.
that point bought them the time they needed because those zombies in that choke right there, one of them would have gone for sure.
It's all about timing, And if he would have realized that they stopped, and because that's another thing with the charger, you got to time it perfect because once he starts, you can't stop it.
Exactly.
And so you
And-
just have to time it, and all it takes is one little zombie to stop their progress, and then the strat goes out.
Exactly.
Looks like there was Smoker. Another infected's down.
And it looks like they're trying to spawn, but they're too close, and they're going the wrong direction. Honestly, this is one of those times where you should just jump off the map before you spawn in to reset your spawn location, because it won't punish you for that.
And another thing about this, everybody focuses so much on Survivor strat, they sometimes forget, hey, we have to learn how to play Infected too.
And it looks
You
like
gotta learn
Arbiter's
the
got
strat.
smoked
Oh, and
and
he pulls him
off the map.
off.
Oh, nope. Yep, got pulled in the hang. So Arbiter is down now. So tank spawn should be happening.
It looks like they have 3. 3 progress is already further. Yep, they already won. 459.
Yep.
Good move by the Trolls right there. That miss by the Charger is the big thing to watch of what happened. But also, even though they got Arbiter, he was already past the progress of the first team when the Ravens lost their first person. And they basically are escaped now. So, I mean, they're just kind of letting it happen, I think, because he's sitting back.
And this is where coaching needs to be brought up, because Jesse should be having the players press tab and be like, yo, call the game. We won.
End it. Like, jump off. Jump off. You got progress, jump off and move on.
You're up. Why, Jesse, you gotta end the game.
Then
dude.
again, against the Ravens, maybe their strategy is less games, less is more. So maybe they are playing the timeout intentionally, because a lot of teams do that.
And there you go. The last person just went down.
Trolls get a win. That's good. They needed that.
A commanding win, too. Not
I think
just
I
like,
called that
won.
one. I felt like that's one that they can win to get back in this. Good plays by the Trolls.
Very good.
What do we got next on the wheel? Titanfall. That's right. Okay.
And like
so no
said,
Rafiki, but I don't think that drops them off too much, because I think Cordy is their obvious star shooter in every shooter. You know what I mean?
Agreed. But I think having the Wonder Twins and Rafiki, who's been playing games with them.
Okay. So what I see on the other side, Chicken, I've seen him play Titanfall. He's not great. I don't know much about Zack Attack in Titanfall, but I don't think he's like amazing either. So I think they're going to have to go with probably KJ and maybe him.
Zack
to
Attack
round out, but
Zack Attack is a good shooter. I've watched him and KJ play Siege, and as you know, I drop in now.
I know, but like Titanfall is different. The amount of players in this league that are good at other shooters and not at Titanfall is kind of huge. I feel like the Halo, Apex, like Gears of War shooter players usually translate to Titanfall well. I don't know what that is, because Valorant, let's be real, it's not a true shooter. So you can be
Valorant
good at Valorant
is
and
gambling.
don't mean nothing for other shooters.
But because Apex, Titanfall, Apex is the same universe, same gun, same world of Titanfall.
And for historically, Wonka was good at Apex, but she stopped playing it a while back. So I don't know if she would go in for this. I do feel like they'd want to put Wonka or Herb as an anchor, but then again, if Chicken will be available for a fighter, so they could. So they might go maybe Herb and KJ as the last two, maybe, because I feel like they would like to put one of the vets in a shooter game to like round it out. But I don't know if Herb's good at Titanfall.
I'm not gonna call him bad because I'm not going to call him bad, but I can definitely say his gameplay in Titanfall is not memorable. It's not, that's not a knock out of him, because he can be consistent and be a good team player and make good calls and make good plays, but he's not just out here big fragging and like swinging on people.
He's more of a Valorant shooter. He's good at Valorant. I don't know about Rainbow. Rainbow is going to be more
Chicken Tech,
KJ, and
Chicken Tech for sure. Chicken Tech is a frag machine, and that dude plays all ego.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, I play with Chicken Tech, and I'm not going to say I'm like the best. I'm a great fragger, but I know maps. I know how to play. I know how to pick my angles. I can't get kills when I play with Chicken Tech. I just straight up play information at that point.
Rainbow, you don't have to be amazing as long as you know the maps and you know how to play the angles. And like if you're on defense, tilt, find your spot and stay there. Unless you're a good enough player that you can move around and make moves.
Chicken Tech, honestly.
Yeah.
Like me, him, Psycho all play pretty consistently.
Yeah.
And the two of them have kill battles, and I think maybe Psycho's closest game was like 3 kills to Chicken's 17 by the end.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know about much of the other Ravens, but I mean they might throw Wonku in because she does have a lot of Apex experience, even though it's been a while. So I think it would be smart to put her in, maybe her and KJ. That's the other two.
I can see that, because
the only problem is, will that hurt them if another shooter rolls?
No, because I think depending on the shooter, because Orzoro is, like I said, super coachable, and then him.
She's very good at Overwatch.
Yes, she's
definitely her best game.
Definitely,
Yeah,
I agree
actually,
wholeheartedly.
she says Fall Guys is her best game.
I don't like Fall Guys, so I'm not going to acknowledge
She
that
actually
statement.
enjoys playing it like for fun, like regularly. Of course, since she joined the league, she's been practicing a lot of others, but I think
Fall Guys?
I think Overwatch Ravens are gonna go crazy if Overwatch.
Oh, yeah.
goes up. Between Chicken Tech running Winston, KJ, Herb. Yeah, I think that's gonna be crazy. Well, probably not Herb. They'll probably do KJ, him, and Zach Attack.
Actually, looks like we might have QWERTY, Brent, Rafiki, and Bosif. So, yeah. So, I guess we were behind on the lineup. So, Rafiki is going in for Titanfall with the Wonder Twins. So,
That's good.
that's huge for them to have their full Titanfall team.
And they're probably leaving Arbiter out because he can run Killer in DBD. He can play Naruto. Like some of those 1v1 or one player scenarios, I think Arbiter has a decent chance. And I mean, maybe some of the others do, but like when it comes to a shooter, you want to go QWERTY and Bosif in.
All the time.
And now, in my opinion, I still think QWERTY has the most coverage on the wheel out of the whole team. But when you're coming to a shooter, you have to have him in. You can't not have him in.
And I think, honestly, the Trollz, I think Jesse plays the same way I do in certain matches where,
Called it.
yep,
Walku and KJ. Because they also, they like played Apex together back in the day a lot. So, like, even if she hasn't played it much recently, like,
if you got your teammate,
it's just-
and it's, like I
it's-
said, it's a spiritual, Apex is their successor. If you have your usual duo partner, it's like riding a bike.
the biggest difference of Titanfall is if you don't know how to use the Titan properly, you're screwed. Because
That's
the
where
amount
your
of people
biggest
that hop
point
in a
lays.
Titan and they can't do nothing.
Yep.
But then there's some players like Cutters. He won't even go into the Titan the whole game. He'll just go crazy without it.
Cutters is just
you know
built
what I mean?
different.
Like, so it just depends on the player and their play style.
Yeah. But
And there's some players too I think are really good with Titans, like Strix. Strix is real good with the Titan.
nah, he's washed.
But then, I mean, like, in my opinion, I think Psychofall is one of the best Titanfall players in the league. I mean, his movement and his control is insane.
Don't gas that man up.
It's insane. I don't
He's
care.
mid.
It's my opinion. I can state my opinion all I want. You can have a different one.
He's all right.
I was gonna say something, but that's something that
I'm washed. If you're taking a shot at me, I already know.
No, not that. I was gonna say opinions are like, and then I was like, oh, I shouldn't say that on stream.
Oh, opinions are like chili rings.
No,
Everybody has somebody's
That's
chili
a different
sticks.
word for it. Yeah.
But 48 seconds left on setup. Titanfall, fortunately, is a lot simpler. It's just getting everybody into the game. That's the biggest issue with Titanfall setup.
Yeah, and so maps don't play too much effect in this game because they're not complicated. They're pretty open, most of them. So and everybody's on the map like all the time. So it's not like other shooters where you have to have a UAV and all that stuff. So you basically know where everybody is.
Maps are weird because, like, I agree with, like, they don't matter too much, but there are certain spots where, like, Kraber players can get high ground because of very specific, movement techniques you have to use to get high ground.
Yeah.
And you can Kraber somebody out of a Titan,
Yeah.
and it is not feel good.
Also, there's some maps that are very good for Titans, and there's some that are bad. I forget the name of it, but there's that one that it almost has like it's a curving path all the way through the map.
I know exactly what you're talking about. It looks like it has the sandstone and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you use a Titan, you're basically wide open. Like they'd have to be horrible to miss a shot on a Titan.
Yeah, there's like
use the power
three-
weapons, and you're gonna hit almost every shot.
Yep, 3 lanes for Titans to actually move through. So you just got to find those spots.
Yeah, so some maps like that, you're better playing players. The most common one we see is the one that has the aerial curve path in the air over the middle with a little bridge in it. That's one we see the most of, I think. And that one's very player heavy as well.
Yes, that's one of the maps that Cutters like just goes nuts on.
Yeah.
Because it's all
Movement
player
control
movement.
wins that.
And then another popular map is the like the wind farm or whatever, where it's the bridge in the middle and the houses, and then you have the grass on the far ends. That's another popular map as well.
Yeah, I mean, like I enjoy playing the game, but when I play, I don't go crazy with the kills or anything like that, but I get a lot of like assists and a lot of like.
And that helps.
But that's also like how I've always played shooters, except for like Rainbow, because like most shooters I play, I'm more, my mind naturally goes to team player. What do I got to play for the team to play better? And so I always play like a team player. Like Valorant, I choose a support player. I like to play Sage and like tech stuff and just be a support player. But that's also because I'm trash at Valorant. But most shooters, yeah, I try to, be the support player, except for Call of Duty. Call of Duty multiplayer is like the easiest thing ever, dude. It's like 20 and 5, 25 and 5, like every game.
So it looks like we had a timeout Ravens just now.
Okay.
And it looks like it's a 9 minutes. So it looks like it's a penalty timeout for not getting setup finished. So
which side? Okay, they're on the side over here. So it might have been some PC stuff, but then again, like if you're not on there fast enough, PC issues will still be your fault.
Yep. Because if you're excuse me. And that's one of the challenges is going PC game to PC game or console game to console game. And you kind of have to bully the other team off of consoles when it's your turn to set up. And PC, like the second the game ends, you should be Alt F4ing that and then getting whatever else you need booted up immediately. And some of the computers have all the games, some don't.
Oh, Stream
Okay.
Tech messed up the timeout, so just regular timeout.
All right.
But one thing pertaining to that, which I see a lot of, is the team that loses a game. They right after they lose, they start like, "Well, I was doing this, and I thought they were going to do it."
We ain't got
And
time
it's
to
like,
argue.
Exactly.
No,
and that's
next
where
game,
you
next
need to do
game.
exactly what he just did, and like, hey, talk about it later. Get back.
We
to
have
stuff.
halftime. We have halftime to talk about that.
Game's over. If you win, yeah. If you lose, let's get them next time, and just start setting up
Exactly.
and just move on. You want to look back, that's where you watch it back and you just see, watch the streams. Another thing I tell players, new players that come in,
Watch
the
your
streams.
gameplay, listen to
Watch it.
commentary.
If
see what
you
everybody
play
else
your
is doing.
match, your team plays, I tell them when you go home that night or the next day, rewatch the entire stream. You can skip the setup times and you can get through a whole stream within
Like 40 minutes,
like 40
honestly.
minutes.
Oh,
Hour.
we won this
as long
game?
as you skip the setups. Yeah, games you win, you don't need to review them much. Go to the next one. Like you can rewatch and kind of skim through it and get the importance of what you needed to change or adjust and learn from without spending 6 hours watching the stream.
Yep,
So that's
shout out to the
something that
Dream
you
Techs for marking the game so when you can go back, you can just jump through the timer and be like, hey,
Yep.
when did we play Street Fighter that we lost? Where did I eat the command or did I mash out my character moved wrong? All right, Siege, we lost that. Did I overpeak or did I just lean the wrong direction? Being able to skip to those chapters and
Yeah.
then see what you did immediately levels up your gameplay.
That is one thing where I think would be nice to have is be able to have on your side like the recording of your individual play because we only see one player in a lot of the spectators. So if you're able to have a way to like on those certain games be a way to like record your because it's just one game. Like be able to record your one like Titanfall right there. Okay, it's just one round. Let me record when I'm playing the PC and I can watch back and see what I did wrong. So I mean, like if we had some of that, it'd be nice. I don't know if it's possible or not, but
That's
things like
a
that would be
whole
good.
logistical nightmare.
But I also think like what you're saying with the timing is a good GM would pay attention and watch and be like, oh, like how they do with the stream tech stuff sometimes when they have a good play happen. It's go like, okay, 16 minutes and 32 seconds.
Yeah, write that down so you
Yeah.
can go back and review.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, Arbiter, you made a great push during Left 4 Dead, and at the very end, you got caught. Not too big a deal because you slowed down the clear for everybody else. But let's just say they didn't get as far as they did need at one of the points. Like, Arbiter, how do we make your play better next time?
Yeah. So like case in point, Left 4 Dead. We saw Chicken. I think it wasn't Chicken. It was Herb. It was Herb. So you saw Herb waiting with the charger, ready to go through.
And then
So
he just went.
what he needs to watch back and realize is they're lined up 4 in a row. Don't go for the first one. The second you see the first one, then you go because
The second person should be
you're
right behind
second
them.
or third.
So
right
you'll knock the
behind
first
him.
person, and then you have a chance for the second and third.
So your odds of at least getting one of them is better than getting 0.
Exactly.
So like he timed it for the first person and didn't get nothing. He hit the wall, then he just shot and killed him. So you want to kind of hit the middle of the pack because also you hit it right, you can take 2 or 3 out if you're lucky.
Exactly.
So like you wanna time that better. And so for him, I would say watch back on that and say, oh, I should have. The second I saw the first person hit the front of that bus, then I should have rushed.
Yep. Because also there's a chance that the first person looks over, stops, and then the second person backs up, and everybody freezes when the charge just comes out of your peripheral. So.
Yeah. And on the opposite side for the Trollz, when that one charger was in the front or whatever, and the hunter was in the back, he should have pounced. He didn't. He just started doing regular strikes. He should have pounced there. So he should look back and say, okay, if I pounce right there, that's 2 of them out right there.
Because he didn't see him until he started hitting them.
Yeah.
Because he started hitting them, he turned around expecting a normal zombie, and it was a special.
Yeah.
Because if a normal had did that and he turned, he would have meleeed and shot the normal, and then the hunter would have flown through his body and pinned him.
That's one of the good things about the hunter, because when he's standing straight up, he kind of gets lost in the pack of regular zombies.
Exactly.
He's very stealth like that. Also, the spitter can kind of disappear a little bit sometimes. Not as much as the hunter. But,
Yeah, it's kind of weird because it's like a 6'4" woman with like pale skin in the tube
but she's
top.
skinny and has like a lot
She's
of flesh,
gangly.
so she fits in a lot.
Yeah.
And then obviously you got like the charges and stuff, like it's so powerful, but he also stands out so much. You can see him so easy. It's easy to see him coming. And a lot of times, if you're the survivor, you get the notification charger. And yeah.
But 3 minutes left on the Titanfall 2 setup. The Trollz have their best lineup for it going in.
Yeah.
But yeah, Chicken Tech, Zack Attack, Wonku, and KJ. And
We don't know if they have a fresh chemistry on Titanfall with Chicken Tech. He practices a lot, so I imagine in the last couple of weeks they've probably got quite a bit of practice in, because a lot of these teams and players still play with the other team's players. Okay, so this is a pretty common map we get right here. All right, so we're gonna come through. We got a great movement from who we're watching right here. I'm not sure who
This
it
is
though.
Chicken Tech.
It is.
I believe so.
Okay.
Text, let us know if I am wrong.
I don't know. That's some good movement.
And MotoGP coming up. Ooh.
Oh, and Chicken Tech is available for that, so he'll go in for Moto next.
Oh, 100%.
Oh, he's out.
Chicken Tech.
All right, so we are watching Chicken Tech. See, so he's got great movement right there, but when it comes to the battles, he struggles. So he's got to work on that aim, get some grunt kills right there, stack up some points. And the other people, too. If you're not very good at killing people, just start
get
wiping out
bots.
them grunts, man.
Yeah.
Just support your teams with, like, grenades and stuff, and just keep focusing those grunts and just get as many as you can.
I don't like him using the RO1 with the 2 times or was it the 1.5 magnifier on, because he's doing a lot of
Rafiki's
hip
already
fire.
got, like, I think the most kills. When he brought it up, I think Rafiki had 4 kills already. Like 4-player kills already.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good job.
It's Rafiki. He's
We like to see somebody who like gets hype about a game and talks about a game.
Ooh,
You want
good
to see
kill.
that progress. So he just killed QWERTY right there. Good movement going around. Ooh, and he gets taken out by Bosif. Did he snipe? Did he pull out the snipe on that? No, it was
What?
SMG. Okay. Oh, it looks like somebody disconnected, but wow. So you have 6 and then 0, 0. So I think one of the Trollz disconnected. The PC disconnected. That's unfortunate.
But let them be
Rafiki
known.
already had 6 player kills.
I think Rafiki's that dude in Titanfall. And like I said, you have QWERTY and Bosif in as well. They'll play off each other. And if you have a solo fragger like that, let him do his thing.
So since this is 4, the first thing I would say, start loading up Titanfall on the 5th PC.
Yeah.
And I would even maybe, if it's up fast enough from the disconnect, just have it available. Like me, in my mind, for my team, if it's a 4-person shooter, I would probably have that 5th PC set up with the game before the initial start. So if something happens, like, just hop over here.
It's just one of those weird situations because you set up all the PCs if you do that, but you also take away from any rule verification as well if you have set up. Because it's really weird sometimes.
Not so much for shooters, because shooters, it's only the initial setup by the one with the lobby control.
True that.
So it'd be different if it was like Dead by Daylight or something different. But like with the shooter, it doesn't really have anything. So yeah, PC7 froze and kicked the player out. So that was low key Brent.
So Brink getting bullied by the PCs. It looks like we're getting back in the game. You see the countdown at the top. So that was a very huge piece of information for the Ravens that, like, Rafiki is a problem, and you might want to put, like, Wonku and KJ.
Yep. Quick
Anytime-
adjustments. Watch out for Rafiki. He's a
Anytime
problem. And
you
they
hear
should pay
Rafiki,
attention.
Wonku,
PC8,
KJ,
you know?
rotate.
Yeah.
Hopefully Chicken Tech gets off that 301.
I don't know how I feel about that ACOG scope on that.
Yeah.
It's bothering me.
Like, it's not bad, but a lot of his engagements he's been taking at mid to close range.
Yeah.
And
He's been doing a lot of, because of his movement control, he's doing a lot of hip fire, but it's hurting him in the long run because he's getting killed.
And
I think that was Rafiki that just popped him right off the bat.
and he's using the what's that?
Not to
LMG
mention,
called?
why did he just rush 4 players solo?
Without throwing, he has napalm. He could have napalmed that, and I think that's one of those situations where you run the SMG.
He just died again. So see, what's happening is like he's focusing so much on his movement, he's putting himself in bad positions, in bad situations, to where he's getting killed because he's throwing himself in there by himself by moving too fast from his team because he's so confident in his movement, but then it's affecting the rest of his game.
And I think he's been dropping in on Corvusif and Birdie, who Corvusif and Birdie. Bosif and Cordy.
We all know what you mean.
But because the two of them, like I said, the Wonder Twins play a very symbiotic style where they're always in each other's backpack.
Yep. Good
And then-
position there. He played smart, played the distance, took advantage of his.
Yeah, there you go.
to get
Like,
killed.
dude, there you go.
Yep.
When you pick your ones.
If you want to use your movement, don't use it to get in close. Play the range game and then use your movement to escape. Oh, Bosif's killed him 3 times.
Ooh, get diff.
And it's always close range. He always dies close range. Distance, he's getting kills.
Yeah, distance or moving from elevation or height advantage.
So he's got great movement, but he's got to play the distance or he's going to lose those trades. Yep. And
there you go.
goes. He got one.
Was that PC 12?
That was QWERTY he killed.
Yep.
Yeah. Good kill there. He's going to come in, drop in, get behind him. Nice.
7.
right
That
there.
was Brent.
Yep. 80. What is it? 91 to 76.
The Trolls are still kind of like cooking.
Yeah,
Once first
it's pretty
Titan drops,
even, but once the Titans come out, that's when the game changes.
the game should open up. Rafiki should have Titan soon if he's fragging as good as he was before.
All right, he's got to find some players here. He's going to pop off
Got some grunts.
get some points. Those grunts are helping. All right, 97, 95, 104 to 95. Okay.
Another player
pretty
down. Good win in the range against Brent. And there
Nice.
goes,
Titan ready.
I think that's Rafiki's Titan, and he just called his Titan in right next to it.
Oh, got killed.
And that was QWERTY.
All right, so it looks like Rafiki already got his Titan. Or it could have been Bosif. Bosif already had quite a few player kills.
True. All right, well, Chicken Tech has amp weapons up. If he wants to go with this anti-Titan weapon and try and get that Titan down, now
Depends on which one he chose. With all that movement, he's got to be careful because the
charge
rifle,
laser. Charge laser and
rifle is
smart pistol.
great. I love the charge rifle, in my opinion. But with all that movement, he's going to have to play a little.
I
little
would.
less with the
I
charge
think
rifle.
amped weapons with the MGL, the magnetic grenade launcher, is probably better than charge rifle for your movement gameplay styles.
So Trollz just took the lead right now. So it looks like the Titans coming in gave them the edge. And that's usually what happens. When the Titans come in, it's like the game usually kind of takes a 180 flip. But that's also because you get more points for killing Titans and stuff like that. So like it kind of does a flip, but at the same time it doesn't solidify anything. Like there's still time.
It's really weird. Like now the Trolls are
Bosif has
starting to
7,
accelerate
Rafiki has 6.
because now the Trolls were up by what is that 19 or no there we go 11 20
About 20, yeah. It fluctuates so fast.
yeah.
Good movement getting up right there. Pilot.
Ooh,
kill.
nice
2 pilot
double
kill. Nice
on double
right
player pilot kill. Still behind though.
there. Good positioning though. He came in on the right point. That's what he's got to use with his movement for, is to get in behind him and get better positioning. Wiping out some grunts, closing the gap, but he still gets popped.
Yeah, that's a weird spot to be in because you're farming grunts, then the player's just gonna drop in on you because it's 6-on-1.
This is a game that the Trolls really need to win because with MotoGP coming up next against Chicken, that's practically an impossible win. Sorry. And so
Exactly.
they really need to take this because they don't want to go down 5-1.
Exactly.
They need to make this a 4-2 after Moto. And you never know. Moto, you get a little, they might make a mistake on setup. You never know. So.
Yeah, or you can just take a bad turn because as good as Chicken is,
Yeah, but
you
it's
could-
not F1 where you get DNF. So Moto is different. So it's literally, if you're the better player, you're going to win.
true.
You know what I mean? So that doesn't really affect that. Another kill. So 6-5 is that 9-7 for the blue team, which is
And the Trolls are only down 2.
Yep, and that is huge because the reason they caught up is because they were able to get the kills on the Titans, and so now it's going to reverse. Is the other team can get kills on the Titans and get the big points. So that's the only downfall with the Titans. You get a powerful Titan, but if you get killed, you give them a lot more points. So it's kind of a downfall. Like, so if you're a good player and you're not good with a Titan, don't even bother with a Titan. Just play regular because you're going to end up hurting your team by bringing in a Titan that they're going to get more points for.
Exactly. I guess you could say the Titans could call this their fall.
Yeah. The fall of the Titans.
Got him. All right.
So still close, but edge with the Trolls right here. And you know how these games go. They end like before the time ends. And it says victory, which is still very weird to me. But that's how it goes. Charge rifle, getting the charge, nice hit. Oh, it's an auto Titan. Okay. If you're not good with the Titan, protect it outside, because I think you have to get the pilot kill to get the Titan kill point, right?
You still get more points than the normal pilot kill when you destroy autopilot Titan. But like you said, all the value is killing the Titan with the pilot in it.
Yeah, so I think like you get more points, but like less. Like I think there's a scale, right? So if the player's in a Titan, you get more, and then it's a little bit below if it's an auto Titan, and then it's lower if it's just a player.
I think it's like 7 points for a pilot, 10 or 12 for a Titan, and then like 15 or 17 for piloted Titan.
We finally got see Chicken in a Titan here. He's doing some good work with it. Got a lot of health. Is doing some damage. Getting a Titan kill right there. They've needed that because they're still down by about 30. So they got to keep. They got their Titans now. If they can play this right, they might be able to pull it back. But they got to be careful. Close gap right here. But it's still like a 20-point lead for the Trolls.
Yeah. So all the Trolls are down to 1 Titan. The Ravens have 3, but.
That's Ravens, 3 Titans that can give the Trolls a lot of points if they take them out.
It looks like they got the detonate off.
Minute left, and the Trolls still have the edge. So if they can take out Chicken, who's low on his Titan, that's going to give them a rodeo, but he needs to stop it. Closing the gap right now. They're only down by a couple points.
12 points, 40 seconds left.
350 to 330, 343.
It's tough because with the Ravens having 3 Titans and you only have 1,
maybe kill some grunts,
and like hide. That's what I would do if I was the Trolls at this point. Play the clock.
Because see, they haven't marked a victory already because there's not a big enough gap to be a solidified victory yet. But it's coming down and it's close. But the Trolls still have the edge. Time. Oh, and he loses the Titan.
367.
He managed to escape though.
And that
377 to 351. It looks like we're going to have a victory for the Trolls.
Yep, 383.
3 seconds remaining.
Yep,
they got about 352 to 383. So,
and if you can't hear it, you can hear it now. QWERTY screaming, "Let's go!"
So it's still hot. We don't know for sure, but it looks like that might have been a Trolls victory.
Up. So yeah, like he said, it gotta go into Moto only down by 1 because unless they've been really putting time into Moto, you're not beating Chicken Tech.
I believe Phoenix plays the Racers. He's not in the match today, but if he has been helping the team practice with it, maybe somebody has a little bit of skill in that. I don't know. I feel like for this, if I'm the Trolls, I would say QWERTY or low-key Brent goes in for this, but knowing that if you see they're sending Chicken Tech in, I would choose somebody who's not very good at it and save, I would put in whoever has the least amount of coverage, no offense. So if I was the Trolls, I'd probably put in low key for this, forfeit, and just go to the next game. That's what I would do.
Honestly,
I wouldn't even play it because even if you're not good at it, it's still going to be a long race. You're going to have to play it out because it's not F1 where you DNF.
Yeah, exactly.
So you have to
can't just start crashing.
So I wouldn't even play it if I was the Trolls. I would wait for the setup because if they mess up a setup, you get an easy free win. So I would wait for after setup when it starts, and then
he's probably setting it up, so it's going to be.
That don't mean nothing.
True.
Everybody
is human.
Have messed up setups on their games many times.
Yep.
So that doesn't mean nothing. But I get what you're saying. If I was them, I would wait until the setup's done and see if there's anything to give you an easy win. If not, then I would just forfeit and move on. That's what I would do for this game.
And then
'Cause
also,
you don't want to lose your momentum either, because it's a long race and you're kind of just.
it's like, all
waiting for
right,
it
I
to
got to
end.
race chicken
Like,
tag.
So
Let's
why
get this
do
over
that?
with.
I would just say screw it, put them in and just move on immediately. But if they do that and they don't wait to see if chicken's put in,
You
they
could
might have just wasted.
Yeah, they'll save chicken tag.
yeah. So that's why you gotta at least maybe wait until setup is done before you pull that trigger. But I still feel like the Ravens are gonna know Trolls aren't gonna win this. So
Oh yeah, 100%.
and they still got Herb available for a fighter.
You got
Zack
Herb,
Attack is pretty
Orzero,
good at
him, and Zack Attack.
tabs. So if tabs rolls up, Zack Attack would go in.
Zack Attack, him, and Bubbles all play tabs at home on a regular basis. That's like one of the like major ego things in that house.
See, here's the only thing. Like if Chicken Tech goes in and like a 2K rolls, Ravens are in trouble. I think. Oh well, no, Zack Attack and him are decent,
Yeah.
and Herb is decent too. So maybe not.
Yeah, if like 2K rolls or Zero is the weakest link in that situation. But once again, you can play 2K on console, so there's a chance she has been practicing. Because Wonku plays sports games to a high degree. So I wouldn't be surprised if Wonku was like, hey, check it out. Everybody's gonna sleep on you in sports games. So let's get you up there. So if you go in, you're not a slouch and you can put people in play.
I mean, if you're a newer player, I would say learning sport games gives you the fastest way to put a value to a team, because there's a lot of sports games, but when you really look around the league, there's only a few players that really stand above everybody in sports games, because everybody puts so much time into fighters and strategy that there's not as much emphasis put on. And also racing in sports, like if you're good at F1 in moto, teams will pick you up day one in the draft.
Shout out to the Bubbles.
As I'm saying, if you're a new player looking at the league and you want to sign up for season 8, and you're
Which
like,
registration is open
what
now?
should I do? Practice F1, MotoGP, and you put on there like, oh, I'm great at the combine in F1 and MotoGP. Guarantee you're getting drafted.
Yep.
Guarantee it.
Yep. And to pick up 2K as well. Granted, I'm still waiting for you to ruin 2K, Billy. You told me you're going to ruin 2K.
Well, there's no time technically except for shot clock time. So there's ways you can do it. I mean, I could come up with it in a couple minutes of how to ruin the game, but
but Billy did give us that almost hour-long
I
game
can
of
tell you
Madden.
right now how to ruin the game.
Don't spoil anything.
I'm not gonna tell you, but it's the easiest way possible.
Okay.
All I gotta tell you is it's blacktop, not regular. So what's the difference between blacktop and regular?
I don't know. I don't play enough
changes?
2K.
I'll give you a hint. It's one button on the controller that causes it.
I only know like 2 buttons.
Steal. You don't get fouled out. You can just steal over and over. And the game will go on forever.
Well, there is actually a rule against constant fouling. The delay.
Is there?
Yes,
Did
there
they
is.
add that in?
It is.
Yeah, but I mean, like, how do you know they're constant fouling? Because they're trying to steal the ball. You can't, you know what I mean? I mean, there's a clear difference. If they're literally just going foul, 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 foul immediately, then obviously. But, like, if you're trying to steal the ball, steal it. You're not going to get fouled out like in regular, so try to steal the ball. I think people should try to steal more, just in general. Too many people are afraid of getting the stop. What is it going to do? It just resets the play. So if you're, somebody's driving down the field and you can't catch them to block it, if you can get close enough to steal it and get a foul, reset.
That is true.
There's things in sports games like simple strategies that people don't pay attention to, or they just don't. There's not a lot of sports like. I mean, there's more now. In the previous seasons, there was very few sports players. So if you were good at sports, it gave you an edge immediately. But now there's a lot more range because we had a lot of 2K players came into the league. A lot of 2K players, like on those new teams, like yours. There's a lot of the new teams that have a bunch of sports players now. Maybe not as much in FIFA or NHL, but 2K is pretty league heavy right now.
So since we were talking about, sports in the wheel and having
Yeah.
more options, low-key Brent of the Trolls inquired to the higher ups if we can get Madden back, and no, blame Billy. Blame
Yeah,
Billy.
You never know, because when it comes to a game like Madden, yeah, Billy ruined it, but all that takes is for a quick adjustment by Titus, or to be honest, Titus enjoys the games that get ruined. He loves that kind of strat stuff, so he'll probably he might put it back on the wheel just because he don't care. It's got a lot of fan draw, and that also means a lot too. If there's a lot of people that want to watch it on stream, that can play a big part in what gets on the wheel, man.
Yeah.
I mean,
But we have Wreckfest.
Friday,
Nobody likes watching Wreckfest.
That's what I'm saying. You got the new Texas Chainsaw Massacre out. That could be something that they might be like, ooh, this would be another game we can add to the wheel that a lot of people is going to be hyped for. And there's a lot of strategy stuff with it that makes it exciting.
And we see the first time out for the Trolls from Moto because they have set up. I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, especially on Moto, because I would probably forfeit it anyway. And then again, we don't. I mean, for all we know, Rafiki might be good.
Yeah, Rafiki could play.
He might be good at it. We don't know.
And the dude puts the effort in, so Jesse wouldn't take the risk for time unless he wasn't feeling it. So we'll have Rafiki on the bottom and Chicken Tech on top. So
It's also possible that timeout could have been error, or it could have been that they messed up something during setup or rotation that they had to be a timeout taken.
The warm-up lap is over. Jack.
Could be that. We'll find out.
since the screens are split left and right, hopefully we can get an update, but I'll assume it's Rafiki left, Chicken Tech right.
So it said top and bottom, but it's not top and bottom. So I'm assuming, I don't know what's happening.
Camera adjust and letting the computers get ahead, I guess. All right, we got some MotoGP gameplay happening now. Coming to the turn in second and kissing some gravel. So I guess that's Rafiki on the right and Chicken Tech on the left. Yep, I was right.
Okay, so at least we see some, let's see if Rafiki, so Rafiki's on the right. Okay, so it looks like he knows a little bit of Moto, so this is good. So maybe we were wrong. So maybe the Trolls have a chance in this because, I mean, just being able to do turns in this game is already big. You know what I mean? Like, so maybe we're wrong. Maybe he's actually been practicing this and has some experience on it, because we've also seen that's trouble. But we've also seen, like, even guys like Chicken Tech in F1, as good as he is, he's made mistakes.
Yeah, and that's pretty.
Even good racers can mess up and lose. So, I mean, look, we had an issue with Jury when he lost once to Cordy, just by a technicality thing with the race.
That is true.
But it looks like we have a clear edge right now
Yeah.
for Chicken. But if they want to burn some time, you play it out, hope that you can turn it around in the end. Also, it's good practice for a newer player if he's decent at the game or is learning and wants to get better. It can be good practice. But I mean, I think Chicken's going to take this one. Let's see what we got coming up next.
Let's see.
Ooh, Escape from Tarkov. This is interesting. Cordy Arbiter. Okay, Cordy Arbiter, I think will be fine in this. I don't know if low-key Brett plays this. Probably not. But I know Cordy and Arbiter know how to play it. So this could be interesting. This could be an interesting next one. Especially because Tarkov, anybody can win that.
But you have Zach Attack and KJ on the other side available. And
Yeah, but anybody can win Tarkov, man. You know how it is with Tarkov. You can kill your own teammates in 5 seconds.
yeah, hope they communicate.
You never
properly.
know with that game.
All right, so Chicken Tech clearing his second lap now. Taking a wide entryway into this right.
Hopefully no penalties that make him have to redo the final lap. I hate when that happens. Just keep delaying the game from finishing.
Weird rollout wide, back into the line, bumping some of the PCs. And then Rafiki goes down again. I think this might be one of those situations where they're playing it out just so they can burn some time on the clock. Because even though you're behind, you can still just try and lean into your games. And Bosif not being available for Tarkov is kind of huge, but it does give them an opportunity to try and hold the game hostage with Tarkov and keep it at a 1-point game.
Yeah. I also don't know how much time is remaining in this half right now, so I haven't been looking at that.
I think we're nearing the 30-minute mark.
Okay. Ooh, good turns right there for Rafiki. There you go. He's getting the turns on a slower. It's just when you get those fast turns, a lot of that too could just be not knowing the map as well, because sometimes those turns you don't have.
They sneak up on you.
Kind of sneak up on you when you're not thinking or not paying attention.
Like in F1, the way the cars are designed, and you're coming over the top of a hill, there could be a 90-degree turn, and it just drops on you because there's no map available in F1.
Yeah. Chicken's like, I'm beating everybody, including the NPCs. I don't care.
Chicken Tech holding 17th overall in the race with Rafiki at 23rd. I don't think he's qualifying for. I think it's no Le Mans.
I don't think everybody gotten first in this game in an actual like league match.
I would like to see somebody do that. That would be dope to see.
If anybody could do it, it'd be Chicken or Jury. Probably Jury could probably do it. Hard to say. This is my least favorite game of the week.
I like it because it is a traditional racer. I do have some things I don't like because it is a simulation-based racer.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it being a pure racer is why I enjoy it.
Let's get some motocross.
I'd be okay with that.
That would be awesome. Be so much better.
Swap out Wreckfest for dirt.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, with the show coming out, the new adaptation of the Twisted Metal show, I would love to see them do a good remaster.
God, give me Twisted Metal again,
If they
please.
made like a Twisted Metal 3 and came out, we could put that on the wheel. That would be crazy.
Or honestly, remaster Twisted Metal Black from the PS3. The game looked great, played great, and had a lot of options and maps available.
Yeah, that would be cool. I looked and they have some of the older ones on there, but man, the quality of them is.
Yeah, those old PSX, PS2 games, they still play great because they were fundamentally sound.
Yeah.
But I'm not watching polygonal cardboard boxes running around. I have a wheel built like a hexagon on an axle flying across the screen.
All right, so we're on the final lap here. Chicken should be finishing up shortly. I think he's about 3/4 of the way.
Yep, and he moved up from 23rd to actually moved back, excuse me, because he was 17th overall. But looks like Rafiki's 22nd, but he is a whole half a map length around behind the pack.
Wait, did you say 20? No, he's 21st and 22nd. Okay. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, Rafiki's in 22nd because of a penalty on one of the NPC racers.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's another thing too. The amount of penalties you can get and stuff really makes a factor. He's got the +3 or whatever over there, or -3, I think. Yep, we got a penalty right there for Rafiki. He must have cut corners on that one.
Yeah, there was a couple times he went off track and reset and just cut the turn to continue the race. Chicken Tech should be wrapping up right now. Right? Or is he still on the back end?
Yeah, I think they're gonna. That's what I'm saying. Like, it does this weird thing sometimes where you finish, but then it's like, it makes you finish again. I don't understand it. Like, it's confusing to me. Like, it'll make you do the lap over, and I won't even see any penalties. So I'm like, what is happening? Oh, he's finishing now. He's just trying to be.
He's hot dogging.
Yeah.
Hot diggity dog. Dog.
Yeah, see, he'll take it this time, but the amount of times people have tried to do that and lost a match because of it.
I think just the fact that
got up from the controller too early and then got penalty for it.
I just think the fact that Rafiki's 6 turns behind the pack is what allowed him to do that.
Yeah. So it's good. This went pretty much how we expected, although I think Rafiki did a little bit better than I anticipated. But I still probably wouldn't have played it out if it was me, but if they're trying to keep the times, we got 42 minutes left in the first half, and it looks like it's going to be 4-2 for the Ravens, and we will see what's going to come up next.
Yeah, so this Tarkov game is once again a must-win for the Trollz.
Yeah, absolutely, because you don't want to go down 5-2.
Exactly.
If they can win this, then it'll be 4-3. Like, they just stay within the range. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And that way they can still make it, competitive and stay in here and try to see if they can pull ahead.
They have to. There's no choice in the matter on their window of opportunity is their games coming up while maintaining only a 1-point deficit.
What they need to count on in this game right here is they need to count on the Ravens getting too antsy and killing each other.
100%.
So KJ's not available. Neither is Wanku. So you're probably going to get
Him,
Zach Attack, him, and you could think maybe Herb would be the smart choice. But if Herb's not available and Orzoro has to go in for a solo game, like a fighter or something like that, that could hurt him. What solo games do we have right now?
Solo,
F1.
we have F1, UFC, Tony Hawk.
DBD if the other team chooses Survivor because they see the person might not know how to play kill.
Yeah,
Play that.
DBD. Azor, I think, does play that on console, so she might have a bit of an edge.
She seems like a player that would know how to play Dead by Daylight.
Let's see. So I said UFC, Tony Hawk, Dead by Daylight, RPS dependent. I don't think there's Naruto.
And if she's the only one available for Naruto, they'll just put in Arbiter.
Well,
Easy.
yeah, because Trollz get a reset off Tarkov.
Yeah, so even though it's so that's why even though it's risky, I think they're gonna have to go Zack Attack him and Orzoro.
Yeah, 100%. And have him and Zack Attack try and
They don't have chicken for a racer, and it's
and
StarCraft 2.
2.
Ooh. I think that's a Ravens win in StarCraft 2. So I think the Trolls need to win this Tarkov right here and try to avoid going down too far. So I think Tarkov, the Trolls got to be careful. But I think the Ravens might just go ahead and leave Herb out and just send the other three.
Oh, looks like
It's getting skipped. So it looks like we're having some issues. Tarkov is being skipped.
so that means
Just
straight
going to
into
StarCraft.
Tarkov and
So no chicken available for StarCraft. That actually could be
huge.
That could be huge. Because
Good.
I don't know if Orzoro plays it. Herb probably knows a little bit, but I don't think he's great at it.
Herb can play.
No, he does. He does know it pretty well. Actually,
I
It's
mean,
not
the
bad.
last time we
Okay.
saw him play, it wasn't the best display. But the fact that he was able to build units and have a strategy, and the rest of the team did attempt that strategy, puts them in a bit of an advantage. But you have QWERTY available.
So here's what I see from this. Against any other team, the rotation Ravens have right now is not a good look for them for StarCraft. It's not a great look. But against the Trolls, I think they could still pull out a win in this.
But
if you're the Trolls, do you even want to play this? I wouldn't even play it.
I mean, this is the one game. Chicken Tech's not in. Herb does know how to play, but the Trolls do know how to play StarCraft as well. So I think this is one of those games you have to try and force the 50-50 on.
I haven't played in forever, and I still feel like I'm better than everybody on the Trolls in StarCraft.
You never know.
I mean, yeah, you never know. Because, I mean, like, one team just doesn't know what they're doing, but ends up knows enough to build more units and maybe chooses better units than the other team. Like, you never know what could happen. So, I mean, it's, but you never know what could happen. It'll be interesting.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so I feel like this is clearly a Ravens win for this. So if I'm the Trolls, I forfeit this.
And apparently, Herb's been getting coached by Billy in StarCraft. And if Herb has had the fundamentals already there.
That means he can beat the scrubs.
Exactly.
That's it.
Yep.
Because, I mean, I'm not doubting Billy. I'm not saying that. I'm saying Billy can teach you StarCraft. But the reality is StarCraft is a strategy. It's a quick thinking thing with strategy, too, and like kind of a chess match. So you can practice it, but some people just may not have the mental capacity to really get good at StarCraft. But, I mean, if you have somebody teaching, you can beat the bottom half of the league easy.
And when it comes to StarCraft,
When it comes against true challenge players, that's a different story.
and when it comes to StarCraft, not a knock on anybody, but 90% of the league is the bottom for StarCraft.
The Ghosts are pretty good at StarCraft.
Like,
Bucks are decent at StarCraft. Pretty good.
yeah, but you got Bucks,
obviously
Ghosts, bots.
Obviously the bots.
Bucks, Ghosts, bots, Ravens, Eclipse, and that's kind of the peak of StarCraft. Not knocking anybody else, but like you put any of those 5 teams into just a StarCraft scrim, you're gonna see strategy, adjustment, and good gameplay. Everybody else can definitely probably play the game, but high level, I think, from passable gameplay to high level gameplay, I think those 5 teams.
Yeah. So here's what I see. Here's what I see right now. If I'm the Trolls, I'm putting in Arvid or QWERTY, Loki, Brent, and Rafiki, and I'm forfeiting. And then everybody will be available on rotation except for Rafiki. That's what I would do. So that way, both Steve and QWERTY are both available because they have the most coverage, and Arbiter. They're the 3 vets. They have the most coverage.
It is tough.
Bust a bus.
All right, so we have QWERTY, Arver, and Brent going in for the Ravens.
You mean for the Trolls?
Yeah, I'm being facetious.
And then Rafiki. So they went Rafiki. See, I bet you they're forfeiting, man. Or they'll start playing it, and then once they realize how good they are, they'll be like, "Oh man, we shouldn't have."
Because because you could see a missequence in build order, and they might try and steal the game. Because that's one of the things about StarCraft that Billy can tell you. If I see you building a certain unit too early, that means your defenses are weak, and I can push an advantage.
Yeah.
Zerg rushing is huge. Garrisoning it up with a Marine detachment could get you a quick win.
I mean, if you're going for a quick, easy strategy to learn, if you're a newer player, obviously Cannon Rush is probably one of the easiest strategies to learn.
Cannon Rush, Zerg Rush.
You still have to do it effectively by like placing it in the proper places and getting it off. But strategy wise, as far as learning, it's probably one of the easiest strats to learn mechanic wise.
Yeah.
Obviously, with the Zergs, if you learn how to properly like bury your units and stuff like that, you can really take advantage of that by burying your Zerglings. So it just depends on what they go with. I haven't commentated StarCraft in a while, man.
I'm bad at it, so we're both just gonna be here in the win.
I'm not amazing at the game, but did I used to play it a lot when I was younger? Yes, I played StarCraft 1 a crazy amount of time.
I was in and out of it because I didn't have a good enough computer.
But then I went so long without playing it, and I still like the game, but realistically, like, I don't want to put the time into playing it as much right now because I don't have a reason to. You know what I mean? Like, right now I'm playing Baldur's Gate 3, so that's what I'm playing right now.
So we'll have that game looks amazing, but
It's fun.
I didn't realize it was still turn based with some of the roles.
Yeah, but it's
Like,
fun. The freedom of the story is what's the best part. So yeah, so it looks like we're getting him, Zach Attack, Orzoro, Herb, Arvid or QWERTY, Rafiki, and Loki Brent.
So there's a good. And the
Wait
thing-
a minute. Why am I seeing? Oh no, it's just okay.
8 seconds left on setup, and I think the Trolls set up Moto, right?
Yeah.
So this is on the Ravens. So do they burn another timeout, or does the game?
If you're the Trolls, you let them burn a timeout.
Oh,
then you
100%.
forfeit it anyway.
Oh yeah, 100%.
That's exactly what you do.
100%.
Man. That's what you do. And then you just get them to lose a timeout, and then you use
Which
a
is-
forfeit, and they just lost a timeout for nothing.
Which could be huge going into the second half with them only having one timeout available.
Because setup wise, I don't think there's too many things you could do wrong to get a penalty for setup on this.
It's just time consuming.
Because the odds are nobody's setting it up except for people who know how to play it.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, you're not going to tell somebody who doesn't know how to play this to set up and, well, here's the rules, read it. Oh, no.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
We actually got in quick.
They actually got it in quickly. That's surprising. So maybe they're not forfeiting it because they went in fast. I mean, Arbiter probably worked some strategy on this for the team, but I think really what it comes down to is I think they don't know how good the Ravens are in this, and so they're just taking a shot with it and burning time. Fall Guys is next.
So, and then the Ravens have a full reset.
Bosi versus Orzoro. in
Yeah,
Fall
that's going to
Guys.
be the matchup to watch. in
That's
Fall
what I think
Guys.
it is. Because Bosi has literally like gotten like the record times in some of the levels.
So you got some option adjust going on right
Yep.
now. Probably trying to get their settings dialed in if you notice, before they even open this menu, they started a material gathering so they can let that go on in the background while they figure
Yeah.
out the settings.
That's another thing with this too, because if you're using an end gamer account, you don't have none of your hotkeys set. And if you try to set it up ahead of time, you have setup time, so you might not have the time to set your hotkeys. So that's something that you really got to focus on. I don't know why it went away, unless it was maybe a forfeit. But that's something you got to pay attention to. Like, it's hard to set your hotkeys and get your stuff set up. Do we have a setup maybe? Okay, maybe we have a setup issue. So We'll find out here shortly. But basically, they might have just
Ooh, that's unfortunate.
forfeit Trollz. Honestly, though, it looks like it was a setup forfeit, but honestly, it's probably better off than just
Playing
forfeit
it
and move
out.
on, man. As long as you don't lose a timeout for it.
Yeah, if it's just a straight up forfeit, cool. Take it, keep it pushing.
Didn't choose an available map. I guess there is only certain maps available for this. I don't think that should matter too much because there's a lot of strategy involved with some of these maps, man. You really make it exciting and add a little bit of extra element to it. Because, StarCraft has some maps to where if you choose one of those space maps to where they have to know how to control carrier ships and things to go from the different platforms, you could really disrupt another team a lot if you choose the maps. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that could be some, some strategy tech that really. Why did they go up 2? Oh wait, did they not put the point up for Moto?
No.
No, why'd they go up 2?
Yeah,
You're right,
because
it was
Moto was
3-2, right?
2-4. Yeah, because
Moto
would've
was
made it
2-4. So yeah, so it's 5-2.
Yeah,
Okay, all right. They just didn't do it.
there it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so 5-2, but honestly, you save some time. You got Fall Guys. You can probably, if they can pull this one out somehow, then they're 3-5. They still got some time left on the clock before half. I mean, I think they're better off than not playing StarCraft, to be honest.
You know what's crazy? People are potentially agitated. They don't even play StarCraft, but most of us can't play Madden this season, so deal with it.
I mean, like, I like StarCraft. I just think it's, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it on the wheel. I feel like it's, because here's my thing. Some of the strategy games like League of Legends, there's a drastic difference in skill between players, but I feel like it's an easier game to pick up for players than StarCraft is. Because I think StarCraft, there's so many units and there's so much to pick up, and you have a time on your builds because if you got to build quickly. You know what I mean? So I feel like StarCraft maybe doesn't have the best thing translate for the league, in my opinion, but there's some people in the league who really like it. So,
If I can't have nice sports games, certain people can't have nice strategy games.
I mean, I love Madden. I stopped playing it in like 2018, maybe 18.
You haven't missed anything, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I stopped playing at that time because
Same game.
I played online a lot, and that game would make me rage like no other.
The trash talking Madden.
The amount of like red
makes
zone
you wanna,
picks
like-
I'd throw, I'd just be literally I had to stop. I was like, this game is making me rage too much. I gotta stop playing.
Yeah, and the trash talking Madden will make you want to pull up to somebody's house. So yeah, I'm good on that.
Yep. I remember when I thought I was good, and then I played PR Stallion and kind of embarrassed the crap out of me, and I was like, maybe I shouldn't be playing this game. But he was just good. He was just so good at it that it was like playing a whole different level. All right, looks like we're going to be spectating Zack Attack on the Fall Guys.
Okay, Ozora is going. I was about to say there is no reason for her not to go.
There's so many different choices with this. Now, I don't know who won the RPS in the past, but I feel like we've seen the Trollz play the time
trial.
the time trial one. I know that's what Bosi is good at. Him and Cordy both make great times on that, so that's something they're real good at. I think the last time they were facing maybe the Ghosts when they played it last, but I don't know. But yeah, I think if that's, I think the time trial one will be a good one for the Trollz. A lot of people play the Hexagon one with the levels. So I guess it just depends on what you think you're best at. But I mean, there's so many different, and the lily pads, you get the lily pads as well. Those are the 3 you see. I don't really see any others.
I don't like Fall Guys, so I just go, we had to play Fall Guys. Look at the team, and y'all want to play Hexagon? They're like, yeah. I'm like, cool. Set it up. Bye.
It seems like a fun game to play for fun. But
I'd rather play WarioWare or Mario Party. Good party game.
yeah, Mario Party's fun.
Mario
Classic.
Party's legit.
Classic.
But let's see. We got Wonku, Zack Attack, KJ, Orzoro, and him going in with the Herb Chicken Tech anchor, which is probably one of the strongest anchors in the league.
Yeah.
2-man anchors in the league.
Yep. Racers, fighters.
Shooters, strategy.
Could hurt them in FIFA. Because neither of them's bad, but FIFA you got to have good chemistry. I don't think
they're beating the Wonder Twins.
Yeah, that would if them two are in, they could take the FIFA next, if that's up.
If they pull Fall Guys, and
UFC could be good for the Ravens. Obviously, DNF is if DNF rolls, don't even play it. I don't think there. I think maybe there's a handful of people in the league that could even have a chance in DNF against Herb and Chicken together.
Yeah,
maybe Skater Girl, but like without Chicken on the Ghost anymore. Like, so who's her second? Maybe Dev, but I don't know, man. I can't think of a two that are on the same team in the league that could beat them two in DNF. Because there's good people good enough that could possibly take them, but they're also separate on different teams. So if you're trying to think a team that has two players that could take them, I don't think there's a team in the league that could take them two in DNF.
I think Strix and Havoc have a strong chance.
They're decent, but Chicken is on a whole nother level, dude. Because I'm actually good at DNF, and I can't even come close to him. Not that I'm amazing, but that's my best fighter, and I can't even come close to him.
So Strix, Havoc, Cowboy Slim, or Psycho Flame, any combination of those four can put up a fight.
Yeah. I still think Skater Girl could put up a fight, and if she gets those Berserker chains going without dropping them, she could take it still. But like, gets both of them.
That's tough.
So you don't want DNF to roll. 2K I don't think matters much. Chicken's not very good at 2K, so maybe 2K would be a good roll. Oh yeah, look at the 4 available. Yeah, that might be a pretty good roll for Trollz next. 2K. JoJo's Ravens. Wreckfest, toss up. UFC. UFC could that's about
because doesn't Bosif and Cordy both play UFC and then Brent plays as well, I think
Brent would probably be the one that would go in for UFC, but that you never know about that one. But then again, Black Diamond's coaching, and Black Diamond, when it comes to UFC, he's an amazing UFC coach. So I can
see it.
Dragon Ball, Ravens, FIFA. We already talked about that one. What else we got? Dead by Daylight. If Arbiter gets Killer, basically who would get Killer? If Trollz get Killer, Arbiter. If Ravens get Killer, Chicken. Although Herb is good at Killer too, but Chicken would be the choice, I would think.
You go 100% Chicken on that, and you just bury the Trollz, and that's not a dig on them. You just want to do the strongest showing immediately and cut any hope out. Just cut any chance of momentum out from underneath them.
Chicken's not bad at NHL, but it could be a good role for NHL for the Trollz next, because that would at least take one of the 3 spots to not their preferred 3. Because I would definitely think Herb, Wonku, and either KJ or him, or Zack Attack, like any of that combination. So if Chicken had to go in for this, it's not too much of a drop off. He's still decent at this game at NHL, but I kind of feel like that wouldn't be their preferred choice. Maybe maybe I'm wrong.
I can see it. I can definitely see it.
But looking at it right now with the 2 anchoring, there's only a handful.
There's not a lot of games.
2-3 player games that maybe 2 or 3 that the Trollz really could take in the next game.
Tab's role will probably work out for them.
Obviously, I always want to see Rainbow, but I'm interested in seeing Rainbow in this, because I think both teams have some pretty good Rainbow players. Bosif and Cordy play Rainbow a lot. Like, you thought Cordy played Fortnite a lot. Lately, he plays Rainbow a lot. And Bosif, that's his main. Do you think NHL is his main? He plays Rainbow a lot. He's good.
Okay.
So I think Rainbow would be interesting. I do think numbers-wise, Ravens have more numbers in Rainbow.
Yeah.
But you've seen in Rainbow, I'm watching clips of Bosif and Cordy getting 4Ks and aces like almost every other day in Rainbow. So, that could be an interesting one.
But the thing is, though, and a lot of people, I'm not saying the league, but some people aren't able to translate ranked gameplay into the league's gameplay.
It's way different.
Because somebody might always peek a certain angle and comp on a regular basis. Like, hey, drone this, place drone here, then peek. And then you might set up for that. And then Buddy comes around with a shotgun, all ego, and you just get tapped. And you're just like, you're not supposed to do that.
It's one of those scenarios when you're playing ranked, you play a high level of strat with your abilities and equipment and your placement, and then sometimes that novice that doesn't know the game runs in with a shotgun and hits you. You're clearly a million times better than them, but you just don't expect it because it's almost like a dumb play that catches you off guard.
It's like, all right.
And you're like, what? Like,
Here's the top 3
like
pushes.
what just happened?
Here's the top 3 pushes. This is what an average player will do or better players should do. So I'm going to plan for these 3. And it's like kick open a door, shoot him in the face. It's like,
Yeah.
what?
Case in point, look at Tarkov. Look at the amount of players that have never played it before and run in there like it's Call of Duty and get 4, 5, 6, 7 kills. And you're just like, how did you do that? Like, it's total stroke of luck. Because they don't realize, like, the game, they just run it in, play like it's Call of Duty. And then you're like, you don't expect it. You know what I mean? It throws you off.
It's like getting swarmed by bots and the boss.
Yeah.
And you're just spraying down a stairway, and then the 2 of you gun them down with a headshot.
Now, Valorant comes up. They're definitely going to play it because they like the game, but Ravens are guaranteed Valorant win. KJ, Wonku, Herb, him, like, yeah, that chicken, like that. Valorant is a guaranteed Ravens win unless QWERTY just somehow goes crazy and gets an ace, get an ace or 2. I don't know. But
That's like 5 aces in a row, though.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think that's an easy Ravens win because
It's mathematically possible.
Ravens are one of the best Valorant teams in the league. They really are.
I don't like Valorant, so like if they're good at it, cool, good for them. I'm happy for them.
Overwatch, I think, goes to Ravens. Then again, you never know. Overwatch sometimes all it takes is a bad chemistry or a bad choice by a character or a bad push thing that could really change the factor
Or just
of
a
Overwatch.
perfect timing, perfect chaining of ultimates.
Or win an RPS. Yeah, you combo the ultimates the right way. You give it extra boost.
And the Ravens burn their 3rd timeout, so that means they only have 1 timeout left for the match. 2 hours and 20 minutes in order to get through with.
I don't think they're worried
stop.
about timeouts. I think they're confident in their play that they're not worried. Need for Speed, I think, is a toss up.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
League of Legends, we know what that'll be. I don't even see it on the wheel. Or is it fully typed out?
Yeah, it's fully typed out.
But I can't even see it.
Where is it?
I don't know. Oh, it's top right. It's hidden by the thing. Probably, yeah. So, like, League of Legends, I think, is a gimme. I think they don't even play that one. I think that's obvious. All right, here we go. Fall Guys. I believe we are watching. I think they said we're watching Zack Attack earlier. So I think we're watching Zack Attack in this. But okay, so they went for the hexagon levels. So some people say go to the bottom and clear out the bottom. I think that is the worst idea. It does not work. Just try to stay up top as long as possible. Ooh, that was a big fall right there. A lot of people falling fast in this one.
This is just organized chaos. We only need 2 to get eliminated this round. So.
Oh, yeah, the first round is quick, so it's kind of like just stay up high. Somebody's going to mess up.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see any.
Or just grab somebody and yeet them.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see any true strategy yet until once we get down to 6 people.
Yeah, and there's so many levels to this. There's a lot more levels than you realize. You think it's like 5, and it just keeps on going, You're like, how many levels is this?
All right.
Naruto next. Oh, man. Herb versus Arbiter.
All right, Redemption Arc Arv.
But you know what? Herb's good, but Arbiter's good. I mean, like, and honestly, if somehow Arbiter were to pull that out, talk about a momentum boost for the Trollz.
like,
You know what I mean? Like, if you could beat Herb in any fighter, potentially, that is a boost. Even if you're close and you still lose, that's a good mental boost.
I think that's the worst thing that could happen is if you lose and it's close.
Yeah. I don't know. Against Herb, I wouldn't say so. I think you feel good about that.
Nah. That's definitely because then you got going to think, man, if I had gone for a simpler combo and extension and to try and confirm off one of my major abilities, and I might have had a better chance. Oh,
I feel like with Naruto,
Guardian down.
Yep, Zack Attack's out. So
Wow,
I feel like with Naruto,
He qualified. He didn't hit it before it dropped.
oh, somebody fell right a second before
that.
he did. So, like, when it comes to Naruto, some things, too, with that game is some of the character choices. If you use your substitutes too many times, you know what I mean? Like, there's weird things that could change that, like, affect that. Or just, like, if you make an error quickly, could affect it, too, because you have, like, because the health carries over to the next round. So if you go out, if you get their health low and then you go out, you have the immediate life advantage.
And that's where the extra bit of strategy goes in. But once again, it's still a fighting game, so nobody's really thinking that.
He almost knocked himself off on a simple jump right there. That was a risky. He must be playing keyboard and mouse instead of controller.
I mean, it's a comfort thing. And then you have precise movement with keyboard and mouse, but sometimes you get ahead of yourself and you make a bad click.
So this is the one where they come back. So, wow, that was fast. That was fast. Somebody must have really messed up on that because that was they come back. So somebody really messed up.
Yeah,
2 people, yeah. 5.
And then if you look back at that, if you glanced over, the middle of that was just
I wish we knew who was who. Because Fall Guys is so hard because you can't see the names. All the characters are so weird. You don't know who is who. Like,
and nobody ever does the smart thing or the easier thing of making everybody's little dudes look the same.
oh, if you're on a team, I think it might be a good idea to make them the same. But then again, in this game, then the other team knows who the other team is. So it's like, you kind of want to just go random with it.
I think the pros outweigh the cons on that.
Yeah.
Because even if it's harder to communicate in Discord because the game is chaotic, knowing who your teammates are, I think eliminates a little bit of extra communication. And that time you save from having to go, hey, man, look out. Or, yo, is that you? Allows your decision-making to go a lot more smoother.
Yeah.
All right, so 2 are already down, 2
So
left.
that sounded like maybe Rafiki that said I'm out too. So does that mean it's down to maybe
This is for the win.
Cordy or Bosif is the only one left for Trollz maybe versus 2? Maybe it's a 1-on-2 or something. There's only
And
3 people. It's interesting. I wish we knew who was who. Does that say PC 6?
I think that's PC.
Oh, wait, Cordy's up there. You see Cordy. Cordy is the one up forward. You see Cordy on the name. Oh, that person's out.
Yep,
Trollz
and Trollz
win.
pull it.
I recognize them Trollz. Cheers. So Cordy pulled it out. Cordy with the win. Nice. Good play for the Trollz. And now,
Arbiter needs
if
to win
Naruto,
this.
if Arbiter somehow pulls out a win in Naruto, the Trollz are going to go crazy and momentum is going to be on their side.
And we might get one more game in. If a game rolls that the Trollz feel confident in,
Naruto can be quick, yeah.
if FIFA rolls,
Oh, I can hear Herb already saying, "Come on, Arbiter." You know what? I don't care. I honestly don't care who wins this. I just want to see it because it's Naruto is one of those fighters that there's very few in the league that are good at it. So whenever you get a good matchup, you want to see it.
yeah.
And Herb, he plays this. But how many times have we gotten to see him play in the league? I don't think he's ever gotten to play it in the league yet.
I don't think he has.
So
And if
I
he
want
has,
to
it's-
see Herb how he plays in Naruto because I could be wrong. He could be the best in the league, or he could be just average. I mean, it's hard to believe Herb would be average at a fighter, but like we don't know.
I mean, he's average
It
at-
hasn't been proved.
He's average at league, so it's possible. But like you said, it's a
Also, have we
fight.
seen him play JoJo yet?
Yes, I think he has played JoJo.
So I mean, I think this will be a fun game to watch. Also, quick, easy setup. So let's get rolling.
Yeah. So if Jesse knows that third timeout's not staying, so we might see him burn it just to play one more game, just to play it. But if the Trollz win it, like we said, if you keep it within 1, they have a chance.
Yeah. Now I will say what's cool about this too is the Trollz got a couple wins on the Phantoms. But a lot of teams are still like, oh, well, they had this, they had that. Phantoms are a new team. But I think we clearly can see in some of these games, like, the progress is real. They're getting better. I see progress on them every game, it seems like.
I can't remember. Did Arbiter win the last time he played?
The last time he played was against the Bucks, and he lost to Gurns.
Yeah, Gurns packed
But
him
here's the
up,
thing.
though.
Here's the thing that a lot of the league doesn't know. Gurns plays Naruto. Like the Bucks were literally like all season. I've been sitting there like I can't wait to see him play Naruto. So the fact that he lost to Gurns, I don't know if that really means anything because Gurns plays Naruto.
No, he didn't just lose to Gurns. Gurns all ran them his team.
Yeah.
That's not good.
But Gurns has literally been clawing at the bit to play it. Every time he was here, he was like, I want to play Naruto. I want to play Naruto. So also kind of might have caught Arbiter off guard. Arbiter's not going to be caught off guard with Herb. He knows what he's going against. He knows that he's good. So, but I still think this is going to be fun to watch, dude. I'm so excited to see this match.
All I got to say is Arbiter, for the love of God, call a button check. Do your buttons. Make sure your buttons are right.
Leave nothing to chance. Make sure you are fully prepared. Also, don't rush starting the game. Make sure you're comfortable, you're ready, you're prepared to play. Because Herb is going to be right there, cocky, confident, let's go.
Let's go.
He's gonna be talking, getting in his head. He's got to be on the money.
If this is your game, you need to play it and act like it. You need to make sure everything is set up for your advantage. Because the last thing you want to do is get called out, rush through, get started, lose, and be like, oh, my buttons weren't working properly.
Use your items effectively. Careful on don't overuse your substitutions, putting you in a bad spot. Sometimes you have to take the hit rather than wasting a substitution. If they're not in a combo position, it might be better to take the hit instead of you losing a substitution. If they're in a combo, that's when you're like, I gotta substitute.
All right, so we got Herb going on Ino, Itachi, and it looks like Kabuto. And then Arbiter on his...
Hot Wheels is up next with Chicken. Chicken versus QWERTY in Hot Wheels.
That's going to be good. I think that's going to be RPS dependent because Chicken can raise.
It depends on map choice.
Yeah, because if Chicken can raise, but if you eliminate shortcuts, I think you have a better chance of winning.
Yeah, you just choose one of the most complicated maps that doesn't have a shortcut.
So we got Itachi, Obito, and I didn't see who the third was.
Yeah, he uses Itachi, Obito, and who's the other?
Sasuke. Normally he goes
no, it's not Sasuke. He used
No, it's Sasuke.
No, it's you're right.
And then Ino, Kabuto, and Itachi on the other side.
See, look, they're just spamming the substitutes right off the bat. See, be careful. You're gonna waste all your substitutes early. I knew it was gonna happen. Don't waste the substitutes. Oh, Herb is going Russian effectively. Nice.
Good change. Swap out to the Itachi.
Oof.
We should be good substitution. Dubs to Gogaku. All right. Arbiter down on health and resources right now.
Already, very quickly. But you see what I'm saying? He literally used all his substitutes in the first 5 seconds of the fight.
And that's one of the things. I don't know if Arbiter's comfortable with playing from behind, and it really shows when he does get behind that he gets really good block on the super dash. All right.
Nice.
Herb substitution, good substitute. But Herb's going to swing. Herb's swinging through on everything.
Yeah.
And I think Arbiter needs to realize that and adjust his gameplay as such. Because if he substitute and he tries to try and take his burn back, he's going to get punished. He needs to be substituting in the blocks.
Yep, I think we're looking at a Ravens win on this one.
Yep, see, he swung right through. Good block.
Arbiter's not rushing as much now. He's trying to take his time, but it's not.
And the problem is, he's trying to take his time, but he's not being as patient as he should be because he's still trying to take his turn back after Vanish, and Herb's swinging through it all the time.
You also notice Herb, he uses substitute only when he needs to. He tries to dodge and use his movement to get away instead of wasting substitutes.
And then...
Oh, there it is, the Kabuto assist.
All right, so red health now for Arbiter. Good ground combo technique. There it goes. Kabuto combo.
Chakra blades.
All right, block on a kunai. Ground grab. Karami's out of it.
Another Katone.
All right, dashes in. Herb's not worried about it at all.
And there it is.
All right, that's round one.
Victory for the first one goes to her.
Now, health advantage to Arbiter, but he still has to get through almost a bar and a third in order to get this dub. And he's already down on a large chunk of health. He's not using his substitution as much anymore because he's realizing that you gotta block, bro. You gotta block out of these substitutions because Herb is swinging through on everything. Look at him.
Yep. He's just constantly attacking. I think we're about to see a quick finish on this one.
Yep, Herb still has 2 substitutions left. Arbiter doesn't have any left. Decent chakra levels for Herb.
Good aerial combo right there, keeping it going, but then he has to stop and charge up.
I mean, he has a whole round advantage and that large life lead. It's one of those EV trades. Awakening is available. Let's see if he uses it. Will we see a super finish, or will we see Herb just try and wrap up the game?
I think Herb's hitting the finish. He's going to.
Armor break finally.
break.
Herb. Okay. So Herb has a huge life lead, and it is match point.
Yeah. He can't take nothing. He's still got a round on him, which is something, but he's really got a. These back and forth substitutions are hurting. They're hard to watch. And there it is.
And tech grab, kunai trap.
Drop the combo. Arbiter's dropping the combos.
And there it is.
There it is. Finish.
Ravens go up 6.
6-3.
Good use.
All right. Hot Wheels up with chicken. Like we said, basically the best 2 acres the Ravens could possibly have.
Yeah, like you couldn't have written a better situation.
And then they're going to get a
wheel.
reset. This is like a perfect situation.
Perfect
for the
storm.
Ravens.
Like everything that could have happened.
This RPS for the Trolls right now is huge.
It's a must win. As annoying as it is that you can't even guarantee you can't fight as being behind. Hold on. Let me organize my thoughts. The fact that your gameplay completely depends on something that's not even related to the game being played is very, very disheartening.
Now, it's very advantageous for the Trolls that they haven't gotten much fighters yet, which is good for them because they do not want fighters today.
Yeah, today
But
is not a fighting game today.
being behind with only one fighter rolling is not a good scenario for them.
Yeah,
because if they're behind now and we start getting Street Fighter, Tekken, any fighter, that's gonna start increasing the lead for the Ravens. So this is tough for the Trolls. They really got to win this Hot Wheels RPS and hope for some shooters. And even with that,
Like that's not
Ravens got some good shooters. man.
Exactly.
So it's like but being behind with only one fighter rolling is not a good scenario for the Trolls.
not.
I still think I still think regardless of what rolls, they got a handful of wins left in them.
Yeah, definitely. But if it would have been 3-6 and all those fighters are already rolled, that's a way more confident.
Way
second half to
better,
go
yeah.
through.
Then again, they could get that good wheel. They could get Killer and DBD. They could get the shooters they want versus the shooters they don't. They could get bad rotations in some like NHL or UFC. So they could still pull some things. Tabs, I think, is Tabs is a
Tabs is a
strat thing.
50-50.
I think Ravens kind of have an edge in Tabs, but even still, Tabs is so like everybody thinks they know strategy, but there's so many levels of counters for strategies that it's like, I mean,
I keep forgetting.
who knows that game?
Wonku's back. Wonku plays tabs. Like Wonku plays tabs.
Wonku has had a lot of things going on in her life right now, so we don't really know how much time she's been putting in practicing.
Well, last time
she's pretty busy right now.
last time she played, she had an iPad document that was like 2 or 3 pages of strats. And that was already prepared. She's like, I'm waiting for it. I'm just waiting for it. And it was like, the league might change, but the strats, if there are solid and you get your RPS and you get your map, I don't think it really matters.
Yeah.
But
I think the Trolls definitely need some Wreckfest games, some Need for Speed. They need some of that stuff.
yeah, those racers aren't traditional racers that they might be able to steal wins in.
Yeah. NHL is gonna be tough, but I still think they want to pull it. Like right now, look at these 3. If they didn't have Hot Wheels and they had like an NHL roll up, this would be perfect for the Trolls.
Yeah, because Cordy, Bosiv, Brent, and then Chicken Tag, probably KJ, then him. Or actually, no, Chicken Tech, Wonku, and KJ. And then that's your NHL lineup. That leaves you with him, Zack Attack, or Zoro and Herb.
Yeah, so you got DBZ, Tekken, Street Fighter, Guilty Gear, DNF. It's 5 fighters still available, right? I forgot Mortal Kombat rolled early, so it was 2 fighters, but
yeah. Booty. 2.5 minutes left. Hot Wheels is another easy setup. It was just really peculiar with trying to get your vehicle that you want, because that car menu is a little slow when trying to load through it and actually get things on there. So you can get caught in a situation where you're taking most of your setup time trying to find the car you want to use.
not to mention the amount of people that have chosen the wrong account or the wrong Xbox or something with Hot Wheels and have had a wrong setup.
They had to like go back
delayed
and then
time.
relog.
But RPS is huge for this game. I wish we knew who won RPS, because if Ravens win RPS, we can already say Ravens won.
Yeah.
Because Chicken's going to choose the map. He knows the strat. And here's the thing. He's not going to choose the strat that every team knows on that one map. He's going to choose the ones that you don't know.
Exactly.
But here's the thing. I also know Chicken. Same thing with like Tony Hawk. he'll choose a map with a complicated strat where he has to fly across the track, and he'll mess it up and hurt himself. Like, he's lost Tony Hawk. Like, I don't know if he lost, but like, there's been people that I don't know if I might have been Chicken, but there's been people that have like tried too much on strats and like Tony Hawk and Hot Wheels, and then have lost because they miss it.
I think
or they drop the trick,
Bubbles-
or they miss the shortcut, and then the other guy gets it.
I think Bubbles almost won. I think it was against the Reapers in Hot Wheels. And I'm not going to say the only thing, but a spider web dropped and cost him the race. But they picked a map where the shortcut was so incredibly complicated, he would land it, and Bubbles just go flying right past him as soon as he land.
Yeah.
So it's potential that could happen, that he could just do too much.
Some of those shortcuts are just too much, and they're not actually helping you.
It
Especially
just looks
if you're-
really cool.
Like, if you mess it up and you have to reset, and they get far enough around the track, then that shortcut may not help you at all.
Exactly.
Like, even the small map that everybody has a shortcut where you just fly off and drop down.
Yep.
That's a small track to where if you miss it once or twice, they're just going to pass you anyway.
Exactly. You'll finally
And,
land it
that
like
shortcut
cool,
is
and they're
now
already
just-
up a turn.
all that shortcut is doing now is keeping you in the race. So it really depends, man. So like RPS and choice on this is huge, and we've seen Chicken kind of go overconfident. Case in point, even in Mortal Kombat, which we thought he would never lose, he went in too cocky and lost the cat.
Yep.
So like he's been known to go a little bit too confident in some of these games and kind of, put himself in a bad spot. So I mean, we'll see. We'll see what RPS is, what map choice it is, and we'll find out. All right, so we're going to the gameplay. We'll see who's left and who's right. Somebody's already ready on the right.
So that's Twin Million, which is a really good straight up racer. And
The hot
that's
dog is
Tech.
chicken. Chicken's the hot
100%.
dog.
So Chicken Tech's going to be on the left, and they're going to have Loki
Which
on the
track
right.
are we getting is the question. If it's this one, it's the easiest shortcut.
We the best.
If they choose a short track, Trollz have a chance because the shortcuts are easy to learn. Unless they're trying to choose one that doesn't have a shortcut, but this one I think does have a shortcut. Wow, this is a short one. We'll see. If Chicken loses it, he gonna hear about it.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
If Chicken loses, he gonna hear about this one. What do we got next, Rainbow? Is it NHL? NHL.
Cordy and
Bosif. But Ravens have full availability. So that'll be an interesting game. But I still say if Bosif starts popping off, they can win it.
Yeah, 100%.
They got to pull this out, man, or else it's going to be 7-3 coming to NHL. They need a 6-4 in NHL rolling, and then they make it 5-6. That's the best case scenario for the Trollz.
100%. Keep it within one and guarantee your chances, or give you better chances to win.
I don't know how much low-key Brent knows this game, though. He got that, but Chicken Tech has the multiple boosts with the hot dog car. That's another thing. Each car has their own boosts. So
With the Twin Million having the more extended power boost.
and there he is. He's going for the shortcut. And now low-key's going to try to do it too. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if everybody knows the shortcut,
And he
but if you messed
overshot
it
it.
up, but it's still like until this is over, you don't know who's going to win because it's such a simple
Looks like
shortcut.
Chicken Tech messed it up too, so
Yeah,
he's
so that's
not
what I'm
too
saying.
far ahead.
Like, they just went with the easy track shortcut, so this actually might be advantageous for the Trollz right now.
Only a two
Position
lead.
difference. Yeah.
Yep.
All it takes is for Chicken to mess up one shortcut that Loki doesn't, and that could finish the race. It's such a short track.
And Chicken Tech still having the respawn button up on his screen for some reason. That might be detrimental. And I'm noticing both Chicken Tech and Brent are doing their respawn delayed, and it's causing issues. And Chicken Tech's in first place,
He's in second.
second.
And Brent's in sixth. But even still, with the way one more lap, all it takes is one mistake. So we'll see. But at least it'll be a fast game. So we'll get that NHL before half. Well, maybe not, unless they call a timeout.
The Trollz do. No, they don't have. a
No,
timeout.
they might just let it go to half then.
Because a lot of people are starting to reset a lot further up, and you notice Chicken Tech's resets coming back in a lot shorter.
Oh, does he save it? He recovers it. He recovers it.
Oh,
He's in the
no.
lead. Oh, he's got to hold the lead. See what I'm saying? You never count it out. He might. Oh, look in Chicken Tech.
Chicken Tech,
Oh,
no.
he's out.
Oh.
He's out.
Brent just has to finish
he
the race.
He just ruined it for himself.
Brent just has
All
to finish
Brent
the
has
race.
to do is
Brent,
finish the race. And
Stay
it's over.
calm, Brent. Stay calm, Brent.
Stay calm. You got it. Don't let him knock you out again.
Yeah.
Chicken knocked him out. Wow.
And then
see, Loki doesn't know the game as much, man. Wow.
That was
what a close
unfortunate.
call. The
That
Trollz
was-
almost pulled that one out.
and that's where the issues with boosting improperly and then trying to take too much speed. If he had slowed down around that turn, he wouldn't have got nudged as hard.
Chicken got back and hit him again so fast. Even on the reset, he got back so fast.
All right, so are we going to see this in NHL or are we rolling the half? It's going to be interesting to see what happens.
I don't know, because this is where it could, like, if you're the Trollz and you get an NHL win with a timeout before half, that really does give you a closer gap going into halftime, but you lose a timeout. So it's kind of like
You just let it go.
you gotta I guess you gotta just decide, like, do we trust that we're getting this win?
And if they only have 2 timeouts left, do you really want to burn that timeout now?
Unless they can somehow get it set up faster, but if you're the Ravens, you might just be like, nah, take our time, don't start it. I don't know.
Because who has setup? I think that's the huge thing, too. Because if the Ravens have setup, I would just be like, cool, we got the lead. I'm not worried.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll find out shortly if we get a timeout or not. Skirt. All right. So, man, I can't believe how close that was.
Man,
Chicken
Brent-
almost lost it, man.
Chicken almost sold that.
Like,
so
if
hard.
Brent didn't get hit and spin that last time that Chicken, because Chicken was able to recover and get back to him so fast because he had his boost.
And that's the thing where Twin Million's weakness there has one of the better accelerations of the game, the longest boost meter in the game. But having short boosts in order to make up for that lack of acceleration, you can get back in. And we saw what happens when you had that boost stocked up.
Also, in a way, because Chicken went off, but he didn't go off, Chicken had a fresh start right in the middle of the track while low-key was already kind of swerving.
Exactly.
So that's how he was able to catch him and hit him so fast.
Once again, maintaining that speed and being in control, because if you boost too hard with Twin Million, your car breaks traction, and then you have that chance where the rear end just gets loose, and then you can get poked, and then you lose everything.
Wonku, Zach Attack, and him versus who we thought for the Trollz, Bo Steve Qwerty and Low-Key Brent.
All right, so
2 minutes remaining.
they
Are we
might
gonna,
give
are we
up
gonna
in
go
time.
to half, or are we gonna play the game? Because if you're the Ravens, maybe you also are like, let's try to get this set up fast so we can probably, if we could go up 8-3 at half. You know what I mean?
True.
So
Down
both
by-
teams might be like, let's hurry up. This is a quick setup game. Let's get it set up and go. Because it really is a quick setup if you know what you're doing.
Exactly. Minute 30 left on.
I'm curious. Here's the thing. Wonku's been busy. She hasn't been around much. So I don't know how much of all the games on the wheel she's been consistently, because we had a long break. So a lot of these teams that are good at games, if they haven't played some of these games over the break, I didn't mean to bring that up with just Wonku. I just know that she's been busy. And so you don't know who out of these teams right now in this second half has been taking advantage of the break and who has not been taking advantage of the
We
break.
weren't taking advantage of it. We got smoked. But personally speaking, since I do play with a lot of the Ravens players, I have heard Wonku in the background when Herb is practicing, and then I heard her making call-outs and playing other games. So I think even though she hasn't been able to play actively in league matches, she has been playing games. Because at the end of the day, Wonku is still a gamer.
No, yeah, but
So-
what I'm saying is, like, so this is a console game and it's a sports game. Not everybody has some of the games at home, and the league has been shut down. So some of these players might not have had the games to practice.
That is correct.
And that's a huge thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, now, given that Wonku and Herb, they probably have every game on the wheel. So I'm
Yeah,
sure they
100%.
were able to still practice everything.
yeah.
But, like, that doesn't mean that him and Zach Attack do. I don't think him or Zach Attack owns NHL.
No, they do.
Are you sure?
Yeah, him is Bubbles' brother, and so is that.
I know. But
They
we don't know if they've been. Him hasn't been around for a while. We don't know if he's been practicing anything.
That is true, because I know whenever me and the Cobras are practicing and Bubbles is available, I hear him in the background probably every 5 to 10 minutes going, yo, you're bad. Check out what I'm doing. So
So are they automatically playing the setup past the half time point, or did they just not? Are they not checking?
I think we're starting the game and the clock. I don't know. This is.
I don't know. Game Master, where you at? Or they might not have the clock might have been off from the actual game clock.
Yeah, so
here at
there
the
might be
studio,
game clock
because
still
that
left.
happens a lot. Because sometimes you got timeouts and things going on in the game master,
And then you'll have
setups and things like that.
And then you have a lot of the times usually about a 2-minute difference between our clock on stream and arena clock, just because, like you said, keeping up with everything that's going on and all the moving pieces. Sometimes
In
still
some
always work out.
senses, that's better too, because then you have an easier way to adjust.
And not
All right,
to mention,
so it looks like purple jerseys is the Ravens. So are they both going Lightning? That's surprising because usually the Trolls go for what is it? Not Avalanche. La David. What is the team? I've also seen the Ravens play a different team before and they lost. So maybe they just said, "Nah, we're just going Lightning."
I think that if you don't want to, if you're tired of playing the Lightning, I think the Avalanche is like the next best pick because their defensive ratings are just so huge.
But I mean, Bosif plays, I think, Pittsburgh. I think Bosif plays Pittsburgh because they have like the best scorer, and so he individually can have the best player in the league. So that's why he play. I think it's Pittsburgh. I'm not sure, but whichever team he plays, Bosif chooses because there's not that much of a drop off with the other players who aren't like the best of the game. And when you're as good as he is, he wants the best player so he can have the best advantage.
But we'll see what's going to happen after the half because it looks like they let the clock run down. So stay tuned. We'll be back in about 15 minutes, and we'll see how the Trolls try and get back into this game. See ya.
we are. We're back and ready to go.
We are back. It's your boy, the Bubbles.
And Strix.
And we are back with UEL. We're Gamers Go Pro.
Let them know.
And we got the Ravens against the Trollz. It is currently 7-3. We had quite a first half.
Yeah, I think a little bit rough for the Trollz, but they stole some wins, which is really good.
Yeah, that Fall Guys gameplay. I don't know why the Ravens had 2, the Trollz had 1. I don't know why the Ravens didn't just go over and grab him.
I think in Hexagon, it's so scary to make yourself fall. Guaranteed. Like, I guarantee you that there's so much of a chance to make yourself fall that it's just, nah, I can't do it. I'm going to be scared. And in that Hot Wheels game, Hot Wheels was so close.
I thought Chicken was about to lose.
I really did.
I thought he was going to lose.
I was like, oh, there's no way. And then you just see that moment. But here we are in the NHL. So we have him, Zach Attack, and Wonku going in for the Ravens. And Bo, Steve, QWERTY, and Brent going in for the Trollz. Who you got in the game?
So I see the Ravens taking this one. But Bosif and QWERTY are a duo in this game that you cannot take lightly because they know how to play this game, and they've shown that time and time again. But they have made it a statement before that they are scared of Wonku in this game.
Really?
I've heard them say that, and like they have something against the Ravens in this game. They know that the Ravens are good, and especially with him and Zach Attack, the brother duo.
Yes.
Coming in, they have that natural chemistry.
And they play. We've seen them play.
Yeah, they play.
NHL, so they know the game. This isn't like an inexperienced duo.
And we do see a pause in the game.
Oh no, we might. We'll get back and find out. That's always the worry. It's the worst feeling, especially when it's a game you know that you're good at. To have that pause happen, you're like, oh, who's in trouble for it?
Yeah, you never know why the pause happens. You never know if it's going to be a forfeit. You don't know if someone accidentally hit the pause button, because if you accidentally hit the pause button, you're putting that controller down.
And sometimes that feels worse to have to watch your team play without you, where you're sitting there and you're just waiting and hoping. But we're back into it. The Ravens are in the purple jerseys, so right now the Trollz have control of the puck.
And it doesn't look like anyone had to put a controller down.
Okay, maybe just battery. Some batteries died. Occasionally, we had a low battery.
Technical issue, yeah. But what we are seeing is no score yet. Seeing some really good defense on the Ravens here, though. They're the ones in the purple, like we said, and they just need to learn how to get this into rotation onto offense.
I think that's the big thing that they're gonna have to just stay up on. The Ravens are, because I think once Bosif really does get started, especially, the Trollz are a very momentum-heavy team, and so in something like NHL, which they feel like is their game, I think if they get the first score, they're definitely gonna be
get that one-timer, toss that over. Oh.
They're definitely gonna be looking to just run away with the game, but the Ravens are just controlling.
I love all these passes. That last drive there. They had 5 completed passes. And you don't see that too many.
No.
Like, you only see like 2 passes. And we see a goal from the Trollz.
Okay. The Trollz are on the board. And this is what I'm starting to worry about. I want the Ravens to answer back really quick.
But now we got money puck. So whoever scores this, it's worth 2. And so if the Ravens score the next point, they're up 1. But if the Trollz score, they're going to be up 3-0, and that's going to be very difficult for the Ravens to come back on that.
I completely agree. The Ravens play, I like that one thing the Ravens immediately adapted to is they are doing much better about keeping that last player back just to never give, I feel like, the Trollz the chance to just get a breakaway.
But the one thing I am seeing with the Trollz, though, is when they're on offense, all 3 of them are up, but one stays at the top. And then when the Ravens get the puck, 2 of them stay down with them, and only one goes back. And so they keep applying that pressure. And the Ravens have been crumbling under that pressure because they aren't able to pass out. Because the Trolls are just getting the puck when they try and pass that.
So if you were playing with your team, and you were the Ravens in that situation, what would you be looking to tell them to do? How would you try to break that pressure?
If I'm the Ravens in that kind of situation, I would not have us push up immediately, and I would get the passes as soon as we get the puck, start passing on our own side.
Mm-hmm.
That way, the Trolls won't know who's going to get the puck. And we got a penalty shot here.
Oh, was not able to complete it. That was a big.
That looks like that was Wonku with that penalty shot.
And those are really big because it's going to be your best chance to score with no interference. Okay, they got it.
Okay.
Passing it back out. The Ravens are pushing it down the ring.
Oh. Oh,
nice.
wide open. Oh, nice poke check there.
Those passes are notably gone that we were seeing a little bit earlier. There, it almost seems like
Get that one-timer.
Trying to take him.
Oh, close. Good. This is some really good puck movement, though.
Yes. You can see both teams really do have an understanding of how to play the game.
And this is what I like to see. So I think
Nice chase.
is that Loki Brent? That's yellow, I think.
Yeah, Loki Brent should be yellow.
I'm not sure.
So close. I feel like both teams are just one play away from swinging this momentum. Again, I think.
Oh, pulling the goalie out. Let's go.
Okay.
Goalie going out with it.
That kind of scares me a little bit.
That was a very scary move.
But yeah, I think you hit it on the head. The momentum swing from this money puck is going to be really big.
And I mean, that's assuming someone's going to score during this money puck.
Yeah.
That's a bold assumption because right now I'm not seeing any scoring.
I feel like
I'm seeing that first score and that's it.
Was the Ravens
Okay.
back?
So that's what they needed.
Yes.
So now they are up one.
And he just played defensive. You don't overextend.
But we have another money puck though for two. So they can't play super defensively because if the Trolls score, which they are getting a lot of shots on, they have more shots on than the Ravens do. If they make one of those, they're up one again. So the Ravens have to still be aggressive.
That was a nice attempt. See,
that was a very risky side pass there.
Like people willing to just. Sometimes it's better just to hold it, and even though you don't keep the pressure, both teams, neither one wants, it seems like, the pace of the game to slow down. Both are just trying to keep pushing it, hoping that the other team is going to make a mistake. Now we have a 3v2.
Good poke check.
2v1 for the Ravens.
Pass to the side. Oh, I would have passed back.
Okay, somebody's hitting that button a little bit too quick because the goalie keeps doing that side pass out.
I think they're just trying to pass as soon as they can so they don't freeze the puck. Because if you freeze the puck, it goes right back to the other team. And so it's smart to pass it out from the goalie. That way you will still have a chance of getting the puck. If you freeze the puck as the goalie, the other team's getting it right back. And that's just canceling everything that you just stopped.
All the momentum, everything that you
And so then it just gives them, the other team, the sense of, okay, restart. We're good. We got the puck again. Let's apply that pressure.
And we're already in the third period of the game. It's really almost over with. And the Trolls have.
Oh, that was a really good move there, though. Almost worked out for
and
him.
maybe Bosi could start trying to take over the game a little bit more.
Get that pass in.
Oh. He probably feels like he's the best player on the.
Now, one thing I am seeing is a lot less passing on the Ravens. After they took the lead, the passing has stopped. And we got a breakaway here. Oh, wide shot.
They luckily get it back.
Oh, pass the back. Oh, I don't know why you shot that.
Makes you question, okay, they're passing it up. The Trolls are looking for that play. But again, the Ravens are basically leaving back in transition.
Yeah, and I see a lot. The Ravens constantly are having one person standing in front of their own goalie having their stick down. That way, if oh my gosh, another, and so the Trolls just take the lead again.
The swings back and forth.
Now, if the Ravens score, it's tie game.
I think that's the big thing to me is as the Ravens and either team, I think once you go up, you don't want the pace to stay up like this because there's so many things going on. You know, it's easy to make a small mistake.
Okay,
Here we go.
got a breakaway here. Oh,
A nice attempt.
oh, got the puck back.
You got to be careful.
Oh, he's in that situation. I think the Ravens.
Okay, look up.
Oh,
They lost it.
that was a good stick lift.
And it looks like the Trolls are committing to just
Yeah,
holding onto the puck and
waste
just
time.
slowing down the game.
That's what they have to do. If I'm the Trolls, I'm doing the same thing. Waste time.
All right, the Ravens are trying to find their play, but you got to get between
Oh.
the goalie and 3 members of the Trolls to be able to actually
Pass
score
back.
the puck.
Oh, that
went
was
in.
so close. Oh, they should have had that. It's all right. They get it back. See, this is what I'm saying. They get it back. They just shot that. They can go for the same thing again.
I don't know how much time. The games has to be coming close to an end, and it feels like the Ravens are getting desperate. They're looking for any opportunity to take these shots, and with that puck sliding away,
Oh,
with
it's
the
a
2v1,
2v1. Oh,
that was
all right,
almost
you need to pass that up.
slide over, and they. Okay, Ravens, you have a nice
Okay, you
chance
got,
here.
all of them were on the right side. If one person was on the left going up, they could have hit a one-timer. And that would have been a lot more beneficial. They both pushed right next to each other, which does not help.
You have to move up. They're not gonna
And
just
the
bring the puck
spacing
out.
is really big on this.
It's right there.
Get that back in. Oh,
They're just holding it, and once again another just fast break, and we're going back the other way.
that is gonna
And with
be
the sound
time.
of that's a Trolls.
That's gonna be a Trolls victory,
And that's
pushing them to 4.
And that's an amazing way to start the half. You always love to win that first game coming back from
Yes.
half because regardless of what, first half is first half.
Yes.
Play each game, and they're going into siege, which I know the Trolls like their shooters, so that's gonna be great to see.
And I think this was a perfect momentum change for the Trolls because now going into this second half, they can think, all right, second half, we're 1-0.
Yep.
We won 1. They haven't won a single one yet. Now, they just need to carry their momentum from that NHL win into Siege. And I heard that in Siege, their gameplay and their plan don't let QWERTY die.
That always worries me. I was always,
That's all I've heard from their Siege is don't let QWERTY die.
all right, Ravens, I'm looking at you, and your job has to be to kill QWERTY in siege. Do not let him get started. Don't let him get momentum, because you hit it on the head. We both know as that, you know, when you come back from half and you get that win, now you're sitting there saying, all right, that's 1. We're 1-0. Whatever happened in the first half happened.
Yeah.
They get siege 2-0. The game becomes a 1-point game. And now, even as the Ravens, you got to be a little bit worried because the wheel is unforgiving.
I know. If I'm the Ravens here, I'm not comfortable with the position I'm in because it's a close game.
Yes.
And they are only a couple games away from being tied again.
Yes.
And so if what I've heard is correct, QWERTY, what I've seen from QWERTY in Siege is he plays too aggressive. And so I think if they play that same way in this Siege match, then that could really be hurtful for the Trolls because they need to use that drone phase.
Yes.
If you don't drone well, you don't get that intel, then that could really screw your team up because then you don't know if there's someone on the top floor. You don't know if there's someone flanking you from below.
It's something so small. I think you're hitting it right on the head. And I'm looking at the teams and the fact that the Trolls are playing a 5-man today,
Mm-hmm.
really will benefit because I bet you all 5 of them have game planned that strategy that you're talking about of
Yeah.
keeping QWERTY alive and working together to make sure that QWERTY is the person that is kind of leading the charge at all times.
Because there's no question he's their shooter. And so what I think this game is going to come down to, who is going to be more patient? Because if you're playing defensively, you might want 1, maybe if you're risky, 2 roamers, but you want everyone else to be relatively close to sight. Because then if the attacking team plays aggressively, you want those people to be able to slow down the gameplay. Because the defense is supposed to control the pace of the round.
Yes.
And that's what a lot of people mess up on, is they don't control the pace.
NHL, though, the Trolls never slowed that game down. They
didn't.
kept pushing, and I think that that's a big opportunity to... the Ravens, I feel like they have that. They're willing to be like, yeah, we'll play. You have to beat us. Again, in the league, you always want to be playing as though you are the leading team, and you have to be beaten. We're getting lineups in, and I think I'm going to go ahead and swap out. At the game start, yeah, okay. So let me ask you, if you were the Ravens, now that we see the Ravens lineup, is Herb, Chicken Tech, KJ, or Zorro and him? How do you feel about that lineup? What is your... Do you feel like that fits your strategy of playing slow, or do you think the players are,
So
Chicken Tech is a character, is a player, and this is one of his big games that likes to go ahead and take over games, especially when he knows he's good at it.
So I see. I've played with the Ravens. I haven't played with them since Chicken Tech joined them, but I've played with Chicken Tech on my own, and he is a very confident Siege player. He knows strategies. My only question: has he had enough time to teach the Ravens his strategies, or is he trying to learn the Ravens strategies? Because that's what I'm curious what we're going to see in this match. Are we going to see Chicken Tech with the Ravens? Or are we going to see Ravens adding Chicken Tech?
That is an amazing question. They've been playing a bunch together. Like, if you're ever around the Ravens Discord, you always see him in there helping somebody, always trying to, I think, build that synergy that you're talking about. Because we all know that Chicken Tech's good. But just being a good player doesn't always mean that a team is right or the fit is immediate.
You need
you
that.
Can't just integrate instantly.
And I feel we are going to see the synergy.
Okay.
All of that team chemistry, because they have been grinding nonstop since that trade for Chicken Tech.
And Chicken Tech's a big voice. For those that don't know Chicken Tech is not a player that's going to be like, I'm going to come in and integrate into your system and just do exactly. He has opinions. He has ideas. He knows what he wants to do.
He's not afraid to say it.
Yeah. And he's gonna be like, no, that's a
he's
bad
not
plan.
afraid to say it.
We shouldn't do that. That's a bad plan. Shouldn't at all.
And so I think going into this, he knows that. I think he knows that QWERTY is going to be the main player for the Trolls. And I have seen QWERTY be the first one entering. And if he's their main player, that shouldn't be what should happen. He should be more towards the back, maybe starting that drone.
Yeah.
And then getting that intel.
But I think that, like, you have voices in there. The biggest voice that I want to bring up, and it was talked about on commentary a little bit earlier, is Rafiki. Rafiki brings both positivity and I think a level of calm between him and Brent to maybe QWERTY wanting to play fast. I feel like there'll be voices that would definitely say, whoa, maybe that's not the best course of action right here.
Yes.
Maybe we shouldn't just... The way I always talk about shooter players are the most confident people in the league, and they always think their gun doesn't jam. They're going to win the gunfight regardless. And sometimes you need someone to tell you, don't take this bad fight because your gun can jam.
Yeah.
And that's nothing against you. Just you want to maximize your chance of
And
winning.
I think Rafiki is going to be really useful to be able to do that. He's going to be able to say in a way for them to understand and comprehend all right, we need to slow down a little bit. We need to take control of the situation before we play super aggressive. And I think him, and then I think Bosif is going to be able to get more of that strategy going into it. And he'll be able to strategize with the team saying, I think we should have like someone go over this way. I think someone needs to flank from above. And I think Bosif's going to be the guy to be able to tell them what to do.
We're currently waiting on a PC. We'll be starting shortly. So just hold up a little bit. We do have a technical timeout going on. But I think you're hitting on this idea of whose synergy is stronger. Can the Ravens show that, hey, coming up on playoffs, this is their second to last game. Chicken Tech's on our team, and we're ready for playoffs. We're not looking to just go into playoffs and things to be the same. They're looking to, because I think that trade was to contend with Eclipse more than anything else. They're second in the Southern Conference. They are a team that people recognize are were always on the edge of a title contender. And I think putting a player like Chicken Tech there is going to be there. But on that flip side, these Trollz players, since the swap, have been playing together. Whose synergy is greater?
And I like what you were saying for playoffs. The Trollz are fighting for playoffs right now. And so if they win this, they have an even better chance at making playoffs. If they lose, I'm pretty sure they still have a chance. Just everything has to go their way. And I can tell you, they're playing the Cobras next. They ain't winning.
Hey.
They ain't winning.
Let it be. As a person in the Southern Conference competing with them, I'm up there saying, like, looking at every single one of the games, and you hit it on the head. If they lose this, their fate isn't in their hands. You, as any of us players, know if I'm gonna lose and not be in playoffs or lose a game, I'd want it to be on me. I don't want to have to necessarily rely on another team winning a game where possible. But I think this Trollz team will be a threat, especially as
they are definitely a threat. They
Too many people write them off, but
they are already a threat. It's shown that they are a threat.
Yes.
They are a force to be reckoned with because they have shown time and time again that they can play at some top tier quality.
Yes.
They know how to play some of these games. They are some of the best at a handful of these games. It's just the fact of you need to get the team at that point.
Because coming into today, I don't think most people had this predicted to be this close. Did they have the Trollz taking Titanfall? Yes, Rafiki is seen as one of the best players of that game in the league. Where they almost took Hot Wheels from Chicken Tech, a premier racer. They have consistently now always swung above their weight class. I think that most people in the league, or at least are considering them for. And that should scare people because this team is coming a few games off of management changes, player shifts, rookies learning how to really be a part of this league. We can both understand being a rookie in this league is a lot. You have to learn a lot fast, and everything is getting thrown at you.
Like you are literally tossed into the lion's den.
Yes.
And so with the new management on the Trollz, I think that is exactly what they needed. They needed someone to be able to take control of the team. And now they have Jesse.
Yes.
And he is the troll savior.
Yes.
He is going to change the Trollz moving forward. That's the change they needed. And we have seen that since he's come onto the Trollz. We've seen a whole different team.
They feel more cohesive in terms of basic identity. Player identity, and going back to that synergy, is something that you will build up with two rookies on the team. But yeah, the identity of like, this is how we're going to handle stuff. I think Third Anarchist is always highlighted the analytical prowess of Jesse. And that analytical prowess is super useful because there's some teams that it's in any sport, any competition. There are people that intuit stuff. Okay, this feels good. I'm going to do this. And then there are people that kind of play by the numbers.
Yeah.
You have to kind of lean towards one, at least initially. And I think Jesse helps. And I think as a person that was in a very similar position as Arbiter, having someone else to rely on is so important.
It lets you focus more on the game. You're able to focus more on the game you're in instead of the management side. Because trying to do both, I'm sure it's difficult. I don't know personally because
I
I'm
can
not in that
speak-
position.
I can
But
tell you because you sit down for a game, and for those that don't know, like you're playing the game. You know the game plan. You got to make sure the team implements it. The next role comes out. Who am I sending in? Who might they be sending in? What is my actual approach going to be to still win this? How much time do we have? You're answering all these questions, and you still have to be like, oh, wait, I'm playing Siege. All right, cool. I'm picking this. We're doing this. This is the map. Is set up right? Because if you don't ever want to lose a timeout, it's so surprising. The Ravens have one timeout at the start of the second half.
they don't want to waste it.
You have one basically mistake, one opportunity to try to shift, whether it's momentum that the Trolls now have full control of. You have to pick that time perfectly, whereas the Trolls are kind of, I feel like the Trolls are in a comfortable spot. The Trolls are definitely worried.
100%. And we do see the map choice was border, and I feel like that is a really good choice because there is many different ways that border can be played. And we do have third anarchist joining us.
I'm back. Cobra takeover. So we're on border, and it looks like we're going to be doing a 4v4 instead of a 5v5. So this does change the dynamic of pushing. And let's see. Looks like we have Chicken Tech on Buck, by the looks of it.
And we do got that next wheel spin coming.
So let's see. What do we got?
And
What do
we
got?
get FIFA coming up next. That is going to be really good matchup.
Yeah, this is where this 5-man really shows its strength because now Courtney and Bosif are playing and they're available to play.
Yes.
So it looks like they picked up upstairs in the armory and the office. We got a Mira. Let's see. Setting up metal detector. Who is that?
It looks like they got a Vigil as well.
So we got Mira, Echo for defense, and then Thermite, Habana, Dokabe, and Buck. And I think that is Chicken Tech on Buck.
The only problem I see with that is they don't have any way to get rid of like a bandit charge or a Cade. They don't have anything to get rid of the equipment on the other side of a wall.
Yeah, and that's the issue with their current setup. They don't have anti-protection measures. But if you
the way they're playing this, it looks like they're trying to go from below, which is actually really good thought process.
Yeah, since they picked up stairs for the first zone, getting bottom control is very important, and Buck does allow you to open up those soft walls and floors to try and get picks from downstairs, which you should see Buck doing right now.
And this is Chicken Tech that we are watching here.
Yeah, Chicken Tech is probably one of the more aggressive Siege players. I played with him personally. The dude's main plan is just to frag out, and with him opening the floor like that, it causes really awkward peaks for the Trolls. And it looks like somebody dropped that hatch open and whoo.
Okay.
Bosif with the drop down on
two more.
Frost.
Got a 1v4 here.
Oh, egoed. With one person left being in that dead end, that was unfortunate. But great plays there from the Trolls. Now we have the first swap. Defense for the Ravens.
I feel like they're going to be a lot better on defense. Because I feel like they're going to have everyone on site and Chicken Tech roaming.
Chicken Tech does play very aggressively.
You see it right there. He's playing Vigil. And I feel like we're going to see him roaming.
Oh, 100%. So we got Doc, Frost, Legion, and Vigil on the defense side. We won't see who the attackers are until they get scanned. But this is Chicken Tech's chance to get the team back in because the Buck pick wasn't bad, But I feel like if he would have picked his normal sledge, the frags he had with that open hatch could have forced the move.
And I feel like pushing from the first floor, there was a lot of other ways they could have played it. They could have pushed the other side of the building to go to the second floor. They could have pushed the other stairs.
Yes, and that's one thing me and you always talk about, Bubbles, is attacking from multiple angles.
Yes.
If everybody is down main in the armory, as you can see, you pop that back hatch, you can push into that space with the angle advantage, and then you can also hold those main stairs.
Yeah.
Which somebody actually ego challenged walking in the 4 Ravens and got a pick on the thermite, I believe.
Yeah. And so we see trying to get a spawn kill here.
Chicken Tech being greedy. If it pays off, it'll be huge, especially if he catches like QWERTY or somebody lacking. Oh,
And-
caught somebody
okay, and then we
repelling.
got
Good
one.
kill.
So now the Ravens have numbers.
And this is where Chicken Tech just backs off.
Because now they're up 4-3. They got the numbers. They can play it a lot more passively now. Make them push. Hold your angles. Don't force anything.
Or
And
they'll just
another
repick Chicken Tech. Situations like that, your best bet's to open the window up completely, get a drone in there,
Yeah.
and force Chicken Tech to leave. But he's gotten 2 kills. He doesn't need to stay there anymore. And it looks like they're playing that balcony push where they have the walls set up and then that corner that the office Chicken Tech is playing out of. He's rotating 90 and he's taking main stairs.
Okay, and someone's on stairs.
He had a good read on that, but a little bit too aggressive, and it was a 2-man coming up. So hopefully Chicken Tech passed that information along to the team so they know where to watch. So
And you see, there was someone looking through the teller's office, and you see that kill from down the hallway.
Good rotate on the frost, nice little late swing in to make sure they catch whoever going through that metal detector. So they're either holding. That's a risky hold, my guy. Granted, it's harder coming up the stairs to get that angle than it is sitting at the top of the stairs. I would move over and
It's
then
just
lean out.
There could be someone pushing their right side, and they just have no idea.
But it's one person left, and it's Buck, and I don't think they've opened anything yet. So that might be in their advantage because they don't necessarily know where he's at if he's been taking care of default cameras.
Now there's still 53 seconds left, so there is plenty of time for Buck to be able to go around and think of a new play.
Yep, and there it is.
And just like I said, shots from the side, they'll have no idea. That's exactly what happened.
Now, what Buck needs to do is try and play that angle through those back walls. Yep, there he goes.
1v1 now.
He's holding the angle. Buck can rotate back around and come through 90.
I believe this is KJ. I'm not sure. But they need a
There's 15 seconds left. If I was
something
Legion,
has that. They're gonna go for a kill.
he has
That's
to
what
push.
Buck
Hide.
has to do.
Hide. Do not
Buck
peek anything.
Buck needs to come in with that shotgun ready and just start shooting. Turn that corner and shoot.
Yep.
And
There you
Yeah.
go. You
just
got to
played
play
time.
the time. Because too many situations for people like, no, I'm going to be the
Yeah.
hero. I'm going to make a clip. I want to be on the next technical timeout being a hard carry. My man, you just sold.
so now my question is, how do you think this last round is going to be different?
Chicken Tech now has a grasp on how QWERTY and Bosif play because the Buck's not a bad pick, but with proper reinforcements, Buck does get hampered immensely, as you saw. He couldn't get into that layout in the window in the open bridge space.
Right.
And then the walls going in up main stairs next to Armory were reinforced. So Buck is just negated completely, and those standard breach charges aren't dependable.
Do you think Chicken Tech's choice of who he plays is going to change?
I think we might see his sledge just for the simple fact that the hit 2 frag grenades can cause people to move, and that LA 96 LMG is really good.
I feel like I don't think he's going to change from Buck. I think he is just going to change where he pushes from. I think he's going to push from the second floor.
Wow. So looks like we have a technical win for the Trolls. Looks like the Ghost didn't confirm rosters between the teams, and we're looking at a 2-point game now instead of something that could have been potentially a 3-point game.
That is a very tough loss for the Ravens there.
Because I think that defense showed the team knows how to communicate and react to what Bosif and Cordy and all of them are doing, and they had a strong chance to clutch up the set. But now all that work's gone, and now the Trolls are up even more.
Yeah,
Or back, I should say.
I feel like that's very devastating if I'm the Ravens, because they just won that last round. Now they're going into the third round thinking they're about to come back, get a win. And now the Trolls have just won 2 back-to-back in this second half.
That's huge.
That is a really big momentum change for both the Trolls and Ravens, because now the Ravens are at a really big disadvantage. They feel like the Trolls are about to come back, and it's because they are.
I think it's not what they feel like they're going to come back. I think what's going to happen is there needs to be a huge reinforcement on the leadership side of the Ravens that, hey, we need to tighten up our setups. That was one thing that was brought up during the break during their team meeting, because I happened to be in there. We need to be better with our setups. And that situation with Siege is very technical, because a lot of coaches and GMs in the league don't play the mental chess everything.
Yes.
So any game with rosters, a lot of the teams that have played against us will know I'll stop everything before the match even starts at hour 0 and be like, hey, this is what I want to do. These are the rules I want to go with. These are the operators I want. Are you cool? Yes or no? Because if you get all that out the way at the very beginning of the match, when those games come up, it's not an issue. And you don't have situations like this where you should potentially be up. What would it have been? 4 points?
Yeah.
Now it's only a 2-point deficit. Excuse me, 3 points. Math is hard.
And I feel like you're right. And the Ravens need that to make a stop, because if the Trolls win FIFA as well,
and that's a tall order, because Herb and Wonku, they play a lot of sports game together, and they're definitely up there for the dynamic duos of the league. But it's the Wonder Twins.
But Bosif and QWERTY,
Bosif
working together on FIFA
is terrifying.
That's scary for anyone to go against.
Except for Rage Occasion and Pop Candle, but we ain't gonna talk about that.
That's right. It's all right. They'll catch that.
But hey, that's one game I do look forward to at the end of September when we go up against them, see Rage and then Pop go against QWERTY and Bosif. But right now, we got Herb and Wonku. So what do you think, man?
Herb and Wonku are good at sports games, but I don't think they can take down Bosif and QWERTY in FIFA. I don't think they can do it.
It's interesting because I think both of them have the synergy. Both of them have the comfort with playing with each other. It's just how further does their knowledge of the game and mechanics go. We've seen QWERTY do high passes and the scorpion kicks for Bosif and vice versa. Bicycle kicks, a lot of high-level ball maneuvering. Whereas with Herb and Wonku, I don't think I've actually seen them play FIFA together this season.
I think that Bosif and QWERTY, they have a lot more of the technical of the game down, but Wonku and Herb, they have the game sense down, and they have a lot more knowledge of this is a good time to pass. I should take this shot here. I need to go back and defend. I think they have more knowledge of that game sense.
All right, so it looks like we're playing in Tokyo with walls. We got Herb and Wonku in the white jerseys. Herb on the blue indicator and Wonku on the yellow. Ooh, off the crossbar.
Okay.
All right, another shot. was like Herb and Wonku are depending on defense for the time being to try and get their possession going. They're not being super aggressive. They're just blocking the shots. Good defense. Nice cross pass back.
Oh,
Ooh.
should have done another cross.
I liked it, though,
ball
because it was a
control.
timing situation. Oh, kick up.
Oh,
Nope. Next game coming
good
up.
defense, both sides. No one in goal. Oh,
Good
yeah,
delay on the kick.
there's the.
And Wreckfest.
We got Wreckfest up next.
Bro.
Let's go.
Bubbles, you're fired. But now, solid goal from the Ravens there. Just like you said,
was-
game sense.
Yes.
Pulled the leg on the kick. He moved, and then just an easy shot. Ravens do need to be careful because if Quartering bursts will get that ball back with that open net.
Oh,
Ooh,
almost had it right there. Get across.
Off the wall. Ooh. Okay, back it
Gotta
up.
reach
Slow
that.
down.
Pass back.
Be
So I think what they're doing when they're running back is they realize they don't have a goalie. And I think they're doing that just for their own safety.
I think what they're trying to do is see if they can get both.
Oh, and another
wow.
goal. Oh.
2-0 Ravens. I think a lot of that back, that bringing the ball back, also is trying to force Cordy and Burrows to get greedy and try and force attempt steal to
that
get the
defense.
backfield open. Good steal, pass up, cross.
Oh.
Nope, good defense. Goalie's up.
Test with a pass.
Good block, good block. Steal,
Oh.
empty net, just walking
Oh,
in.
wide open. Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
I take back what I said. Wonku and Herb can do this.
Like I said, I don't doubt them. I've just seen what Bozif and Cordy can do.
Yes.
And I haven't seen the two of them play. So it's more, oh, there we go.
Okay.
They
Yeah,
finally got that
sorry,
goal.
That was Bosif there on the goal.
And they finally got that goalie drop they've been looking for, if you
Yeah.
notice the way they've been attacking.
Yes. All right. Getting a little ball handles in here.
They're up 2 points, so wasting time is in the best interest of
Yes.
the Ravens.
And I think that is exactly what they are doing.
Because Cordy and them are going to have to move up at some point. And ain't no way.
Oh my gosh.
Stop thinking about doing something and do it.
That was dirty.
Oh, fast break. Didn't get it through. Off the wall.
We just saw a clip. Highlight reel. And another.
If you want to...
Now if I'm the Ravens, waste time. I'm wasting time.
100%. 29 seconds
Up
left in the
4.
first. If they would have made that, I would have felt bad. Still down. 20 seconds left on the first.
All right, there's a foul.
All right, up top. Bring the ball back. Ooh, good block.
tried
Good
it.
block.
That was a really good defense. Oh,
wow.
Almost stopped it. Wonku was just
I think her
late on that.
goalie got her legs mixed up within the shift when they slid over,
Oh,
so it
pass
opened
back.
the gap.
Yeah, there it
And
is.
they answered immediately.
That's what I'm saying. That game sense they have. Act like you're about to go for that shot. Pass it back. Have your teammate do the shot.
And I would like to be in the fly on the wall for what's going on in the sports arena right now, because I want to see the difference in communication. Because with Wonku and Herb, is there a lot of talking, or are they all just playing by feeling? Because if they're playing by feeling and doing this, that's terrifying.
Yes.
Because it's one thing if you're winning and the opponent's quiet.
Oh my
Okay, there we go.
God,
There we
that
go.
was dirty. Put that right over him. And then get that was clean. That was so clean. And I mean,
So
I feel like if they aren't talking, they're just using their chemistry.
that's terrifying.
That's
Because
lethal.
Because think about it. Cordy and Bosif are very loud vocal players, winning, losing, indifferent. The fact that they're making all that noise and Herb and Wonku are just kind of like sitting there chilling,
Yeah.
that's terrifying. Yeah, let's go. Okay.
Okay. You celebrate. I'll win. Like-
Up 3 points, 2 minutes left. Good block, good block. One man to beat. Open goal, good to go. 3-7. The Wonder Twins powers are not activating this game.
They're
Good fast break and gets his pockets picked. Another good
And
block.
I don't know.
Ooh,
if there's,
that was spicy.
I don't know if there's coming back from this because
It's possible. It is.
it's possible. I don't think it's plausible.
Hey, the chances aren't zero.
I don't see it happening personally. Just
They're not being
the
able.
defense.
They're not
on
letting them
these
activate the
Ravens
plan.
are a lot better right now.
Yeah. Because
They are able to clamp them down. They're able to get these stops, slow down the play, and they go out and tackle the ball. Is what they do.
Ooh, and the goalie wasn't able to get the
Oh.
trap. All right, one man to beat. I don't know if I would have taken it that
Oh.
wide.
That was that was very risky. Get that shot. Oh,
A little wide on the spin around. They're trying to control it.
1v1 here.
Good block.
Good pass out. Oh,
Good step up.
way to get back.
Good
Contest on the goalie there.
The Ravens' defense is insane right now.
They are going out at the perfect time. And
Oh.
from half court.
Ooh, was that Wonku
Wow.
again?
I did not see.
Okay.
Okay, and they
Off break,
they
just get
return
something
it
quick.
right back.
Only down 4, and you saw how fast they scored that. They can
Yeah.
win. They can come back. All right,
Get a pass
off the
back.
wall. Wall again. Bicycle kick gets
Okay.
intercepted. Open net. Goalie comes in
Oh.
time. All right, one man to beat. Good defense.
Oh.
All right, bring that goalie back. Bring that goalie back.
This is if you are interested in learning FIFA, specifically defense, watch this game.
Yes, the Ravens' defense is insane.
This is a good example on how to defend in FIFA.
Ooh, that's
that was a
unfortunate.
nice-
It bounced off the inside of his foot.
Nice inside goal.
But hey, take the points you can get.
Yeah.
That would have been unfortunate if that would have bounced in.
And just like that,
Going into the third? No, that was
it's just
yeah. That's it. I forgot it was only 2
Yeah.
halves, right? And Ravens
Ravens
take it convincingly from
The
Cordy and
Ravens take
Bosif.
it. And there wasn't really much question after the first minute.
And
like
And like I said, I'm not knocking Herb and Wonku's skills, but I've never seen them play together. So I was like, well, Cordy and Bosif should win this. Like that's that from what I've seen from gameplay. Like, yeah, Wonku's good at sports. Herb's good at sports. And the two of them together are a great team. But I just don't have enough on tape for me to make a educated opinion on them. So I was like, Cordy and Bosif should. And I admit it, I was wrong.
And Herb and Wonku just showed their chemistry. That's what that game just showed, because the silence while playing and they play like that, that's crazy.
That was while he was talking, that was my Herb and Wonku impression.
And they were playing like that. At that level, it's unheard of. It's unheard of.
Like, to be that quiet, to be that consistent, especially across from Cordy and Bosif, it's bad when you're quiet on purpose and then you make your opponent quiet. Sheesh.
But now we got Wreckfest.
Gross.
One of the best racers we got.
All right, now I know you're messing with me, Bubbles.
I know you don't like the game, but the game's actually fun. It is.
For who?
There is for
Titus?
there's a lot of strategy that can go behind it. A lot of people say, let's just go all buses, but there is so much more that people can do going into it. There's some maps that just people don't play. And if they change the map, then you have a lot more capability of changing what vehicle you use, trying a different strategy out. And I think if the Trollz win RPS, they're going to choose a different map that we don't typically see.
I hate this game. I can't stand it.
That makes one of us.
And if great gameplay comes out of the game, cool. I'm happy, but I hate this game so much. But hey, like you said, there is depth to the game. Would I prefer another racing game, like maybe NHRA drag racing? Maybe some NASCAR? Maybe some Burnout?
These are all really good options.
See?
Titus.
But remember, come to your peers and your bosses with solutions, not just problems. But since the problem's still here, we'll play Wreckfest.
Hey, who said it's a problem?
I did.
It's not. But I think that we are going to see a different style of Wreckfest today. I don't think we're going to see the typical all buses. I don't think we're going to see that.
It's going to be 4 buses in the car.
I'm waiting for one team at some point, not a single one of them use a bus. I'm waiting for that.
I think Karma did it last season. I could be wrong.
I'm talking this season.
Oh.
Yeah. We have
Technically,
I can tell you
forfeit
we
the
haven't seen it this season.
Technically, forfeiting the game is no buses.
People that play the game.
Okay, there we go. There you go. Dial it in. You always got to dial it in.
But I don't know if the Ravens have gone over Wreckfest, but I heard from the Trolls
You heard from the Trolls.
that they were scared of racers except for Need for Speed and Wreckfest.
I can see that. I can see
And
that.
so, because those were the ones they said they have a lot better of a chance at winning. And I'm curious if they were right. Is this one that they shouldn't really be scared of?
You never know, because I've touted saying we were one of the best roll champs teams in the league, and we dropped the ball against the Bandits.
It's because I wasn't there.
I mean,
Gotcha there.
Yeah. But claiming you're something and not having the record to prove it, or in a clutch situation where you need to win.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to say we didn't play our hardest against the Bandits, but we didn't practice properly. But we only have 2 games left and we're not making it in the playoffs. The Trolls have to win. So if this is your game, you have to knock it out the park.
And like you said, the practice is what is going to show in the game.
Exactly.
If you aren't practicing, like I've seen the Ravens, they have so many people in there every single night,
And whether-
every day. You go in there at any time, you are going to see someone in their chat playing some sort of game with each other.
And if not with each other, with somebody else.
Exactly.
I think I've logged in the past 2 weeks about 20 hours of Siege with Chicken Tech. And granted, me and him are 2 polar opposite play styles. I'm a tempo-based player and an information-based player that make certain attacks. Chicken Tech is his all ego.
Yes.
So the thing is, you have Chicken Tech, who's all ego and uses his knowledge, and I lean more back on the knowledge and zone control. You able to pick up things from different players and go from there. So with Wreckfest, have they really integrated any of Chicken Tech's ideas in, or have the Ravens come up with anything? And like I said, if the Trolls are confident in this, we might see a game where the Trolls are only down by 2 again.
Do you think we're going to see Chicken Tech go in for this?
All right. So outside of not personally liking the way Wreckfest gameplay is, it's technically not a racer. Because at the end of the day, nobody will commit to racing 100%.
True.
So would Chicken Tech go in? Potentially as a raw racer, but when you get put in situations where you might end up having your best racer go in, which then leaves his space open on the wheel after that, and the enemy team sees that and they go buses.
But what would you be afraid would come up if he does go in?
What do we got left? DNF Duel, Dead by Daylight, Fighters, For Honor, F1. 5 games right there. So that would be my concern there. But at the same
I feel like half of those that you just named, though, Herb could go in as well.
But the thing is, we all know Herb actually plays Wreckfest.
Yeah.
So you don't want to send Herb and Chicken Tech in. So I'd rather send in Herb and have Chicken Tech because I think Chicken Tech is a stronger DNF player between the two of them. I do believe Chicken Tech. It's F1, so that's definitely Chicken Tech.
Yes.
DBZ.
DBZ, we've seen half of the people on the Ravens right now have played DBZ,
Yeah, I think.
but only a couple of them are
Knowledgeable.
confident in DBZ.
I think Lazoro is their weakest DBZ player. Not a knock on her, but like I think that's not her current.
And she's still not bad.
yeah,
at DBZ.
like I said,
Like she can play DBZ. Just my question, is it at the same level that the Trollz are? Because I'll tell you right now,
Rafiki and Brent play,
yes, they play.
and it's an anime fighter, so Arbiter's dependable.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if Arbiter doesn't get lost in the scramble, I think that's why he lost Naruto against Herb, and that's why Herb played the way he did. Arbiter, in a lot of fighting games, when he gets caught in the scramble, his fundamentals go out the window because he doesn't know how to reassess and reassert where he wants to be. But if he can stay calm, if Riders rolls next, I think they have a strong chance of winning. But Chicken Tech don't really drop combos. I ran some practice against them as the trade happened and after the trade happened. And I'm not a good fighters player. When I play with my teammates, I play better, except for when I miss sparking and lose the Lovejoy. Lovejoy, you got lucky. But no, I maybe got one or two characters off of him over a couple of matches. And when he decided to exert pressure, it was harder for me to get ahead. So
Just needs to apply that pressure.
exactly. And one thing that Chicken Tech learned early, and me and Lockdown were talking about early, he doesn't play in fighter games in New World. He lost to Cat once, came back, beat Cat, and there's no more like, oh, I'm gonna play this character because it's fun. No, he's in and committed every time he plays.
Yes. And I think that Wreckfest, I'm excited to see it personally. I am.
I'm glad you're
Because
excited, Bubbles.
There was a timeout that was used, and
The Ravens' final time.
they used their final timeout, which to me, that shows either one,
confidence, or they'd rather play the game out. Go ahead.
they might not have had enough time to set up. They might not have had it fully set up, and they didn't want to forfeit that. Or they have a gameplay or a plan going into this that they want to, one, either talk about or get confirmed what they are doing. So either way, during these last 4 minutes, they're going to be talking gameplay. They're going to be getting something set up so they can get an advantage on these Trollz. Because the Trollz going into this, they have 5. That's all they have going into that. The Ravens have more that they can think about. They have more that they can do with it. And so I feel like there's a lot more strategy on the Ravens side.
Yeah, and that's one of the trade-offs when it comes to running a 5-man or a 7-man. 5-player game goes in, you go, cool, everybody in, reset, then the other 2, these are the people left over. But, like you said, now that, 5 done, Ravens like, all right, who's going in, who's not, what do we got left on the wheel, what are we going to be worried about? Because to the advantage of the Ravens when it comes to information, when the reset happens, the same 3 players you see right now highlighted for the Trollz are going to be available after the reset. Because Arbiter, Rafiki, and Loki have to go in for Wreckfest, and then 2 more people, so they reset. Then Bosif and QWERTY go in, leaving Arbiter, Rafiki, and Loki Brent available again.
Yeah.
So until a low-man game rolls, this will be the rotation for the Trollz for the rest of the game, technically speaking. So knowing QWERTY and Bosif are on the anchor position for the next wheel spin, how do you attack the lineup?
if I'm the Ravens going into this, so we should look at the two that we're going to leave out. I would personally leave out Chicken Tech and I would say either Wonku or him. No, I would say Chicken Tech and Wonku.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
because they're your two brothers, so I think having them in because you like Wreckfest, so that means they play Wreckfest, meaning having. Hey,
No.
I'm trying to give them something, all right. But hey, you never know if they actually do practicing on their own time with the team. But
Yeah, they
I
very
think,
well could.
And since we don't really play the Ravens, I wouldn't be surprised if you talked to them about Wreckfest. So there could be an opportunity where it's like, hey, what did Bubbles tell you about this? And
I
it's
don't
like,
give them the free tips.
Ooh,
Not for the free.
Ooh,
Nah, they gotta earn that.
got him. But yeah, I do agree with your sentiments about leaving out Chicken Tech and Wonku. But that does kind of double cover Tony Hawk and a few other
Yeah.
one-off games like Tat. Well, Wonku gives you tabs, so you still have Chicken Tech out. But one of the issues that the Ghosts had when Chicken Tech...
Oh, I see so many buses.
Oh,
I don't like that.
brother, these guys stink.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks.
Are they racing with buses on Deathloop? Boy, that's just crazy.
No. So one strategy that I have seen, you
Alright.
can block the loop, but it doesn't look like there's any racers.
I'm pretty sure I saw a race car zip by that purple bus. Yep,
Oh,
there's one up
I
the
saw
loop.
one go up.
There goes one right there.
So they can completely block the loop. And
Ooh, we're waiting for the names of who's where so we can figure out what's going on. Is that Strix's dad? Stars' dad. I was about to say, okay.
all right, so I mean, you're gonna block the start? Is that what I'm seeing
I don't know
here?
how I feel about this. We got Chicken Tech in the purple
not
Ravens
turning
bus.
around.
Zoom, zoom, zoom.
All right.
Some
So
hot
we
bus on
are
bus action.
currently watching Chicken Tech. And
All right, we're getting bullied.
Arbiter is at a quarter of health. Very low. And
Ooh, good block from Chicken Tech. Chicken Tech.
Chicken Tech up.
El Pollo del Technology. All right, nice double team. Forced to reset. Are they going to reset or keep
All
them
right.
push?
Why? There's the reset. Now go around the loop and hit him again.
Do it again.
Do it
Bop,
again.
bop.
Oh, no, too slow.
Easy there, killer. All right, Chicken Tech's waiting for somebody to commit to their jump. Once you hit the air, it's between you, God, and the safety belt. All right, lining up for the bus shot.
And shaboom.
I think Chicken.
I think Chicken Tech took more damage on that one. And gotta back up a little more during the respawn because there's, I believe, 5 flashes before they don't get hit.
And it looks like they tried to play the reset, but the timer.
Yeah. There's a 3-second timer, and you really have to pre-click that
Chicken
reset.
Tech taking a hard hit there.
And that's critical damage. Now it's
Emotional damage.
emotional damage.
Looks like Chicken Tech might set up for one last hoorah. All right, so Arbiter has gone to that parking lot in the sky. QWERTY's on. All right, so we got Bosif on PC 11, QWERTY on Star's dad, Rafiki on PC 10, Brent on PC 7, and Arbiter and Spectator.
And we just got a big waiting game right here.
And Chicken Tech is wrecked out
Chicken
officially.
Tech got
And I
wrecked.
think the Trolls win this because it looked like the Trolls were up in points. And that's
And so-
in-gamer 10.
That's Rafiki right there that
Zooming.
we're watching now.
Stars his dad, QWERTY, behind them.
So now they're able to just race.
Yeah, most of the buses are out
Most
the
of
way.
them can just race. There's not a lot.
And they're up
of
like
Ravens left.
93 to like 20-something.
This is looking really good for the Trolls.
And this is where you have that disparity when you have your team don't fully commit to one strategy or the other. Everybody should have been racing or everybody should have been on buses.
Yes.
Because you have a couple buses of racers. Once those buses go down, you're so far behind.
I don't know if everyone should go buses or everyone should go racers because it all depends on what the other team is going. Because if the other team isn't going all buses, then you can have a couple racers.
But then it comes to difference in racing skill. And the problem is no matter how good a racer you are, can you beat 2 to 3 other buses? Or if not, a whole other team of buses while your team's a bus? It's a weird, I agree with the sentiment, but it's a hard, tight line to actually follow and play through.
It would be difficult, but if your team is confident in Wreckfest, then that's a no-brainer. But you have to be good at Wreckfest.
And
That's the thing, because there's not a lot of teams that are very confident at Wreckfest.
Exactly. It looks like a Zoro is still in the race as well.
It looks like, if I'm seeing correct, I think it's, yeah, so what we're looking at right there was him in a bus. This is Bosif that we're watching now.
Hopefully we can get a scoreboard check to see exactly what the score is right now. Because since the Ravens still have cars available, the race continues.
KJ's on PC3 and he was on very low health before. And still see him a little bit in the back. Yeah, he's in a bus.
And we got PC1.
And we got him right here.
And
This
a
is
Zoro.
KJ.
So him or Zoro and KJ are the only Ravens still.
And they are all buses.
No, or Zoro's in the race car. She's sympathetic.
Oh, I thought that was a bus.
Pretty sure it was a car. Oh, it is a bus.
It
You're
is
right.
a bus, yeah.
Yeah.
So 3 buses against. I know there's at least 2 racers out of the 4 left for them.
All right, and Trollz win.
I think that's a Trolls win.
All right, well, Fighters is up next though. So redemption arc for Arbiter here. So see him, Zach, Chicken, Zoro, and KJ. So Herb, Wonku, and Herb Wonku reset, and then probably Chicken Tech going in for Fighters just to. I don't know. I feel like
I
it's
don't
an
think
overcommit.
I don't think they'll put Chicken Tech in. I think they're gonna put him.
So you thinking Herb, Wonku, him?
Yeah,
After the reset?
I think so.
And then we already know he's going in for the Trolls, leaving Courtney and Bolsif. I've murdered that poor dude's name all day.
Poor Bosif.
Corsif, Birdie,
Bursif.
Bursif, Breakfast.
Breakfast.
But
I
this-
think, like you said though, this is Arbiter's redemption. I think he's gonna be going into this with a vengeance.
I think Arbiter's main goal is to not lose himself in the scramble. And with this most recent Fighters patch, it's turned it into
A scramble.
it's Marvel vs. Capcom 3 for Dragon Ball. It's all over the place. So many character has touch of death now at like 5 or 6 bars. 7 bars, you can almost guarantee somebody's dying.
Yeah.
Just off a jab confirm. Jab, cool. Watch this level 3 cinematic.
I feel like we're gonna see a lot of combos coming in from Arbiter, and that I think is gonna be the difference between the two teams.
And so back to what me and Titus were talking about at the beginning of the game. One of the Ravens player had to leave, and that just happened. So Zack Attack is now gone, but he still is a part of the rotation. So whenever a game comes up and Zack Attack is available, he has to go in. If the Trolls win, now's their chance to go.
That
for
is
it.
going to be very big. I knew that was going to happen at some point. I just didn't know when. So
For it to happen on the loss, that's the worst too.
that it's unfortunate timing, but when work calls, work calls. But so now the Ravens have a lot more thinking when it comes to lineup, because now they're going to have to think, what games are we confident that we can be down a man? Because say Valorant comes up.
Actually, you want me to be honest? Fighters is one of those games.
Ooh, I don't know if Fighters is one of those games.
Did you not remember Silver? Oh no, you missed it. So we had a scrimmage game and Silver 1v3.
Oh,
You can 100% be down on man and fighters and just
okay.
take people to the church.
Okay. That gives me a little more hope. So,
Because at the end of the day, you don't have an active fighter,
yeah.
but you do have the assist to work with.
And I know that going into this game, the Trolls were scared about any of the fighters, let alone fighters.
I see what you did there. I appreciate that.
And I think that Zack Attack leaving is what they needed. Because yes.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Because now the Ravens are playing not necessarily with a disadvantage, but in a lot of these games, they will have a disadvantage.
And like if Valorant rolls and the Trolls are truly feeling themselves and Zack Attack is available, that's in the whole entire operator, equipment, everything is down on that. The best they can do is just pick the character, but that's it. No, don't put them on Sage. Don't put them on Smokes. Maybe put them on a throwaway duelist that doesn't take up a pick from the rest of your team, but like that's huge.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a tough call when to put Zack Attack in, because
He cannot anchor at all because that's just
No.
throwing away a game.
because if say he anchors, right? And say Tabs comes up next. That's an immediate forfeit because he's not there to play it. Unless you
Also-
play it out and they just play nothing. Like, I mean,
And another
that
crazy
would have
thing
to be a
is, too,
forfeit.
Chicken Tech is their primary racer now. Like,
Mm-hmm.
if F1 rolls, which should be a Chicken Tech win, and Zack Attack is in because they had to do some other gaming plans,
That's gonna be
throwing away games you're supposed to win, it's not good.
no. And what are some games that you can think of that are left on the wheel where it's like a 2v2, 3v3 that would be difficult, but they can do it?
Actually, if the Trolls are smart about this and Star Wars rolls, they have to play heroes versus villains. They have to win RPS and play hero versus villains. Because if that goes in for that, that gives him an opportunity to spawn as a hero. And if you're able to kill the other two, you have a defenseless hero and only in guards.
He doesn't necessarily, because
It's
in heroes
automated.
versus villains,
It's automated. It's
no, you can-
random. There's
you
no.
can choose.
No, you
The
can
first
choose.
ones to confirm going in get to choose.
I thought it was.
hero.
I thought it was at random.
No, it's just the first 3 that hit start. Those 3 get to choose the
Okay.
hero.
Okay. We need to work on that. we need to save that instead of having everybody just go in and we have. We'll talk later.
There's strategies.
Yo,
You guys don't get that for the free. No.
pay us.
But I do agree that, like, Dead by Daylight, say that rolls. And
Actually, if that rolls, Zack Attack goes in. If they get Survivor, I would 100% put Object of Possession on Zack's Survivor and just leave him standing there and let the crows and Object of Possession just keep making noise constantly. But hey, I was right for the Ravens lineup.
yeah, so we got Chicken Tech, we got Herb, and we got KJ.
And then we already know who's going in for the Trolls. Arbiter, Brent, Rafiki, reset, leaving QWERTY and Bosif. Actually, no, it's a full reset.
It's all of them, yeah.
Because it's 1, 2, 3, and then reset.
So after the fighters, all of the Trolls would be.
Don't say anything.
And so with the Ravens,
So do we have a technical timeout right now? What's going on?
that's what it looks like. It's a technical timeout.
Okay, cool. So probably some server hopping issues, weird things going on. Fighters does require you to be online to play 3v3, so little picky getting in there. But
I feel like if League of Legends comes up next, that would be very hard for the Ravens. Because then, if they don't put Zack Attack in here, then Zack Attack would have to go in for League of Legends. They'll be down a number in League, which could be very difficult. Because then they are going to have to possibly do a 1v2 bot. Or they might. I've seen the Ravens have a jungler, so they might just have to pull the jungler.
all right, so Ravens on. All right, there goes Chicken Tech
And we
Gogeta.
Do
drop.
see the Dead by Daylight coming up next.
Oh, and Chicken
so-
Tech is not available. All right, that should be a. Ooh, wake up buttons.
Oh,
Team Gohan. I don't know about that vanish. Okay, some of that rose.
Rose all
Oh.
day.
2H. Hard knockdown. Whoop, caught him pushing buttons.
Oh,
All right. Drops the combo.
okay, get the connect.
So he EX'd that.
Oh.
Level 1. Drop. Blue Cheetah.
Switch.
Are we going to see some Big Bang loops? Big Bang loops. Big. Up 2H.
Oh,
Good.
Okay.
Big Bang.
God.
That could have been easily a
Follow up
hard
with it.
knockdown into a level 1 confirmed to get rid of Rose. Hit coming in. I think hit is Arbiter. No, Mad Genius. That's Rafiki. Big Bang loops, please.
Oh.
Give it. Bro, stop pushing buttons.
We do see KJ. And good
Oh, good
blocks.
tech. Oh, that's a Dev Vegeta.
Yeah, and all right. So that's KJ out now.
All right, Chicken Tech's back in on the red Gogeta. Let's see. Air Dash gets caught. Auto combo. He
okay.
won't build meter for
Connect it.
kill.
Oh.
And
Finish it. Finish it.
UI
swap.
Goku time. Gong, gong,
Good swap
gong,
to
gong,
Herb there.
gong, choo.
And Herb takes him out.
Herb was just some simple UI buttons. 7, somebody's, don't get happy birthday. For the love of God, don't get happy birthday. There's the pressure, and that's dead Rose.
And we do find out that there is a delay of game on the Troll, so they will lose their timeout.
That's not good. Team Gohan going against Herb. The 6 meters. Good sparking and saved super dash. The auto combo still tracks now, so late on the 2H. You saw him trying to react.
Good plays
and that
on
is
Herb here.
Herb, oh, there we go.
Okay, Herb. Herb taking it for the Ravens.
And you know what the crazy thing is? Herb could have gone on point. Chicken Tech looking a little rusty there with his Gogeta. I think he might have been better with one of his other characters because he was dropping a lot of stuff. I don't know. I don't know if he's played on he's played on a new patch. So maybe he just wasn't comfortable with the way his opponents were playing. Yeah. But Chicken Tech still did a good job lowering health on multiple people and then getting out for a safe tag for Herb to come in to clean everything up. But we have DBD, and if the Ravens don't win RPS,
if the Ravens end up being survivors, they have 3 survivors. And in order to get a confirmed win, you either have to have 2 people escape or 1 person escape, and you have more points than Killer.
But here's the thing.
So if I'm the Ravens, say we lose RPS, we end up being survivor, key strat. All of you go for keys?
Nah. Because here's the thing. When a player is idle and dead by daylight, crows surround them and make a constant audio cue. And it drowns out a lot of the other audio in the game. So, with Zack Attack going in and not actually being here, those 3 survivors, if they play it right, could get out. Because you've heard you've heard how the sound it makes when people jump over, do rushed actions.
Yes.
Except for generator explosions, is that loud, like, popping weird noise. That noise goes off constantly when somebody's AFK. After the timer, when the Ravens
that noise is going to happen.
Yes,
because Zack Attack's going to be AFK.
Exactly. So you have to worry about that noise. And there have been situations I can personally speak of where I've had survivors walk past me when I was streaming, and I couldn't hear them because of the Ravens. So, or crows, excuse me. But completely RPS dependent here. And honestly, I would, if I was the Ravens, I would take Survivor.
Yeah,
try and play.
I don't know how Wonku is at the Killer. I don't know how she is with it, but I don't think Orzo or him are confident at Killer.
The reason why I would take Survivors even if I won RPS is because I get the reset. That's the more important thing.
No, that's true.
Because if you
that
only
would be good thinking of it, yeah.
Because if you only send one of them in, and Guilty Gear rolls, it's now a 2v3 with Zack not being available, and then you have to send in Zack first in the fighter order to get him out the way immediately, and have a 2v3 after the fact. And that's a weaker position than just going for the reset, and if a fighter rolls, having your entire roster available.
And this is the kind of thinking a manager needs to do.
Yeah. And they got Chicken Tech, Herb, and Black Diamond out there, along with Wonku, who's known to be a vocal member of the team and have ideas. So
I think they definitely have the managing side, and they have good strategies, and they are all very smart, and they play smart. They have really good knowledge of how they should play the UEL.
Correct.
And I feel like they are going to do that. But if I'm the Trollz and I win RPS, I might choose Survivor.
Ooh.
I would choose Survivor if I'm the Trollz. Because 1, that would mess up their lineup. 2, none of them are really outstanding killer. That might be a really good play for the Trollz.
Yeah, because I only thought about the Ravens side of things, but looks like the Ravens did get Survivor. So we will probably see Arbor going in, and hopefully his Wraith gameplay is tightened up, because this is a must-win for him.
was.
Okay, yeah, there we go. So then we probably will see Arbiter. Yep, Arbiter going in. And the thing is, he has access to every killer in the game. Is he going to stick to that Wraith, or is he going to do something a little bit more inspiring and risky?
I feel like it's gonna depend on map. I think we might see him play the nurse.
I like Nurse.
Mainly because isn't she the one that can go through floors?
Yeah, floors
Yeah.
and walls, and you
So
can. There's add-ons that gives her 3 blinks. There's add-ons that reduce her cooldowns out of blink. There's an add-on that reduces her recovery after missing a swing on blink. There's a lot of good options available.
So I
But
feel like depending on the map, like that could be very beneficial for Arbiter depending on who he chooses. And now there's gonna be 3 for the Ravens.
like I said, that might not necessarily be a good thing for Arbiter, because that noise on indicator is obnoxiously loud. But if Arbiter gets this, he keeps it within 2, and then he can continue to try and get his team back in.
You also have to think now, what do both sides have to do to win? Arbiter, he has to kill 3 instead of 4. So that's gonna be less that he has to do. But on the Raven side, you need 2 to escape. So 2 out of 3 is a lot harder. Because if I'm Arbiter, I'm gonna try and find where Zack Attack is first.
Yes, 100%. You need to get Zack.
That way you know, okay, there's someone there. I don't gotta, like, I can take him and easily just go with that.
Yeah, get Zack out the game immediately, because those sacrifice points are huge. Because if it comes down to a 1 escapee and then him, he gets full sacrifice points for him going through all 3 stages on the hook with him not being in range of it.
Exactly.
It will be foolish of him to sit on that hook, because if he's able to hook Zack early and force them to pull him off to make Arbiter have to go back to him, that means only 2 people are working on generators instead of all 3. So I think the winning line for the Ravens is gen rushing, brand new parts, toolbox, increased duration on the toolboxes. Arbiter's way to victory. Barbecue and chili, lethal pursuer, thrilling tremors, and probably jolt or one of the other generator regressing perks. Find Zack, hook him, and then start your patrolling immediately. And if they take Zack off, immediately go opposite of where Zack was hooked, and I guarantee you'll find a survivor there.
Yeah.
Because if Zack spawns here and Arbiter gets him and hooks him here, if somebody goes over there, you know for a fact they're trying to draw you over there to rehook. So somebody's definitely on the far side of the map. Wow.
And we are gonna see a tough time between the 2 sides.
So looks like FF Ravens, because they weren't ready to play. So we'll get that forfeit indicator moved to the other side. Yep, Ravens forfeit.
Yeah.
We're not ready. And then
And
Overwatch
Overwatch
2. Yep.
And so that's gonna be that's a full reset for the Ravens.
But the
after
problem
that.
is, it's a 5-player game, so you leave Zack and then one other person out to try and play this. And then if a 2v2 game comes up, like DNF,
it's a 1v2.
Exactly. So do you take the chances of Overwatch and leave out somebody like Chicken Tech or Herb to cover the fighter side of things, or do you play Overwatch a man down? And I think playing Overwatch a man down is the worst thing you can do.
Yeah, and going back to what we said earlier about getting everything ready, because that's a big thing in the league, is you have to be on top of setups, because the Ravens, you can see they have no timeouts. And so they had to set up Dead by Daylight, and they didn't do it in time, which was ultimately the cause for a forfeit. And so if they had a timeout, we would be seeing Dead by Daylight right now. That's why these timeouts are crucial to have.
And another thing to think about too is win or lose, if the Ravens had drawn out that Dead by Daylight game, it'd still be 7-9, but how much more time would have been off the clock? This is where you start entering end game for the match, and if you've been playing the clock the entire time, you're setting yourself up to be in an advantage, and you might have forced an early Trollz timeout in the 48th or 40th minute instead of something at 10:15 where the Trollz are only down 2 now. If they pull it off with Overwatch, then they're only down by 1, and you're looking at a completely different game.
Now, with Overwatch, all of the Trollz have to go in. But for the Ravens, Zack Attack, do you think they're going to put him in, make it a 4v5?
If they had one Dead by Daylight or ran enough time off the clock, then I would put in Zack Attack for Overwatch.
I feel like they should put Zack Attack in for Overwatch. We've seen them play Overwatch. They are really good at Overwatch. I think this is their time to do it, because they could easily do, let's say, like 2 tanks, 2 healers. And they could, because I've seen Herb on tank. He's really good.
And Ozoro is probably one of the better healers on the team.
Yes,
so
100%.
You put Herb and Ozoro in a good position, and then you just have somebody else pocket heal. Yeah, there's 5 Trollz players in the match, but both tanks have their own personal healers. Give them Mercy and Moira, or I don't know who would be another good pocket healer.
So I feel like Mercy would be good. Obviously,
that's hands down.
Lucio might be a good choice. Brigitte.
I think the Brigitte play with them, if they go the 4v5 route, is not the best, because she does have to go in
for the 4v5. Yes, I would choose more like a Baptiste.
Baptiste shoots to heal too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually I like that, because then you can have Ozoro on Mercy paired up with Herb, and then Baptiste with whoever the other tank is.
And Baptiste would be a really good option, because if you see one of your tanks are really low, you can toss that immortality field and then just spam heals on that one tank.
Exactly.
While they stand in that field. Then the other team has to stop focusing the tank and aim for that immortality field.
And then deal with
and then
Baptiste.
go back.
Because as that field's up, and if Mercy rotates off the other tank because they're fine, double healing on the single tank, and then Baptiste can rotate off faster because Mercy heals faster.
Yeah.
You could see a very interesting strategy. So the 4v5
which if they do the 4, what are the 2 tanks you think they would go? Or do you think they would go a tank and a DPS?
No, it has to be 2 tanks.
I agree.
Because you're looking at least a tank, 2 DPS, and then 1 healer on a Trollz on the more aggressive comp.
I don't.
It'll probably be like 1 DPS, 2 tanks, 2 healers.
Yeah, I feel like we're only going to get 1 DPS. But I think we're going to see a Reinhardt on the Ravens. And I think with Reinhardt, there's a couple different routes you can go. You can go Diva. You could also go like Winston, get a double bubble going. Well, double shield. You could go with the double bubble strat. You could go Winston and Zarya. Get like a dive tank going. But I feel like the best way for a 4v5 would be Reinhardt and Roadhog. Because Roadhog will be able to heal on his own going out. So it's a lot less stress on the healers. And in a worst case scenario, you hit that heal button. You get a couple hundred. And then you're able to fall back on that health. and then let your healers work on you. Rather than if you go with, like, let's just say Winston. You don't have that heal option. Sure, you have a leap, but that's only useful if you're alive.
That is true, and it looks like we were right.
And we see Tabs up next.
If Wonka's available, this should be Ravens dub. All right, so I think we're spectating Chicken Tech. Is the PC6? Even numbers were the Trollz, I believe. We'll get you updated on what side we're watching here in a second.
But we do see the Reinhardt, Orisa, a Lucio. I think I saw a Reaper.
So I think we might be watching the Trolls.
And so we are currently watching Herb.
So it looks like the Ravens did send in the full actual 5 playable people for this. And they're playing capture the point. So this is a one and done if they get it.
Yeah, whoever captures.
The point's not active yet. The Risha play is solid. And you see
they got a
Ozoro,
Mercy in the back.
that Sigma shield needs to be broken.
Yeah, this is a nice play going around the back.
You got to land a shot. You got to land a shot.
Oh, those shots. Oh, Herb, no.
Herb's probably about to bite the dust.
Oh.
Yep, and there goes Herb.
If he kept going outside on the side, in the back, there was another health pack. At that point, you just have to turn and run. There's not really much you could have done.
All right.
Now
so
they got a regroup coming, and
they got about 2 more full wipes.
there's
before they
30%
lose.
at the moment that the Trolls have.
They got to push through that wall. That wall is not important.
Now, I don't know who's playing Reinhardt, but you need to not have your shield up at all times.
Yeah.
Have that shield down when you're just walking, because then get that health to recharge.
And then hammer down, Reinhardt charge, Risha dead.
Oh, that was a really good play on that Reinhardt.
That was... Yep, that's 2 kills with that hammer,
Oh.
that Earth Shatter.
That was a really good play.
This is the Ravens' last chance to stay in this game, because if they get wiped, that's it.
And they're
And they're
just
not-
about at 70%.
And they're going through the choke point instead of rotating to the right
Yeah.
side of the map. So now they're all getting.
If they push the right side, they're pushing the left now. So, but they aren't.
None of the mobility.
They need to push the right side, because then they'll have height advantage on the right. Then they can play through a lot more angles rather than just rushing in like this.
They're not respecting Reinhardt at all, and he's the one person on the team you need to respect. You need to get on point. What are you doing?
And
Get on point. Mora's not
nobody's-
important. Mora's not important.
Push point. And
Contested.
yeah.
Orisha ult.
Oh, good old.
Pop it, pop it, pop it.
Where's the team?
Oh no!
Yeah,
Team
there's
kill.
the team
That is a
kill.
full ace for the Ravens.
And that is the turnaround that the Ravens needed.
The problem is
That
only 2
ult was
ultimate.
everything from her.
Yeah, but now Troll should be coming back with 4 ultimates, because only
Yes.
Earthshatter went down during that last exchange. So we could see the ults come through to clear the Ravens off, because we do have Sigma ult should be up. I think they have a Mora, so Mora ult's up too. So that Sigma ult lifts them all in the ceiling, and Mora ult comes through.
Oh.
It could be another team's wipe right back.
If I'm the Trolls,
Reinhardt's dead.
I'm gonna group up before, because it looks like they're just coming in.
They're trickling
staggered.
in. They're throwing the game.
They need to
Sigma.
work as a team. They need to go all together. And was that Sigma ult?
If they just burn Sigma,
Was that
ult,
Sigma ult?
they couldn't have. They just gave up the game, because the Sigma ult and the Mora ult on point, where they're all defending in that contained room.
I
All
think
she do is just aim up and hit everybody and kill them all.
I think that was Sigma ult, and they killed him before.
Oh no! And now they're fighting through middle too. Like you just bullied them through some sleep.
Yeah,
Oh, that was a great sleep.
Oh, that was a really good. Oh my gosh.
Ain't no
And
way.
they are going crazy out there.
I think they're about to lock it up right now.
Oh my gosh.
All I can do is just hold my breath and see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, we are seeing some that at the beginning, the Trolls were playing very well. They're really good if they have control of the point. We're just seeing a lot of struggles with the Trolls retaking.
And
the Ravens came together to retake. And I think that is the big difference between the two. And we do see
oh, there's a Bastion.
Herb going down from Bastion. And that
Ravens
is
win.
a Ravens win.
Wow.
We do see a Ravens win. Wow. Okay. That was a really close ending. And that Bastion change
Was way too late.
should have happened sooner.
Way sooner. And the mercy should have been on him instantly.
Yes.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
And the Trolls had everything they needed to retake, but they just messed up a couple things. They shouldn't have been trickling in the whole time. Like when you retake, you
needs to be a
work
group
as a
effort.
team.
Like how the Ravens did it.
Yes.
And then honestly, let's stick to the first thing that went right that game for the Ravens was Herb's ultimate for the team kill.
Yes.
That
set them up. That's what an ultimate should do.
Like,
and then the Trolls had the opportunity. They had
that Earth Shatter they
Sigma
did. That Earth
and
Shatter.
Moira.
That Earth Shatter they did to get them off, to get them to where
Yes.
they're at was great. And then you hold Sigma ult and Moira ult for the retake if they get that. But Sigma ulting one or two people off site when you have a Moira ult potentially going.
What happened was Sigma ulted on site. Just he was at low health and they killed him before he was able to finish the ult. And so
that's unfortunate.
if you did that, if
With
you
your
just
team.
waited until your team was there and it was like right when you respawn, you have full health. You can use your ult when they're on site. You can have one of your other teammates do their ult. Everyone's going to use their abilities to stop that, and then you ult afterwards.
Like starting Moira ult, then following up with Sigma ult, probably would have been the play because then they would try to
On
jump
both
on Moira.
sides.
Because
Do
what
it
you
on
do
both
is
sides.
you E across the middle of Moira, and then like where'd she go? Sigma ult goes up, and she just flicks around and probably cleans them all up. But man, that was a Trolls game to lose in my opinion, and they lost it.
Yeah, they definitely had that one if they just stuck together. I think that is just what we saw was they were eager to push. They were playing too aggressive individually.
They got too antsy because they saw the chance to win. Because if you look at the situation right now, if they had won,
it would be 8-9.
And then you have Chicken Tech and nobody to go in for tabs.
Yeah.
So Chicken Tech has to go in, meaning if the next game that rolls after tabs was a
F1.
one-player game, it's an easy point for the Trolls. It's a free point for the Trolls.
Yes, it is. Because, tabs coming up.
They have to be Chicken Tech.
Chicken Tech is going to be going in. I don't see them forfeiting tabs.
Yeah, no.
They're going to be playing Chicken Tech in hopes that the next game isn't a 1v1 like F1.
Or UFC.
Or
That's still on
UFC.
the wheel. Or Tony Hawk. UFC Tony Hawk.
Oh, Tony Hawk's still in there, yeah.
Yeah, UFC, F1, Tony Hawk. And I think that's it for the 1v1s.
Yeah. So, there's not as many options for 1v1s. So,
the Trolls needed that win.
The Ravens need to put in Chicken Tech.
100%.
And then hope the next game isn't one of those 3 1v1s, because if it is, it's going to be a forfeit. And if not, they'll just be down a man. And it's going to be hard. It's going to put them at a disadvantage. But
Down 3
that's
going
their
the
best
last
hope.
30 minutes, and there's a lot of long games. Like if Tekken rolls, not only do they not, I don't think they don't win that, but then that's it for the match.
yeah,
Because if they're at
and
least down
if
two-
you're the Ravens, you can easily play Tekken for time.
Oh yeah,
You can just not even worry about winning it, just waste time the whole time.
yeah, 100%.
Yes.
Golly gee willikers.
Now,
though, like-
tabs coming in, we got Chicken Tech and Rafiki.
so it's gonna be
Does Rafiki play tabs?
that is a good question.
I'm not sure if we're about to find out. We about to find out.
Yup.
And I would love to see some good tab gameplay. I'd love to see it.
I don't hate tabs.
One thing that I really like about tabs is there is so many counters to every single person.
Yeah.
And you can mix together someone from Legacy. You can mix a Chronomancer from Good. You can mix in someone from a tank. You can put in some Mammoths. You can, there's so many different options that you can do. And a lot of it people haven't even used yet. There are so many that the league just hasn't seen.
I think some of the more prominent tabs players are Magnusam for sure, you, Wonku.
Zack Attack
Zach
is really good at
yeah,
tabs as well.
don't forget him. He beat a tank with a long gunner. Like, dude's goated.
But he's not here. But he's not here.
My man Zach is MIA.
Now, if Zack Attack was here, they would be playing him.
Oh, 100%.
And that would be in my opinion, guaranteed win. That's a game that, unless there's only a couple people that I know that would beat Zack Attack, myself included, and
Probably Magnusam once again.
yeah, I don't think there's really anyone else that would beat him.
Because I think there's a lot of people that play tabs,
But they don't.
but there's
play
I think there's like
tabs.
5 people that actually enjoy tabs. Like Magnusam has a tabs T-shirt. He
Yeah.
plays tabs.
Yes.
So I say what? Zack Attack, Wonku, you, probably Chicken Tack, and then so Magnusam, Wonku, Zack Attack, Chicken Tack, you, and I think 1 or 2 of the Reapers play. I'm pretty sure Hollywood's probably going, man, you don't even know. But yeah, those 5 people at the top of my head. If I think tabs, like who plays tabs, it's those
Yeah.
5 people.
I would love to see some good tabs gameplay. Something I haven't seen. These
Probably not.
pillars I've seen.
But we got Chicken Tech going first on the left on player 1 and Rafiki going second on player 2. Is he really going to go archers and cheerleaders?
My question is, who chose map? Because I know we've seen the Trolls play this map last time they played tabs. They were on
This is Billy's strat. There should be 2 more Frost Giants or fan guys coming in next. Or is it going to go Chronomancers? Chronomancers are the Thunder guys, right? That's the usual strat for that?
So, I mean, there's a couple different strats you can go with this. One strat that a lot of people don't use is getting a lot more of those smaller people in the
Did
middle.
he just pick a
spaces.
mage and surround him with cheerleaders?
I think those. Yeah, I think so.
Okay, Chicken Zach.
Either that or they're healers. I didn't see which one he chose.
It looked like cheerleaders. We'll know like the first 2 seconds in if like
Yeah.
8 thunderstorms go off.
Now, going to the
Rafik?
sides.
What you doing, buddy? Oh,
And we see Street Fighter 5 coming up next. That can be very time consuming.
Street Fighter. The Trolls have to win this and win Street Fighter, and they still do have a timeout left.
Do you see them winning Street Fighter?
There is a potential. Herb has lost in Street Fighter.
But
I don't remember when. I think he has, but don't quote me.
I'm pretty sure a lot of the Ravens have been grinding Street Fighter though.
But they only have 4 players, so.
But I think they don't even need the 4. No.
It's just the auto. It just shoots through the lanes.
Yeah.
So he's just gonna sit there and just spam it as they walk through, and they get slowed by the Frost Giants.
Yeah.
Okay, chicken attack.
I mean, it's a good strat. It is. It's an annoying one, but it's a good one.
Hey man, you're here to win.
Yeah.
Yep. Saw that coming.
Now, how are they going to counter that? If I'm on the Trolls,
Not for free, baby.
if I'm on the Trolls, I'm changing something. You see these Giants coming in here? There are ways to counter this. There are specific people that you can. If I'm not mistaken, I think the one person that shoots like a bunch of arrows in the air, I'm not sure if that reaches the other side or not.
I think they can actually put them elevated. So I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Because I think I saw Billy do something like that last time he was on here. So yeah, I think you're right.
But the only thing is, if you're not controlling them, they will drive off of those pillars and kill themselves. So you really have to like immediately take control of one of them.
All right, so Rafiki cleared this entire board. Would this be a situation you just fill up on Chronomancers and let God figure it out?
I'm actually curious to see how Rafiki counters this or tries to counter it.
M1 Abrams.
Bunch of tanks.
I was joking. Please don't.
Got
Oh, goated! Let's go!
They're just gonna drive right off.
Nah,
mean,
man.
it's,
American ingenuity. Because there is a chance the front treads catch each block going forward. I'm all for the chaos.
Oh.
Interior crocodile.
I'm very interested to see how this turns out. Is this the strat we've been waiting for?
Shoutouts to Rafiki for taking the American strategy to this. I have a problem. I'm just going to throw more guns at it.
So there's the one tank at the bottom that's stuck between the pillars. Oh, just fell.
I
and
believe.
it's off the map.
I believed. I wanted to believe.
I lost my belief.
It's the M1 Abrams. It's
All of the tanks are upside down or vertical. My belief went out the window after 2 seconds.
And that should be a win
That is-
for the Ravens.
That is another Ravens win. That puts them up 11-7. 25 minutes left. We got Street Fighter coming up.
Whatever. The Abrams is undefeated in real wars.
So with Street Fighter, if I'm the Trolls, I'm not playing Street Fighter. I'm gonna forfeit and just play a different game. If I'm the Trolls. Because this is really time consuming. Is it gonna happen that you can get that many games in 24 minutes? Probably not.
Yeah, because it had to be
it-
Tony Hawk, then UFC, instant knockout, F1. So UFC, F1, Tony Hawk.
And they still have one timeout.
Yeah, those, and then maybe JoJo's. Those are the 4 games. So no, because they
And-
go down by 5. So even
Yeah.
if they give up Street Fighter and won all 4 of
I
those in
don't-
rapid succession,
Yeah,
might be time to hit that old
that's gonna be
dusty
very
trail.
difficult.
Yeah, they needed to win. They needed to win Overwatch.
Yeah,
'Cause Overwatch
that
looking at-
Overwatch win really just sealed the deal for him, and now Street Fighter coming up. If they play this out, that's gonna be probably
the last
game
game.
after Street Fighter.
Maybe one game, maybe one. Because they got a 5v4 in Street Fighter. And what they could do is, if they really wanted to be petty, is make Zach their last fighter. Just so they can just hold up all the time. So you have to get through 4 of us
Yeah.
before you get your point.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
Yeah, it's been a good game though. I've been impressed by the Trollz today. I have seen a new Trollz team.
Like I said, with Titus initially coming in and getting the team refocused and getting them to the simpler gameplay styles, and then Jesse tightening a lot of the things up in thought process that they had a little loose. The Trollz team is definitely getting better,
Mm-hmm.
but the Ravens team just got better faster.
Yeah, and the Raven, you can see and feel the Ravens' chemistry.
Yeah,
You can see how they play in the games. That Overwatch game, they won because of their
Teamwork.
chemistry.
Communication, teamwork, trusting each other.
And that is what wins games. Communication wins games.
Because Sigma hold your ult, Sigma hold your ult, Sigma hold your ult. Cool, Mora, timer on ult. Okay, cool. Mora start ult, then vanish. Sigma, drop ult. Tanks come through. Like if you still had your Reinhardt, or that's when you would switch to your Bastion. Everybody's up there, get hit by Mora and Sigma, Bastion. Ping them down, and then you got the point back in the win.
If I was the Trollz, not even talking about the communication, because we know that the teamwork wasn't there. But if I am the Trollz, as soon as I see, like after the first team wipe, okay, we try and retake. After that, we see the retake isn't happening. One, telling everyone, push together, stop trickling in. On top of that, let's make a change to one of our heroes, because clearly something's not working.
And another thing is, too, you saw them running double tank. Bastion cracks that easy.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the early Bastion switch and all the damage you could have did while you still
Yes.
had them going to that funnel would have had Bastion ult and 3 Bastion shots on that point, because they have to be on it and capture it. Instant team ace.
Yes. And if your whole team focuses one entrance, Bastion sneaks around the back,
Cleans up the
turrets
healers,
right behind, you take out those healers, the rest are going to crumble.
and then you take out the healers with the turret form, throw a grenade on the tank has to turn, your team sweeps.
Yes.
Fun fact, in the army, that's called an L-shaped ambush. It's where you
L-shaped
direct
ambush.
fire from the front and then sweep around on the side. So then you're able to push across the objective.
And that is useful in Overwatch.
100%. 100%.
In a lot of these games, that's useful.
Anything with guns involved. Street Fighter, you can't really like flank somebody from the left. It's only 2D. Tekken technically you can flank somebody from the left, but it's only you, so it's not
I
a
was about to s-
full.
There's one. How would the flank work?
It's sidestep, but there's nobody else there, so it's not technically a L-shaped ambush.
I mean, get a Noctis in there. He goes and flanks from behind.
True.
That's the flank I can see.
All right, Street Fighter 5, the strongest Street Fighter. When's Aki come out? I want Street Fighter 6, Titus, please.
Okay, so we see.
So the Kali is Herb. So
Yeah. That's all we need to know.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Ed face
1, 2,
up.
3. 1, 2, 3.
All right, so we see him on the left and Rafiki on the right. Getting a button check here.
Yep, you are default.
We see the default. You're good.
All right, Arbiter.
Oh,
Picking the
another one.
Dimitri
Yep,
skin.
that's
You're
default. We see
such
it.
a weeb. I love Darkstalkers or Vampire Savior for you OGs.
What is?
What it, bud? Stop
we-
pushing on
yeah,
the buttons.
it's default.
Wait, where's your V trigger and V skill at? You're not gonna shortcut those?
All right.
All right.
I know him has been playing a lot of Street Fighter lately.
6 or 5?
5.
Gross.
I mean, we play 5 in the league. Yeah. Get it. Let's go him.
All right. Return to Nooch. All right.
Get the pull in.
Come on, Arbiter.
Pull him in.
One of y'all pull.
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 Oh, why did you jump?
Good uppercut.
Oh.
V
Okay.
triggers are available. I would go for a hard knock. Ooh.
Nice.
Hard knock V trigger.
Yeah, there's the pull. Yeah. Get the pull again. Just go right to it.
He's low. You're gonna pull, and if he doesn't jump, just grab him.
And didn't lose too much health.
No, not a bad amount. And then you have Ib. Who plays Ibuki? You ain't got no combos.
Oh.
You ain't a Bukian. It would be Rafiki. You nerd.
I'm curious to see.
He ain't built like that. He ain't built like that.
And we do got the next spin coming.
And this will probably be the last game of the match after Street
F1.
Fighter.
Nope. Need for Speed.
Hey, the
is
Trolls might be able to go
racer,
out in the dub. All right.
though. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Oh. Nice.
He needs
Get into it. Yeah, get the combos.
what he needs to do is he needs to slide in with Neckbreaker, EX Neckbreaker to get in, and then try and reset a spacing. But he's just gonna that's done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Him. Hey,
He
back to full health.
he who sweeps him sweeps him.
Him sweeps.
All right. So I don't think those are the optimal things. I think he's supposed to use Dinjin stance. Okay, good overhead. Now you're gonna do not let Ed fireballs actually zone you, dude. You're Ryu. Why?
Get the uppercut. Yeah.
Single
get
fireball
into
has
it.
not been thrown by Ryu. My guy, quarter circle forward punch.
Where?
Quarter circle forward punch.
Oh, I didn't connect
Quarter
the
circle
combo.
down diagonal.
Get the combo.
forward
Get
punch.
the combo. Yeah. Do it again. Do it again.
Hadouken, bro. Come on.
Where
Fight
are these
back.
fireballs?
Fight back.
Fireball.
This is just
Get it.
textbook Ed play.
Oh.
Come on, buddy.
This is what is
Just walk
what
up,
is
command
this
grab him.
Ryu play?
There we go.
Yeah, let's go him. Let's go.
Your bias is showing.
It is. I've been seeing his progress. I am so proud right now.
I don't think Herb's gonna play.
No, I am ready for a him sweep. I am ready for it.
I don't know. The foot.
This
goddess
is his
here.
moment to shine.
The foot
He
goddess.
just made it into silver.
The foot goddess is here though.
Yeah.
Yo,
Get
let's
into it. Let's go.
Nice crumple.
Do it again. Do it again. Yeah. And again. Yes, sir. Get the stun. Yes, sir. One more. Get one more. Him sweep. Get into it.
Yo, they're getting cooked.
Him is him.
He who sweeps.
He's making a name for himself in Street Fighter 5. Look out for him.
It's really annoying because the proper English speaker means like him sweeping. Like, no, it's he sweeping.
Him who sweeps.
So who's Chun-Li? Bosif? So him has been working with KIC and Chicken Tech. That is an amazing corner to have.
And it shows.
Yeah.
It shows right here. He has been taking those lessons. Him sweep. Oh.
That should have
Oh,
been EX.
come on.
One punch. Just chip him.
Yeah,
there
that's
you go.
it.
Dash with it.
That's, oh.
Yep, and there it goes.
Him sweep.
Whoop, 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 whoop. He who sweeps is him.
Let's go him with the sweep.
So apparently all this effort started after KIC got back from Evo and started working with him. So Chicken Tech and KIC, that's not a lot of the time to progress that far.
I've played with him before he got that coaching. I just played with him a couple days ago. I couldn't win a single round against him. But I was like, him going into this, I was just like, I'm ready for a sweep. I see it coming.
But I'm gonna be a bit of a reeler and a hatist. It's only Ed.
You play it. You play him and
Okay.
beat him.
Okay, I'll try. But
It's
if
not
I
gonna
beat
happen.
him, then what happens then?
You won't.
You have
Him is him.
but I'm not on the trolls. that was mean. That was mean to me. That was mean to me. But nah, he did it. He swept.
He's him.
Him did it.
There's nothing else that he is him.
Him did do the sweep.
Him who sweeps.
I hate it. I hate it here.
But we got Need for Speed. And we are going to be seeing Need for Speed because him went through them really quick within,
I'm the Omega.
what, 12 minutes?
Need for Speed will be the last few minutes of this game if they play it out. And I think the Trolls want to get this dub because it is one of the games they claim they would win. Looking for a better
So they don't have Rafiki in.
I think they'd be fine with... No, isn't Rafiki one of their premier Need for
I
Speed players?
think Rafiki is one of their racers. I think they can do it without him, but I think it's going to be harder. And
So I think this is going to be a 3v4. Because I think Zack Attack's going in. So there should
Yeah,
be
he
no
has to.
reason the Trolls don't win this. In a game where literal
shouldn't.
numbers make a difference, there's no reason the Trolls should lose this.
they should not. They should not lose. But we saw their last Need for Speed game. They had lag issues where their game lagged over, and
In their defense, the setup of, quick shout out the Outer Limits in Ashburn. You know, if you're ever looking to host a gaming events, they helped us down and held us down to get back up. But the way they run their system there, it's actually multiple computers accessing one server. So when you have anywhere from 6 to 10 computers accessing one game at the same time, with the way their servers are set up, there was issues.
okay.
So there were some problems there.
I wasn't there for that, so I just saw it online.
Shout out to him being oblivious, him who cannot pay attention, because he did not know he beat 5 people and just kept asking who was next. That's got to be a feel bad if you're the Trolls. You're just like, all right, you try. All right, you try. 5.
That's
people
my
later.
brother. That's my brother. Yes, sir. Who's next? Who's next?
What game was that had that as their tagline? Who's next? What was it? Was it Mortal Kombat or
I don't know.
who had that? Yo, chat, production, let me know who had who's next as their tagline
I
for their
don't
game.
know.
Was it a sports game?
I don't know, but what I
Or
do
was it,
know
was it Gatorade? I think it might have been Gatorade.
Was it Gatorade?
I think it was.
Got milk,
Stop.
but we got Need for Speed.
Vroom, vroom, vroom.
If you are down 3-4, what would be your strategy going? Don't
Be
even
a
look at the
racer.
score. Don't look at the score. Ignore the score.
If I was the
3-4.
Ravens, if I was the Ravens and I had to play a person down and I won RPS, I'm playing racer. Because it's a lot easier to get away down a person than it is to catch
Yes.
4 other people with 3 cars.
So with them down 1, would they still have to put Zack Attack in the game?
Yes.
That's a 25% chance he's the most wanted.
That's if they go, oh no.
So if he's most
Oh.
wanted, he's just sitting there. He can't do anything. So I don't think that's, I mean, unless they want to take those odds, that's 25% chance it's an immediate loss.
I think
I don't know if I take those odds. But they are up 5.
the funny thing is the Trolls won RPS and chose cops, and then the Ravens get Zack Attack gets most wanted. You might see a world where they forfeit it just so they can just get off the game. No. They're gonna run the clock because they got to
They'll play clock.
because they got to get the capture Zach has to spawn, and then they still have to trap and capture.
Yeah.
So that eats time off the clock. So they might be able to bring it.
If I'm the other racers on the Ravens, if Zack Attack is most wanted, I'm just going to be around him hitting the cops, wasting time. Try and hit them away. Obviously, it's not going to last long, but you just got to last, 5 minutes?
Well, the thing is, though, is the perimeter around cop cars on a non-moving racer is pretty huge. So, like, they would have to blitz the cop and send them tumbling a distance.
They need a triangle around them.
Yeah.
Box Zack Attack in.
Make them capture each individual races before they get to the most wanted.
And we do have the Trolls last time out. And I'm assuming they just weren't getting it set up in time. So they're just going to use the timeout.
Yes, and this most likely will be the last game then.
Yeah. But
I wonder if the Ravens had set up, and that's why.
I don't know.
Can we get a setup check, please? To just see what's going on with that and see if it was the Ravens burning clock on purpose. But yeah.
Well, I mean, because if it was Ravens burning clock, then that would be a forfeit Ravens if they don't get it done in time.
No, because once you start game, the game starts and they select the cars, then you go in.
Oh, true.
Because there's subtle nuances of where the game starts, where the game has to be started, and where the game starts. Technically speaking, Need for Speed starts at car selection because you then have the game starting immediately thereafter because it loads cars, chase begins.
Right.
Actually, no, you pick cars in the lobby, so if you select start, it goes to a loading screen, which eats up more time.
But would the time start
When
once
you hit launch game.
start?
When you hit launch game.
Oh, so it's not once the loading screen's done?
It's when you start game.
Oh, okay.
So if it has
that's another minute and a half.
So like if there's 10 seconds left and I go start game, and by the time the loading screen starts, that 10 seconds is gone, I've already initiated the game and it's loading.
And so the Ravens are going to be cops. So that is good for them. and Trollz will get
What
raided.
if the Ravens, the chase starts and the Ravens just let them run off? Like one person just stays close enough to the most wanted just to run out the rest of the game. Yo, no, he's so far away. I can't.
Oh, you
get
got
him.
so far so quick. How'd you do that?
Oh man, you're just holding at 900 meters. That's crazy. Don't you need 1,000 to start to cool down? 9,199. Oh, 980. Almost got there.
Oh, not quite.
Got to be quicker than that.
Gotta be quicker than that. I can see the commercial now. Whoa.
I got $1 for you. I just realized a lot of no, that joke's not appropriate. Never mind.
What is also not appropriate is we didn't see F1 yet today.
That is true. And let's see what the last game would have been.
F1.
I'm gonna laugh if it is.
F1.
Forfeit. Let Chicken Tech race.
UFC.
Doesn't him play this?
He's been learning.
Okay.
I know he's confident. He's says he's like really good. I personally haven't seen him play, so I don't know.
Is he better than Cajun?
I know. I would say yes.
I don't know. Cajun broke somebody's leg last time he played. Did you not see that?
I know. I saw.
Yeah, that's our boy.
He's not better than Pop, but I think he's better than Cajun.
Okay. Yeah. But here we go. 3v4 police chase. Let's see how they handle this. Top speed plus 200.
Now, PC 12 is most wanted. And we are just going to be
Cordy's got no driver's license.
And QWERTY is the most wanted.
Good hit. What are you?
That is QWERTY right there. That's most wanted. And nice job taking that shortcut.
I think he still clipped a couple things and lost some health, as you can see from the
Good job on PC 11 hitting this cop, though.
Yeah, kind of keep messing with him. Don't
Slowing
want to
him
get him
down a
for free.
little bit. And getting right back into it.
Roadblock deployed up ahead.
Who is this that we're watching?
Ooh, hits an spike strip. I think he got EMP'd and spike strip. That's funny.
That's devastating.
All right, so QWERTY's only
Roadblock was just called.
470 meters ahead.
This person got jammed.
All right, QWERTY's
That's bad.
dropping a distance. He just stopped or is trying to commit a U-turn.
And
QWERTY.
I'm not sure which one it is.
QWERTY's about 330 yards ahead. Excuse me, not meters. Let's see, 320, 319.
Where?
All right, so QWERTY's. There must be another cop up on QWERTY because
they need to get off the highway.
I think this map is mostly highway though.
Yeah, that's the thing.
This is why I don't like this map in particular, because I think it's all hey buddy, that why'd you hit the box structure? Just delivering dough to Papa John's. Trying to get some pizza,
I
bruh.
don't gotta do my mans like that.
Yeah, man. That delivery driver's gotta explain to his boss why his truck's all messed up.
It's all right. The city will pay for it.
All right, QWERTY is losing speed because the gap is dropping very quickly down to 170 yards, 165. You see the most wanted icon finally coming into view. 130, 120. It's dropping quickly.
All of the other racers, their cooldowns are a lot faster because they're not most wanted. Most wanted's cooldowns are
hit his own
roadblock.
Sheesh. But he's only 70 yards ahead right now.
Got another cop up there, though.
These cops are just coming out of nowhere. On the landing strip, hopefully he makes a play around one of these planes.
And nice side swipe there.
But he hit the spike strip. Good spike strip from QWERTY, though.
That was a really good spike strip.
And QWERTY
getting more distance.
Yep. 350 and
it's climbing.
EMP coming in right now.
Yep. There it is.
That's a lot of damage he took, too.
Yeah, this cop doesn't have much health left.
This
You
cop,
think QWERTY still has over half health?
I see this officer going down next racer EMP that comes up, or he's going to get baited into a bad attack.
Or might hit another box truck and kill himself.
All right, he's coming out of the gap right now. Is he going to go for the wide hit? Nope. Easy, buddy.
And slowed him down a little bit. Let the other cops
That
catch up.
EMP's going to hit. He's
There's
out.
the EMP. Oh, nice,
good
nice
break.
slowdown. Way to brake check him like that. Good way to get out of the EMP.
I'll be your wingman, Maverick. Good spike trip dodge. EMP locking on. The second that EMP hits him, game's over.
A person behind
And-
spun out.
Yep, there he goes.
Yeah. Right by
All
PC
right,
11.
So 2 police left.
So now we are watching QWERTY.
QWERTY is running for his life. How much health does he have?
He's at like half health.
That cop is kind
Oh,
of
nice turnaround.
a simple, safe maneuver. Take the advantage of the slow speeds and get out. And then, yep, getting that side track
nice.
so you don't get head on.
QWERTY's playing smart. He's playing smart. And he's almost out of the range.
All right.
We're watching one of the other racers now.
All right, PC1's the last. That's it. Zack Attack's the last cop. That's game. Nope. You still have a driver? I thought Zack Attack was in.
I'm
Okay.
But we are watching QWERTY. And QWERTY's just outside of the range.
Shout outs to QWERTY being the best driver in the game without having a license in real life.
QWERTY with no license.
Driving the Porsche illegally. And with that, the Trolls win Need for Speed, but the match score is final. Ravens 12,
8-12.
Trolls 8.
And it's been a really good game. It was a sight of what the Trolls can be.
Oh, 100%.
And what they are and what they are going to be. And there's obviously a few things that they need to brush up on. They need to work on like teamwork and communication.
And then also remaining calm in the scramble. As easy as it is to say, it takes a lot of effort to remain calm. And I remind you, all of you, when you're playing your one-on-ones, take your time, reassert your plan, and then go forward.
Yeah.
There's a lot of opportunities where Arbiter could have gotten things going, and he got pressured out of what he wanted to do.
Yeah.
And then, like you said, Overwatch, gotta communicate.
Yes.
Gotta communicate. But all right, so we got the winning team.
Got the Ravens coming in.
The Ravens. Come on in. Come on in. Join us. Join us. Yeah, come on in. Come on in. Follow around. Follow around. Follow around. Hey, guys. Herb, you can sit on my lap.
Hey, yo.
Can y'all close my door before we do this interview?
Can you call or quick call.
Yeah. Come on. Get him in there. Come on. It's press time. It's press time.
Ravens.
Where's Chicken Tech?
Where's chicken?
Oh, my. What kind of amateur operations are the Ravens running? Who's your PR department? Who's your PR department? Yeah, this is the brand new Chicken Tech. You haven't seen him yet. You heard a mouthful of gold? My man's got a mouthful of porcelain. He look gorgeous.
He really does look
But here we are with the Ravens. Victor in today's game, 12-8. Let's give it up for the Ravens, boys.
Let's hear it up.
Woo, 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 woo. So, who wants to talk about some of those sports games? Because they were amazing. No?
Anyone?
I think sports-wise, like our team has underrated chemistry. People don't realize that yeah, that's kind of what we do, low key. Especially you saw that with FIFA, even NHL. Even though we took the L in that one, that was really more so our win than theirs. It felt like, but sometimes you get lucky. You know what I'm saying? So I think as a whole, the team sports wise, they worked on their stuff, so they're doing good.
And with this win, your playoff chances still locking in second now instead of just going to the playoffs. It's got to be feeling pretty good right now. How's everybody feeling? Playoffs.
Yeah. Now, what I need to hear from him. Him sweeps. Him sweeps. All right. Yeah. Him.
Speak on it.
Yeah.
Come on,
How
Ed.
are you feeling?
The only thing I have to say is when it was over, I was looking for more. I didn't know everyone was done. I thought there was more, and I was kind of disappointed in the Trollz performance, Street Fighter wise. But
That brother's starving.
He's hungry.
I wanted more. I was hungry.
He's hungry.
There was no Valorant, okay? 'Cause
That was
I wanted
sad.
to beat Courtney one last time. I just wanted to play Valorant one more time.
It would have been embarrassing, nonetheless.
Yeah.
Valorant rolled, it would have been embarrassing.
That's all.
But all right, you guys take it 12-8. Who's next? Bucks.
Sounds like some roadkill to me. I don't know about y'all, but
Ooh. I'm gonna
Beast on roadkill.
Whole lot of
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right, but that's 12-8. Ravens over Trolls. They got the Bucks next. We got the Wolves Reapers tomorrow. That's gonna be interesting.
Yeah.
Don't miss it. Be here or be square.
But thank you for stopping by the UEL and watching us play. We're Gamers Go Pro. We'll see you tomorrow. Like what? 1 o'clock?
Yeah,
1 o'clock?
1 o'clock.
Stop on back by. Peace.
Deuces.
All right, now everybody.